Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to you. Hope you had a great weekend. Appreciate you getting up with us. Spring break is over. You're back to school, kids. Good to be with you on a Monday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne coming off a busy weekend, and we got a busy show today. Nick Caserio, Texans GM. To my knowledge, his first crack at media since free agency started here comes at 7:30 today on our show. Good morning. How are you, Seth Payne?
I'm good. I'm feeling good, Sean. I'm excited to have Nick Caserio on this morning. We've got a lot of questions to ask him. I'm excited, and I'm not distraught, but I'm excited about the fact that apparently the Texans were going super aggressive in trying to get Keenan Allen in onto the roster, which would have given you a very, very capable and still very productive slot receiver, an element of which the Texans don't quite have right now. That surprised me. That was the big news this weekend that surprised me. I didn't think that Caserio was going to be going after a wide receiver, other than maybe like a mid-tier free agent or what have you.
Yeah.
But this would have been a trade for Keenan Allen and a guy that had one of his best and most productive seasons last year. Although he's had some soft tissue injuries over the last couple of years. So for a guy in his early 30s, that's not quite the ideal circumstance. But it was going to bring something new to the offense.
Yeah, I think there's a few things. I'm with you. I was surprised when I heard that. Well, first let's hear, because this was not a rumor. Like Keenan Allen, in his press conference, as most of you know, eventually he went to Chicago for a fourth-round pick. But Keenan Allen confirmed at his introductory press conference with the Bears that the Texans were one of the teams that were in on him.
You went on record in January, I think it was during the locker cleanout, just saying that you didn't want to go anywhere else. Did the team, when they were trading you in this process, did they approach you and say, where do you want to go? Or was it just that you found out you were going to Chicago?
There was a couple things. There was a couple teams that they would allow me, I guess, to say where I wanted to go. I only had like two teams. And
you said there were two teams that you wanted to go to?
That had interest, yeah.
Okay, what were they?
Jets and Houston.
There you go. So that was really interesting to me. I think, Seth, to me, the maybe the surprising parts about it was the Texans. I mean, Keenan Allen's slated to make $18 million this year, and he ain't taking pay cuts. Let's hear him on that as well before we get to the Texans in this. He was not taking a pay cut.
When a team asks you to restructure a deal after you've been with them for so long, what are the emotions that go through your head, and do you need to push those out and then make a business decision, or deal with that?
I mean, it really was no emotion. It was, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Came off my best season, so it's not happening.
Okay, so if he's not doing it for the Chargers, I'm assuming he's not doing it for the Bears or the Texans or the Jets. So this week, if we take it at face value, Seth, the Texans were not afraid to take on a big contract for this year. It would have been $18 million. Maybe they extend him to spread some of it out, and that would have been even more intriguing that they're investing in another incoming player if they were to do that. Yeah. They're already doing that with Joe Mixon. And they are open right now to adding top-shelf, pricey weapons for C.J. Stroud. That's the big thing to me, is that, man, maybe they're in on T. Higgins. Who knows? That kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and I think that's the other part of it, too, is Aaron Wilson had reported that the Texans were looking for a very specific type of receiver, and Aaron was saying that some of the links to various other free agent wide receivers, I don't know whether it would have been Mike Evans or whomever else, were not accurate. Mm-hmm. So it would make complete and total sense if the Texans were going after somebody that could play in the slot really adeptly. And Keenan Allen, as an older player, is like, he's going to continue to be effective in the slot the same way Larry Fitzgerald moved to the slot in his 30s, because you're savvy and your know-how and your ability to read defenses and everything, that helps you a lot more on the inside than it does on the outside, especially when you already have two speed threats in Nico Collins and Tank Dell on the outside. So, yeah, Tyler Boyd is a is a guy that plays the majority of his snaps in the slot, is still available unless I missed a signing.
Nope, he's still out there. Yep.
Yeah, I think that like Tyler Boyd might make more sense than T. Higgins just in what they would go after. Obviously, one would be a trade, one would be a free agent, but I think that's probably they're not looking to compete for reps on the outside. They're looking for guys that can play slot.
Yeah, that's a good point. So almost on Keenan Allen. Boy, that would have been a bombshell if that happened with that. It's already been a really good offseason for the Texans, and we're going to dig into all of it with Nick Caserio because I think there've been a few moves that I think have some questions surrounding them that people want to know. We're going to ask the questions today at 7:30. I think you noticed this, Seth. Joe Mixon and Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen at that Bears press conference. Joe Mixon here. It's different with the guys who get traded than the guys who sign in free agency. Is what the tone was very dour in both of those press conferences.
When I saw both Joe Mixon and Keenan Allen, it was very, very clear that they were still a little bit miffed that they'd been blindsided with a trade that they didn't expect. So they're kind of probably like you feel if you're I don't know when you have you're given a new puppy a couple days after your beloved dog dies. Mm-hmm. You're kind of like you're happy to see the puppy, but you're still kind of upset about the dog dying, and that's how Joe Mixon felt when his Bengal died.
That's right. Yeah, neither of the guys seemed all that hepped up. Now, Joe Mixon probably got excited when the Texans handed him a piece of paper that said, "How about 3 years, $27 million?" Does that make you happy?
Yeah. It's a badass new puppy.
Yeah.
But you feel conflicted sometimes.
Sure.
You know, you don't want to equate. It's not like you're swapping out one for the other. They're two separate things. So Joe Mixon and Keenan Allen were both upset. Now, I think that Joe Mixon could have gone to multiple places. Yeah. Him going to a team that's on the up and up, on the rise, and also has a young quarterback who's like a young Joe Burrow in a lot of ways, probably feels a lot better than I think Keenan Allen can find reasons to get excited about the Bears, yet at the end of the day, they're still going to be working with a rookie quarterback. He's going to be working with a rookie quarterback just like he did a few years ago with Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
And I got to think he's probably, if he had his way, he probably would have preferred to go to the Texans.
Maybe, yeah. Well, it's. I mean, at least you know what you're getting with C.J. Stroud. At least 1 year in, you do. So yeah, we'll see what happens. With the Bears beefing things up was a big topic this weekend as they trade Justin Fields. We'll get into Justin Fields a little bit more in the next segment. That was the big story from the weekend. But there was a lot of okay, so now you guys are going and getting Keenan Allen and going and just signing DeAndre Swift. Justin Fields has to feel a little bit like, hey, man, where was all this when I was the quarterback?
They tried to get Chase Claypool in town. You know,
they were successful.
Exactly. Yeah, they did get Chase. I forgot. They tried to get a version of Chase Claypool in town that didn't exist any longer.
That's right. As far as the Texans go, in free agency, I mean, there's still free agency this weekend. Not a whole lot happened. I mean, there's still some names out there. Are you, if there's an area that you want them to address?
Cornerback, because they don't have a cornerback right now.
Okay, that's it. So the top ones out there are according to NFL.com, these are the cornerbacks that are still out there on their top 101. Stephon Gilmore, who Nick Caserio's got a little bit of familiarity with from New England. Steven Nelson, who Nick Caserio has some familiarity with from the Houston Texans and social media. Adoree Jackson. Those are the cornerbacks still left in the top. That's the stage we're at right now. I don't know what these guys are expecting in terms of deals, but we are starting to get to that phase that in free agency last year, Seth, they signed Dalton Schultz and they signed Devin Singletary. Yeah. I think we're kind of at that 1 year deal phase now.
The whole thing is there's a bunch of guys out there. Yeah. Like Tre'Davious White is still out there. Stephon Gilmore is still out there.
Yep.
Xavier Howard, Trey Herndon, Levi Wallace. I think they're probably, despite Xavier Howard's name brand appeal, they're all in the same bucket to where, go out and grab one. I know Steven Nelson wanted to believe he was a unicorn that deserved special treatment in a new contract and everything, but it's not like he was one of the top tier guys out there, and he might very well be the guy that the Texans bring back as long as his his ego and his ability as long as he can stop insulting Nick Caserio on social media when it comes to stuff like this, maybe it'll be time for Steven Melson to return.
Yeah. We've had the weekend to process the trade of moving out of the first round. I was cool with it. When did it happen? Friday? I think it happened Friday. I was cool with it on Friday. Had a chance to process it, read some people, look at it. Looks like they won the Jimmy Johnson chart. Looks like all the charts, it looks like they won the trade with Minnesota, Seth. So they won the scoreboard on this thing with all the all little value scores on the trade picks and everything. So
the trade, they won that value pick. The trade out of the first round, I think it starts to look like, all right, that trade was in line, and if you wanted to get back up into the first round, you could. Yeah. But I don't know if Nick Caserio feels like that it's absolutely essential that they do. I think, to me, the big takeaway from that, we'll ask Nick the thought behind doing that trade. I don't know how candid he'll be on that part of it, because I don't think, to your point, Seth, if I had to guess, they're not picking 42nd when the draft rolls around, right? Yeah. So I don't know if he wants to show his cards as to what his thought process is behind it. I expect him to tell us exactly.
Yeah, here's what I was thinking. But if I'm just reading the tea leaves, the one thing we know, well, look, we do know now that he is definitely looking for more receiver help. I mean, he was in on Keenan Allen. I know it's different. The draft is different than trading for a veteran guy like that. But clearly they're looking to upgrade that room in some fashion. We know that this is the wide receiver in this draft might be one of the deepest positions of any position group in any draft over the last several years. There are a ton of them, and I think you're going to get the top 3 or 4 go off the board real quickly, like within the top 10 or 12. The Dunzes and the Harrisons and the Malik Neighbors, guys like that. They're going to go off quick, and then I think it'll settle in, and then there's going to be just a wave in day 2 to start out. And I think they feel like, now, we're just going to plunk ourselves right down in the middle of the wave in day 2, and we'll be a 40 set. We're picking up an extra second-round pick. 23 might be kind of a dead zone for the wide receivers. We're happy to go back to 42, take a wide receiver. If there's not one we'd love there, then we still got to pick at 59 to do it. I think the chances of them taking a wide receiver in the draft went way, way up with them dropping into the second round.
I think it goes up. I think we're getting to that point now where I think there's so many forecasts of people are going to be clever and move back because there's so many wide receivers available. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I'm not so sure that like this notion that teams in the first half of the first round are going to say, like, well, these wide receivers are much better than the guys I have in front of me, but why bother now when I can have somebody good later? I think they're going to snatch them up early, but there's still there's almost no chance that there aren't some enticing prospects by the time that they get to 42. Yeah. Just by historical standards, 15 or 16 wide receivers in the first 2 rounds completely is a lot to go. So the only thing that makes me nervous about that compared to Keenan Allen is that each single one of those wide receivers, no matter how promising the class is, there's still a big gamble compared to a veteran that at least you're going to get a certain standard out of.
All right, Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show today, so you want to be tuned in for that. We'll ask him about all of this stuff when he joins us at 7:30 on the show. Up next, the big story from the weekend, Justin Fields. That trade finally went down. He's a Pittsburgh Steeler. Was I watching the same NFL that some of the smarter people in our business were watching this past season? My God, I thought Justin Fields and Russell Wilson weren't good. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll get the tangible proof that there were people who might have had a different Sunday ticket than we had, and that's coming up next. But this we all know. Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. Amazing. Awesome.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll talk to Texans GM Nick Caserio at 7:30 on the show today. Good offseason for the Texans. They're getting a lot of good grades on their offseason. We'll ask him about all of it at 7:30 today. So Justin Fields finally gets traded late last week, and so everybody's processing it over the weekend. He ends up getting traded to the Steelers for a 6th-round pick that could become a 4th-round pick, depending on how much playing time Fields gets. We should mention that right now he is the stated backup for the Steelers. Mike Tomlin has said that Russell Wilson is going to be the starter. And I fully think that if Russ stinks in training camp and Justin Fields is lighting the world on fire, if there's a coach that's going to flip-flop on that, it's Mike Tomlin. He started Mason Rudolph in a playoff game this year with a healthy Kenny Pickett. So
this could very much end for Russell Wilson the same way it started for him when the Seahawks had a veteran quarterback who was obviously totally going to start, and then Russell Wilson outplayed him in training camp,
Matt
and he
Flynn.
was a starter.
Yep.
So I would imagine this is a classic. It's an actual competition, but the veteran has the edge just because of track record and what have you.
Yep.
But then Kenny Pickett, by the way, for anybody that doesn't know, he had one tantrum too many, and apparently it had a out-of-town workout scheduled with Steelers receivers, doing that thing where you're a leader and you're helping the guys out.
Yeah.
And apparently he canceled it as soon as he heard about the whichever, I don't know, was the Justin Fields, or the Russell Wilson trade.
Wilson signing,
yeah. I couldn't remember the timing. It's been so fast and furious with the Steelers. That was it for him, and he was
canceled it.
Yeah, he just canceled I don't know that those receivers had already, gotten hotels or what have you.
Yeah.
Maybe Kenny Pickett was paying for all of it, but he canceled it.
I think the moves by the Steelers, signing Russell Wilson, they signed him for $1 million. Denver's paying the tab on Russell Wilson this year for the other $38 million. Steelers, it's nothing. It's a scratch-off ticket. Similarly, I think Justin Fields, it's a 6th-round pick. Hey, the guy gets in and plays. The worst case is it's a 4th-round pick. So it's a day 3 pick either way. So I think the two moves make sense. But my God, the gushing that went on this weekend about just how genius the Steelers are for going and getting a quarterback who a team took an $85 million dead money hit for, and another quarterback who topped out at 7 wins for the Bears and was the starting quarterback for the worst team in football a year ago.
Okay, all right. I might have been one of those people gushing about him, Sean.
Okay.
Because of this. There's still unknown upside either with Russell Wilson finding the right spot with Arthur Smith as his offensive coordinator, or the potential upside of Justin Fields. I would rather be there where you're paying almost nothing for both those guys and the potential upside versus Kenny freaking Pickett and Mason Rudolph and all of that. Where okay, if you're going to find out something, at least find out something. Don't just sit here in purgatory, Kenny Pickett purgatory.
Totally agree. I just said they were good moves. I agree they're good moves.
Yeah.
It's stuff like this. Mike Greenberg. In 6 days, the Steelers made the 2 shrewdest QB moves the NFL has seen in years. Almost zero risk, enormous potential reward times 2. Plus, willing to admit a mistake and cut losses with a 1st-round pick. That's elite franchise management across the board.
Yeah. That's you're
a little hyperbolic?
Hey, you were able to finagle your way out of that tax extortion after you extorted the government. You created the problem by drafting Kenny Pickett, but I'm going to give you extra praise for getting out of the problem you created by drafting Kenny Pickett.
Mike Tannenbaum, former GM, now on TV. This was the landing spot to me all along for Justin Fields. This is a tremendous trade for the Steelers. Fields has tremendous upside, and this is a very small risk from the team standpoint. Pittsburgh has done a third tremendous job of transforming their quarterback room between Justin Fields and Russell Wilson for very little draft capital. I'm willing to I'll give him some wiggle room on that. I mean, they transformed it. You're transforming it from Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph. So, okay. So transformed it.
I think the funniest thing is going to be with Russell Wilson, who, in this Arthur Smith, very much an outside zone, West Coast type of offense. Is he going to struggle with the same things he struggled when Nathaniel Hackett was his offensive coordinator? The verbiage, spitting the words out, it's not a matter of intelligence or anything. Some people just some quarterbacks have a really hard time with some of those play calls that are so intricate and ornate because it's just a lot to spit out. Like Bun B would be awesome at it, but Russell Wilson strikes me as somebody that's awful at it. Like you're spitting bars. Yeah. You're not just calling plays. You gotta do it with some eloquence. And like many players, you've seen Kirk Cousins during the quarterback. The documentary, that was what he would spend all week doing is practicing on getting the actual play calls out. So I don't know about Russell Wilson. Justin Fields, I'd be really intrigued to see in an offense that's more fixated and focused on doing things on time. That was one of the biggest issues that Justin Fields had, and it's just impossible to say whether it's been the offensive coordinator's fault or whether Justin Fields can't do it. This will be his last chance to really show that it wasn't a him problem.
This tweet hurts to read because I like Damon Amendolara.
Yeah.
The Steelers are playing chess. What a brilliant offseason. Upgraded OC with Arthur Smith. Massive signing at linebacker with Patrick Queen. 6-rounder and $1 million to get Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Got rid of Kenny Pickett. Nailed it.
Yeah.
The most infuriating part about that tweet to me, and I love Damon Amendolara, but the use of the word brilliant, okay. And then got rid of Kenny. They're getting the credit for getting rid of Kenny Pickett. Like this is not like Ryan Poles moving on from Justin Fields, who wasn't his guy. Yeah. Omar Khan picked Kenny Pickett. Like, good job getting rid of this horrible guy that you drafted with the 20th pick overall.
That's I don't remember the Texans getting this much credit for getting rid of Brock Osweiler.
Me neither.
That was an even better getting rid of, and yet somehow it wasn't. What about admitting that mistake? Damn it!
Yeah,
they admitted that mistake. Where's our credit? I want it retroactively for Rick Smith. That's the part. Okay, you're exactly right. Then I hadn't seen all those people just absolutely gushing over it.
The gushing is what I hate.
The biggest thing is that I think Justin Fields going for a 6th-round pick. The funniest thing about that is they want to give the Steelers credit for only giving up a 6th-round pick for Justin Fields, yet at the same time acknowledging that, well, if he's as good as you're saying he is, then the 4th-round pick is what they actually gave up.
Right.
Certainly he'll be starting.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
Yeah, I don't. The excitement over Russell Wilson is a tough one, especially because there's some things about Russell Wilson's game that don't really jibe with what Arthur Smith likes to do, specifically throwing over the middle of the field.
Yep.
So I think it's got to be the gushing over the brilliance has got to be more over the upside of Justin Fields.
It's got to be like the Russell Wilson thing. Denver's taking an $85 million hit to move on from because there's a lot of Justin Fields. We're going to get to JT O'Sullivan on Justin Fields in just a second. JT O'Sullivan, QB film guru. And what is Justin Fields? But the people that clearly just looked at box scores and citing Russell Wilson's stats from this year, they're like, if he had played all 17 games, here's what his stats would have been. I'm like, yeah, he got benched for the last 2 of the games because they didn't want to play him anymore. They wanted to see what they had in somebody else. Like Russell Wilson just wasn't good. I don't care what his touchdown to interception ratio was. They took an $85 million cap hit to move on from the guy. Justin, this is what will get interesting with Justin Fields, and I don't think the Steelers will do this, but if he's this big steal that everybody's claiming he is, then exercise his 5th-year option. Well, they've got a decision to make on that in the next month. I think it's like 20-something million for. Boy, if he's that big a steal, why wouldn't you want to hold on to him for another year? And then you're basically paying him the last year of his rookie deal plus a 5th-year option for a couple of years. So
they're in the same position the Panthers were with old Sam.
Sammy Darnold, yeah.
They traded a lot more for Sam Darnold.
They did.
That's where I think part of it is. I think you look at some of the curious like Carson Wentz trades or Sam Darnold, and I think people look at that kind of compensation and expected it to be that high. Like your old pal there, Mel Kiper, I know did.
Oh. Yeah, Kiper. Yeah, Ben, do we have Kiper real quick here? Yeah, here's Kiper. This is just a matter of weeks ago. He thought that Chicago was going to shoot for the moon with Justin Fields.
No 2nd-round pick, so some maneuvering could take place there. And if you trade Justin Fields to Atlanta, you could get the 8th pick overall. So you could have 1, 8, and 9 field and be able to recoup a 2nd-round pick by trading down with one of those 2 picks, either 8 or 9. So a lot of maneuverability for the Bears either way field. But if it's me, I'm taking Caleb Williams #1 and trading Justin Fields.
At the 8th pick in the 6th round.
Yeah, I mean, that's where he had set the bar. So a lot of people had set the bar as, oh, wow, you might be able to trade Justin Fields for a 1st or a 2nd-round pick. So to see him go for a 6th is, I think, where people were with that. Kind of like when Caserio traded Deshaun Watson. Mm-hmm. If you had predicted that they were only going to get third-round pick or two for Deshaun Watson because of all the legal issues, and then you saw what Nick actually got for him, then it was astounding.
Yeah.
I think if you were somebody that thought Deshaun Watson was worth four first-round picks or something, you were more let down. I was in the former camp, which is wow. I don't know if anybody's going to trade that much for a guy that's got this much flack out there.
Yep.
And so I was very impressed with the haul they got.
Big time. I can't believe it's and it's almost over. Now it's the Deshaun, the Cleveland picks are at least the Texans don't own them anymore. So there's that. Here's JT O'Sullivan, former NFL quarterback, has his own YouTube channel. Really good stuff. What's it called again? QB School?
The QB School, yeah.
QB School. Here is JT O'Sullivan on why Justin Fields struggles.
I think when you pull it apart, you continue to see some of the same issues for me, whether it's not being good enough up front with the pass protection unit, whether there being some potential spacing issues or too static of a unit offensively perimeter-wise. I think Justin continues, and this is the part for me that is frustrating, is the combination of his footwork either deteriorating or not being good enough Sunday football-wise, rhythm, timing. It just looks like it's a disjointed pass protection or passing unit because he's never on time or very rarely on time consistent. And even when he is, he's moving backwards or he's popping up or he's making life difficult on himself drifting. And so all of those things together just make it really hard to be consistent. You add in the elements, it's tough.
Okay. I'm so
That was
glad
after a win.
I'm so glad we have CJ Stroud. I'm listening to that 50 seconds of audio and I'm hearing bad sloppy footwork, struggles reading things, and I'm like, oh my God, this is all the stuff CJ's so good at. He's so good at all this.
I mean, to be clear, a lot of that, when he's talking about that, he just has wondered whether Luke Getsy, the offensive coordinator, was as much of a problem because he wasn't getting the protection. He didn't necessarily have options. It didn't look like the offense was as based on timing as one that might help him. You think about like Dak Prescott this last year when Mike McCarthy really put him on more of a strict protocol for going through his reads and when to run and everything else and tied it all to the timing of the play. He played a lot better. And I think that's what JT O'Sullivan is talking about there. This is him talking about what he thinks he still has the potential to be.
I think that Justin Fields can become the guy that I thought he could become coming out of school when I thought he was the best guy in the class. I thought he was tough, physical, dynamic playmaker, ability to drive the ball down the field. I just want someone in there that's going to really, really be connected to the timing, rhythm, consistency that needs to happen from a guy within the pocket to allow Justin to be more consistent.
So is Arthur Smith the guy that can get that out of Justin Fields?
I think if you look at what Arthur Smith did with Ryan Tannehill and using Ryan Tannehill's athleticism as part of that offense and the ability to just really hit play action, that's what I think Justin Fields very much needs is the Ryan Tannehill treatment. Now, Ryan Tannehill had been more productive than Justin Fields earlier in his career. He just had that weird stretch of injuries, and he was always constantly running more of a spread-type offense. So getting into Arthur Smith's offense in Tennessee was just the exact right thing that he needed. And maybe I think I'm more optimistic, or maybe I'm just hopeful because I'd love to see this experiment play out. I'm somewhat optimistic that Justin Fields is going to look like a more complete quarterback under Arthur Smith.
Yeah. This must be a Steeler fan pointing this out. Omar Khan didn't pick Kenny Pickett. That was Colbert's last pick before retirement. Okay, my apologies to Omar Khan then. Either way, the Steelers getting flowers as a franchise for moving on from a quarterback that was a complete failure is a little puzzling. Jason Lockcamp-Ford took a victory lap on this as well on Twitter. I've been saying this for 6 months, that Pittsburgh is the ideal landing spot for him. I'm like, yeah, bro, you also, and I retweeted it and said, you also said that Nick Caserio wasn't going to be our GM anymore in your Washington Post article. just pointing that out. All right, speaking of Nick Caserio, an hour from now, he will be speaking with me and Seth. 7:30 today, the Texans GM joins us to go through the Texans' very, very busy offseason. So we've got that. We've got some headlines that are coming up next as well. So stay tuned for that, man. A lot of stuff to get to from over the weekend. here on Sports Radio 610. But I want to talk right now about
our vision.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, we just broke down the Justin Fields trade in the previous segment, so we don't need to do it again. Justin Fields got traded over the weekend to the Pittsburgh Steelers for a conditional 6th-round pick that can become a 4th, so that bit of business is done. The Texans, no news, nothing new from over the weekend in free agency. So we'll see what Monday brings us. Nick Caserio joins us in about 45 minutes to talk about the Texans' offseason thus far. I guess the biggest news, Seth, was that we got confirmation from Keenan Allen himself in his introductory press conference with the Bears over the weekend that the Texans were one of a few teams, that the Texans and the Jets specifically were in on Keenan Allen. The Chargers end up sending him to the Bears for a 4th-round pick, I guess to get him out of the AFC. I don't know.
It was, because the compensation, according to Texans cap, was a smidgen in favor of the Texans. Yeah. It wasn't as a huge landslide better, but, presumably, I guess the Chargers just didn't. If the offers were somewhat close, then they just wanted to send him out of the conference.
Yeah. So I think it sends some messages, though, about where the Texans are at with their offseason. It's far from over. They're looking for help at wide receiver, and I think, as you pointed out, probably a very specific type of wide receiver. They probably feel pretty good about Tank Dell and Nico Collins on the outside, but maybe somebody who can work that interior in the slot.
That's according to Aaron Wilson reporting that I think he used those words. They're looking for a specific type of receiver, and that some of the receivers that they'd been linked previously were inaccurate reports. So if that's true, then it would make sense that they're looking for a slot. They're looking for somebody that can line up on the inside. And, Tyler Boyd is a guy that makes sense in that regard, is a guy that's taken a whole bunch of snaps in the slot. Maybe they start going after him, or maybe that's what you got to look for in the draft, or the guys that maybe project to be slots more so than outside guys.
Yeah, Tyler Boyd, Curtis Samuel is another name that's out there. So we'll see what happens. But we'll talk to Nick Caserio about it in about 45 minutes here on Sports Radio 610. As far as the Astros go, they're still currently in on, it would sound like, Blake Snell. There was a point late last week where things looked to be getting hot and heavy with Blake Snell and the Astros and the Yankees and the Giants, maybe a few other teams. He's probably, I would say, the top free agent out on the market right now. Reports are that Blake Snell, according to Bob Nightingale of USA Today, that Snell's hope is to get a 2-year, $66 million deal with an opt-out after the first year. So it's a contract that the Astros, a type of contract they've not done with anybody yet. If you recall, that's the type of deal. It was a 3-year deal, not a 2-year deal, but that's the type of deal that they let Carlos Correa walk and go do with Minnesota a couple of years ago. The difference now, Seth, is that they've got issues in their starting rotation. They got a bunch of bodies. They got a bunch of guys who've done some good things in the big leagues, but they don't have a single guy right now among the 7 or 8 guys that are, I'm throwing Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers in there in the pool as well. Yeah. There's question marks surrounding everybody in the staff, from health to what happened in the second half of last year to, this is uncharted territory for usage with guys like Hunter Brown and JP France. So Snell and Jose Urquidy now throw him onto the list too. Elbow soreness. They sent him home back here to Houston to get his elbow looked at. So starting pitching makes a lot of sense for the Astros right now.
No, I think if you look at just even what they're looking to start the season with Verlander out, you got Framber, you got Javier. Then, with those questions over the second half of last season, obviously, Urquidy, sore elbow, Hunter Brown and JP France. Okay, exactly what are you going to get out of him this year compared to the most innings they'd ever pitched last year? Yeah. Blake Snell, it would feel really, really nice to have Blake Snell out there, to know you can just roll him out there for his 4 or 5 innings that he likes to pitch. That's my one objection about it, is that I don't like that when I look through this guy's game logs and I think, man, if you see a 7 in there, it must have been a blue moon, because this guy does not like to go 7. He does 6 innings more than I gave him credit for. I wanted to check myself this morning before I went all in on Blake Snell. He does go 6 innings, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm impressed with a guy that can consistently go 6 innings.
Yeah. Jim Crane
for making that much money, guys.
Yeah. Well, and then look, that may be why his market is cool right now. Like, he's the defending reigning Cy Young Award winner in the National League, and he's still sitting here on March 18th with only like 1 or 2 year offers in front of him right now.
He pitches 170 or 180 innings a year.
Yeah.
You know, you're just like, you're literally getting a lot less out of him for that performance than you do of the genuine studs of the league.
I'm cool with it. Like, if Jim Crane wants to do it, it's his money, man. Like, if he wants to do it and pay that luxury tax bill, knock yourself out. That would be really exciting if they got Blake Snell. Rockets are they're on a heater right now, man. The Rockets, they beat Cleveland over the weekend on a little Saturday afternoon action. Took him to the woodshed. I mean, they wire to wire, really kind of putting it on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jalen Green's been playing really good basketball over this 5-game winning streak that they've got. They've won 5 in a row. They're almost back to 500, 32 and 35. They're, I guess most importantly, Seth, they're 3.5 back of the Lakers right now for that last spot, the 10 seed, the last spot in the play-in, which I think, that's coming into the season, that's probably the goal, to be in that 7 to 10 pool of teams right there. So they've still mathematically still have a chance. That's 3.5's a lot to make up over over what do the Rockets have left? They played 67 games. So they got 15 games left.
Yeah, they're on a 5-game win streak, Sean.
Yep.
You can't. I can easily foresee an 11-game win streak. Well, I don't want to get out of control or anything. It's not going to be record breaking, but I'd say 11, 12 wins. There you go.
They've got the tiebreaker over the Lakers, so there is that as well. So just to keep in mind. But the Rockets, good job continuing to win. They play the Wizards in Washington tomorrow. That's their next game.
It would be a nice, between the Warriors, the Lakers, and the Rockets, if the Rockets can close the distance and the Warriors and Lakers stay close where they are right now, that's a fun little 3-way battle at the end of the
season. It'd be fun to knock either of the teams out of the play-in. You know what I mean? Like, it's the Warriors and the Lakers.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, what are we paying these guys for anyway in those fan bases?
Right.
That's where you get the sense, the Rockets knocked us out.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. The Cougs, I guess all's well that ends well. They got a 1 seed. They're going to be playing in Memphis on Friday against a school.
Sean, they did everything they needed to do to be sure that people weren't too coming in amped up and feeling okay. We got to play our best game ever.
Maybe
it's a perfect game of they're playing possum, Sean.
Maybe they got a pretty good wake up call in the Big 12 tournament this week, and they're like, oh yeah, you're going to need to bring your A game. Not that they need that. The Cougs they're all effort, even when they're getting killed by Iowa State. Their defense is still turned up to an A+ in terms of effort. Iowa State was just knocking down shots, and the Cougs couldn't throw the ball in the ocean. They got obliterated in the Big 12 title game. Honestly, it was an ass whooping that looked a whole lot like the ass whooping that the Cougs put on Kansas a week ago. Where they just got jumped on early, and they got jumped on in the second half, and they scored 41. They needed a bucket in the last waning moments just to get over 40 points for this game. It was bad.
It sets them up for the exact same spot that they would have been anyway.
Yeah.
In the brackets, they're playing Longwood on Friday.
Yeah.
And I didn't know this. The Longwood's coach, Griff Aldrich, is a former attorney at Vincent and Elkins, a law firm headquartered in Houston. Yeah.
Big one. Yeah. When I was in,
what kind of an attorney he was?
I don't know. Yeah, they're a huge firm. When I was in sales back in the 90s, and you're going at, I was selling phone systems, and you go after big law firms because they've got a lot of money and they got a lot of phones and things like that. They were the big one. They were the biggest firm back then. I don't know if they still are now. We have lawyers that listen. I'm sure they will text in and tell us where V&E stands right now. But okay, so that's cool. So a former lawyer in Houston is the coach of the team the Cougs face. Griff Aldridge sounds way more like a lawyer than he does a basketball coach. I will say that.
He was an attorney. Then he founded an oil and gas company and became managing director of a private investment firm making close to $800,000 a year.
Okay.
And then he decided, screw all this. I want to coach basketball.
Yeah. I can relate to this guy at much, much lower salary numbers, but I said screw it and became a radio host when I was 38 years old.
Yeah. We should get Gary Aldrich on.
We should. But don't call him Gary. His name's Griff.
No, he's Gary to me until
he's Gary.
proven otherwise. Go sue me, Gary. You're not an attorney anymore. All right?
All right, those are your headlines. Man, there was so much. Aaron Donald retired on Friday. That's totally lost in the wash. The greatest defensive player of the last 10 years.
Boy, if there's one thing I've learned about retirements of players, though, as soon as they retire, they're dead to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Football fans don't have that much appetite for nice, long, sentimental tributes to departing great football players. It's sad.
Yes. All right. C.J. Stroud has a new running mate in the backfield with him. It's Joe Mixon. Where does that combo rank among the new quarterback running back combos out there? The national media weighs in, and we'll weigh in on it as well. Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show. Stay there.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland is the absolute best place to get yourself a brand new Chevy. Why? One, because they have the Bayway guarantee, where if you bring in any written offer from any other dealership in town, Bayway's going to beat that offer. If they can't beat the offer, then Trice Ham, the general manager, is going to give you $1,000 cash. So whether you're looking for a Malibu, a Tahoe, a Silverado, they're going to have the best deal in Houston waiting for you right there at Bayway Chevrolet. Also, this month, They've brought something back that was so popular last autumn that they had to cool off on it a little bit. You buy a brand new Silverado from Bayway, you're going to get a free lift.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio joins us at the bottom of the hour, so stay tuned right here. You'll hear from the Texans GM with me and Seth at 7:30 today. Is C.J. Stroud and Joe Mixon the best new quarterback running back combo in the league? Here was Dominic Foxworth on ESPN when they were having this conversation. It was C.J. and Mixon, Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley, or Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. Who do you got? And Dominic Foxworth is very intrigued by the C.J. Stroud-Joe Mixon dynamic.
What he did last year was great. So Joe Mixon is not as good as Saquon Barkley. That's fine. Or Derrick Henry. That's fine. But we do see the return to Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and a second year of improvement from possibly the best rookie quarterback that we've had. And I guess Mahomes was a second-year quarterback when he got his first start. Yep. So I can't remember off the top of my head someone who, we go back to Dan Marino, someone who entered the league and was clear to us like, oh, he's one of them. Adding him into this situation, it doesn't matter what you surround him in. The future for him, the ceiling is high. We know what these other guys are. We know Lamar Jackson is MVP of the league 2 times. We know that Hurts is the same sort of thing. But that situation down there is interesting.
All right, so CJ, what does Mixon unlock for CJ, Seth, in this running game, do you think?
I don't know if he unlocks anything per se magical or anything. It's not like, oh, he's so electric as a receiving threat or, oh, he's so good in pass protection. Those are not his calling cards. I think it's more of it's a part of building a genuinely solid rushing attack, and then that would end up helping him a lot. So I don't know. I think that because Mixon is played in very similar scheme before and thrived in it, and B, because he's way more theoretically durable than Singletary. You know, last year was Singletary's first time he'd ever had 200-plus rushes in a season, where, you know, in a normal, healthy Joe Mixon season, he's getting 200-plus. He's more of a bell cow type of back. He still is only 27 years old, which doesn't feel possible, and yet there he is. He was very young when he entered the league. Yeah. So however much tread is off the tire, I still think you should expect another year or two at least out of him. So I think the big part is, all right, I can't point to anything with Joe Mixon and say, oh, wow, yeah, he's going to bust it open with 2 huge runs per game or anything. I think just in being more of a steady workhorse, but it's got to come with improvement from the offensive line. It's got to come with improvement from the tight ends. And then all of a sudden, okay, it's 3rd and 4 instead of 3rd and 7.
Yes.
Because you haven't wasted a run on first down.
Yeah.
So you're committed to the run, you're setting up the play action just like you were last year, except that you're actually getting yardage instead of just it felt like a sacrifice at the altar of the play action gods every time you ran on first down last year. It's like, okay, great, it's gonna be 2nd and 10, but at least we've set up the play action.
I think Texan fans, I think they're gonna watch Joe Mixon, you know, in training camp early in the season and realize, okay, I mean, you're right. Like, and I agree with what Foxworth said. He's not Barkley. He's not Derrick Henry. He's good. Don't get me wrong. He is good. He's not those guys. But I think Texan fans, Seth, are going to feel like, okay, it's been a while since we've had one of these guys. You know, like it really has. Like Joe Mixon's made 1 Pro Bowl, so it's not as though he's been, you know, a consensus top 2 or 3 back in the league. But he's been very consistent and very, very good. And to me, he's clearly the best running back they had since Ian Foster.
Well, in which, if you compare it to last year, when you talk about, hey, the schedule's a lot tougher this year. Yes, 100%. It's tougher. Last year, the Texans were still playing with A, a rookie quarterback, and B, almost nothing in the rushing attack in the first half of the season. Not to mention 4 backup offensive linemen for a good chunk of the first part of the season last year. I think that's where hopefully in having Joe Mixon, who should acclimate to the scheme much, much faster than either of the running backs last year, and hopefully an offensive line that's healthy and better at running the scheme, that counteracts some of the fact that you've got an increased schedule difficulty. The other part about the whole comparison of quarterbacks and running backs, I just have a hard time in the regular season thinking that Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry aren't going to be a huge headache. I mean, that's like the biggest danger with those guys is that they've lost as a team. They've lost a few guys in free agency. But B, that like, okay, do they forget to run the ball in the playoffs again?
Yeah.
Do they not dance with the one who brought them in the playoffs? But in the regular season, I think they're going to be hell on wheels.
Someone texts in 6272 says, Sean, and I think he's referring to Joe Mixon here, says Lamar Miller-esque. And Joe Mixon's better than Lamar Miller. I think what's interesting is the way you describe using him, Seth, is how Bill O'Brien envisioned. That's how he used Lamar Miller. Probably shouldn't have been used that way. He used Lamar Miller like he's Joe Mixon, between the tackles 20, 25 times a game. I think like a souped up Joe Mixon's like a souped up version of what Bill O'Brien thought Lamar Miller was going to be.
I wonder, you know what my gut instinct though on that is, okay, my first thought is what would Lamar Miller have looked like in a good offense?
Yeah.
Because not like Joe Mixon was just lighting up the league or anything before Joe Burrow and the offense got there.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that, like, and I think maybe Lamar Miller might have been better out of the backfield as a receiver. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I would emphatically say that Joe Mixon's better than Lamar Miller. It's that Lamar Miller did a bad job of getting drafted and then choosing teams.
Yeah. Why has Dameon Pierce fallen off the map? Because he couldn't pick up the offense. He admitted that.
Because he fell off the map.
He fell off. Yeah. He said in the postgame show when he was on with Clint and I after the loss to Cleveland that, he went as far as to say they're not going to get the version of me that they were hoping to get until 2024. So he was very open about struggling to pick up the offense. So that's why. That's why he's fallen off the map. He's still on the team. Right now he's the backup running back to Joe Mixon. So, until they sign other guys.
I did the head-to-head Joe Mixon versus Lamar Miller comparison.
Oh, okay.
And your first instinct was correct, Sean.
Yeah.
In almost every statistical category, in fewer games than Lamar Miller, Joe Mixon wins out.
Yeah.
Like in total rush yards, attempts, rushing TDs, all of that. And he's got 97 games compared to Lamar Miller's 106 games. The one big difference with Lamar Miller is he in his career averaged 4.3 yards per attempt, where Joe Mixon is at 4.1. I think Lamar Miller might have had just a little bit more breakaway ability.
Yeah.
Than Mixon. Mixon really like savors the physical part of the game.
Yeah.
Sometimes is more. He's so eager to put his shoulder down that sometimes it trips him up. But somewhat similar backs, I think.
Yep. Text message: as bad as the Bengals O-line is reputed to be, I wonder if Mixon might perform better here. The Texans O-line needs to get better too. It's not like he's joining the 49ers right now or anything.
Yeah, and
like
I think that's part of the problem with blaming the offensive line for the Bengals is that Joe Burrow just takes too many hits.
Yeah.
He almost has a cavalier attitude about how many hits he takes, and they've shown time and time again that QB sacks is as much of a quarterback stat as it is an offensive line stat.
All right, let's bounce here because we rejigger the 7 o'clock hour when Nick joins us at 7:30, so we've got a nice long segment with him coming up. So we will acknowledge a little earlier than normal on a Monday. Coming up next, Acknowledge Me. We will acknowledge big performances from the weekend across all sports, and we do that every Monday. We do it next. Nick Caserio joins us 7:30. Stay there.
If you are looking for a custom home builder, look no further, my friends. Kirk Home.
Before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're acknowledging a little early today because we got Nick Caserio joining us at 7:30. So make a note, regular listener, normally the clock runs a little differently in the 7 o'clock hour. So we'll do Acknowledge Me here, and then 7:30, Nick Caserio will join us here on the show live. First chance we've had to, I think anybody's had to talk to Nick Caserio since free agency started, so you want to be here for that. But we acknowledge big performances from over the weekend and last week, and I'm going to acknowledge, this is the first Acknowledge Me that we've done since free agency started. I'm going to acknowledge the crown jewel of this free agency class, Daniil Hunter.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge him for signing with the Texans, being excited about coming back home, and I want to tangentially acknowledge the Texans, Ben, the Texans, Houston Texans, our football team, for destroying the Cleveland Browns with Daniil Hunter in the building, because that may have been a tipping point, or at least something that helped convince him that this would be the place to come.
I was home, and I didn't have nothing else to do. And it was a playoff game was going on, so I was like, all right, let me go check it out. And went there. The way out there just playing together, the excitement, everybody celebrating for each other, that hit me. So I was just thinking during this process, I was just thinking about that, just being home and just seeing the excitement that they had, and that played a big part of it.
That was the best atmosphere in that building probably in 5 or 10 years, and he was there.
Yeah, that was, I was thinking about that compared to, say, the very first game of the season against the Colts when a lot of people showed up kind of nervously excited about the new D'Amico era and left feeling like,
Same old Texans.
Same old lost to Gardner Minshew after Anthony Richardson scored 2 touchdowns on you. Those first couple games were a little rough, Sean. A little bit rough. They were.
Yep.
So, Danielle Hunter saw a much better part of it. He had left early. He I don't know, probably after the pick 6 or maybe
he'd seen enough. This is the team I want to play for.
I've seen enough.
Yeah.
I will allow them to give me $48 million guaranteed.
That's right.
I deem them worthy.
That's right, man.
That's the hardest thing about all of this is that you'll never know for sure. Like, did he actually take less money or no? Or what? Like last year, if the Texans had offered up $48 million over the course of 2 seasons, where he's still going to be a relatively young guy when he's a free agent again, if he would have taken it from the Texans last year or not, I don't know.
I don't think he would have. I think, and I think the folks, Adam Schefter pointed this out, and I think the Danielle Hunter signing has been a big tipping point in what was already an improved perception of the Texans, but I think it's taken the perception of the team and really put it top shelf. Here's Schefter and the crew on NFL Live.
The whole aura surrounding this organization has been a total shift.
Yeah, you have to give credit to the McNair family, Nick Caserio. They've done a great job.
A few years ago, nobody wanted to go there.
Yeah.
People were laughing at them, and now it's some place that I think free agents want to go play at because of C.J. Stroud, because everything they're going through. Like Danielle Hunter, if he had been a free agent in other years, I don't know that he would have considered Houston. And now he goes to Houston. That's how it works.
They go there thinking we're going to be legit contenders, which I think is very real for all of us.
Yeah, man. Danielle Hunter.
It can be intoxicating too for free agents when you feel like you're one of the guys that's going to be part of the push to put them over the top.
Yep.
And I do think it's a short-term contract with a lot of guaranteed money, and like all of those factors are true. But the big thing is, I don't think he would have. Like he's a guy that should be concerned in a positive way about his career sack numbers and all of that. You know, like he's probably been an under-discussed guy, even though he's been one of the more productive pass rushers in the league. So I think for a legacy or however that much matters, or just actually and also doing it on a genuine potential championship team, he probably had a shorter list of preferred places.
Jalen Green. Got to acknowledge Jalen Green, man. He has been killing it over this 5-game winning streak. The Rockets are 5-0 since the pregnancy of Drea Michelle with Jalen Green's child.
We found out about it publicly, at least.
Yeah, since it went public, March 8th.
I don't know. I don't think she was impregnated, right before the first game.
No, since it went public. Yeah, since it was reported, since we all found out about it, since the public found out about it. The Rockets.
I don't have to explain biology to you.
That's okay. We'll do it during the break. 5-0 since March 8th, and Jalen Green's been killing it, man. 25 points a game. Shooting 41% from 3, and that's the most important thing because Jalen Green is going to shoot the basketball. That we know. Whether he's shooting it poorly or shooting it well, he will shoot. But he's been playing great, man. Been playing really well. Got a Drea tattoo on his stomach, so he's in now.
When your future baby mama is 39 years old, she probably knows how to call out exactly what he needs to be doing. And she'll call him up and be like, did you get to bed on time last night? And kind of like a motherly type way. It's
I'm
probably
down.
Good for him.
It gets you a better version of Jalen Green. I'm here for it, man. Absolutely. So we acknowledge Jalen Green.
It's not a jealous woman asking if you got to bed at time. It's a stern taskmaster of a caregiver.
I'm here for it.
That's making sure he gets to bed on time.
I am here for it. Let's get another one in here. Dan Monson.
Acknowledge me.
Who? Isn't he the guy that coached Gonzaga back in the late 90s? Yes, he is. And he's been coaching the Long Beach State basketball team since 2007. This is one of the better stories. Heading into a pretty story-rich NCAA tournament. It was a crazy weekend, man. A lot of bids got snagged because he had a lot of upsets in conference tournaments, including the Big West, where Dan Monson, who was fired on Monday by Long Beach State, and they said, well, we'll let you finish out the season. You've been here a long time. We'll let you finish things out in the conference tournament. Well, he just went there, messed around, and won the damn thing. He won the conference tournament. So now fired Dan Monson is now going to be coaching in the NCAA tournament this week, Seth.
So this got a made-for-TV movie written all over it.
Maybe, man.
This is or maybe even a Hollywood movie. I don't know. Like that's
Lifetime, yeah.
If they were to make a push to the Final Four somehow miraculously, then it would 100% become a hit movie.
They're a 15 seed, and they're getting fed to Arizona in the first round, so It would be a Cinderella story for sure.
Better watch out, Arizona, is all I'm saying. This is a team of destiny. They're playing for Dan Monson and very little NIL money, okay?
That's it. I got one more. The MGM Grand in Vegas.
Acknowledge me!
Good job basically owning Bruno Mars now. Reportedly, Bruno Mars has racked up $50 million in gambling debts. He's got a residency at MGM Grand, and he's been there 9 years. And the speculation is he's basically continuing the residency there to help pay off his gambling debts.
That's rough, man. It's hard to enjoy working to pay off a $50 million debt.
Yeah,
it's why he's not stacking cash or anything. He's tearing up promissory notes, and that's never nearly. It's not where you want to be at that point in life. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He should just declare bankruptcy.
Yeah.
That's $50 million.
Well, he makes.
How does he get to $50 million?
I don't know.
God.
He makes more than he's actually making
$90 million a year.
Yeah. But after taxes and everything else, and now like $50 million of that's going to the MGM.
I take it back. If you're at the point where you've got $50 million in debts and you can't declare bankruptcy because you make too much money, then I've got no sympathy for you.
Of course not.
This poor guy's up there singing for an hour and a half a night for just he might only be netting like $7 or $8 million a year. Oh, the poor son of a bitch. $50 million in gambling debts, though.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a person on earth that's rich enough to not care about $50 million in gambling debts.
Yes, yeah.
Is there?
No.
I don't even give me your. I know that compared to the average person to Bezos, that's probably like $27 or something.
Really?
I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
He still understands exactly how much $50 million
They
is.
know what you can do with $50 million instead of handing it over to the MGM Grand. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Nick Caserio, Texans GM, is going to join us in the next segment. We will get to everything that's happened in the offseason with the Texans Executive Vice President and GM coming up next. But first, soda weight loss. Soda weight loss. It was June of 2020 when I got on.
GI Bill.
Are you ready? Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is 7:31 here on a Monday, and he is here. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio, who has been busy the last week. Still busy, but kind enough to make time for us. And as we welcome him onto the show right now, as we welcome Nick Caserio in, Ben, let's acknowledge
me.
Acknowledge Nick Caserio for a very spicy offseason that has improved this football team. What's going on, Nick?
That's a first. That's a new one. So Good morning, fellas. Good morning to the listeners. Hope everybody had a nice spring break off last week. Your week was probably a little more quiet than ours, but no, excited to be here. Thanks for having us. I actually have a serious question for you, Sean.
Okay.
So if we were to draft Dylan Lobb of New Hampshire, do I have to change my music? Because that's going to go to him, or
that would be a fun bridge to cross when we get there, Nick. And for those who don't know who Dylan Lobb is, he is the player. He's the running back from New Hampshire who, as the running backs were running to go do their drills at the combine, did the D-Generation X crotch chop to the camera.
Oh, yeah.
Did that move him, Nick, did that move him up your board? Do you want to tell us?
He must be trying to send a subtle message to the Houston Texans.
He wants to be a Texan.
I feel like, stupid.
It's a little bit better than the messages you send about the Notre Dame players, but we'll see who has more weight come draft weekend.
Get them crotch chopping. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Nick, by the way, whenever Sean suggests a Notre Dame player, and publicly kind of teases you about it, you can never, ever do it because he'll claim that you totally did it because of him. So, you just never acknowledge or indulge Sean in any of these things. Even if you really want that player from Notre Dame.
He knows.
Shut him down.
He knows. So, Nick, as you pointed out, it was a busy week last week for you guys. And we're going to get into all the individuals that are now Houston Texans and all the moves that were made because there's a lot to dig into. But I guess just leading in here in general, what are you most pleased about so far this offseason?
Yeah, really the big thing, and we talked about this a little bit at the Combine when we had the opportunity to kind of address the group, but the goal in the offseason is to, as best you can, just try to improve the football team and whatever that entails. So I'd say last week was really the culmination of effort of a lot of folks. The coaching staff was invaluable. The conversations that D'Amico and I had on a daily basis were incredible. And I think the one thing we all have learned, especially in free agency, you have to be flexible, you have to be adaptable, and you just have to be ready to pivot. And you just want to make sure you're prepared. The reality is you can identify X number of players that you hope to have the opportunity to have to your team, but the reality is you're not going to be able to get everybody, and you're going to lose players. But going back to kind of the beginning here, I think the work that the pro scouting staff did in preparation for last week, it really started in January as we started to go through the free agent process. It's not too dissimilar to what we do with the draft. You start with a large pool of players, and you pare it down to I would say, realistic number, a workable number for your team that if you have the opportunity to add those players to your team, you're going to consider them. So you kind of group them accordingly based on their role. And then the big part is valuing the player. Like, what does the market say the value of that player is? You're willing to pay X dollars for whatever you think the player is worth. Now, that doesn't mean there's not going to be competition. So you're kind of subject to the marketplace as well. So I think the big thing is just being prepared, being disciplined, and just going through the process and not getting too fixated on one particular position or one particular player, and then start to make decisions that are emotional in nature. You sort of have to take the emotion out, and you sort of have to take a very pragmatic, diligent, rational approach, and you just kind of keep the dialogue moving. And hopefully we were able to add some players that will be able to help our team here this upcoming season. I'd say free agency is sometimes a little bit like the draft when there's an immediate reaction relative to draft grades, free agency grades, what happened. And I think we all just have to take a step back. And, a lot of that stuff will unfold once the season starts. So we're certainly excited about the players that we had the opportunity to add to our team. By the same token, we lost some players that had a significant impact on the Houston Texans, not only this past year, but in previous seasons as well. But that's the nature of the NFL. But overall, I think we're pleased with how the process went. We're pleased and certainly grateful for the efforts of so many people in our building that enabled us to put ourselves in a position to hopefully make the right decision for the Houston Texans and put the best team out there that's ready to play games on Sundays in the fall.
Speaking with Nick Caserio, general manager of the Houston Texans. Nick, the way it was reported, it seemed like it was almost a surprise that Danielle Hunter was available to you. Had you identified him beforehand as one of those groups, in those groups of guys that you wanted, but perhaps thought that it was out of reach initially?
Yeah, we go ahead and grade the players and put them on the board, like I just mentioned a little bit earlier, similar to the draft. And you have that sort of initial period, that 2-day period, right, where you have discussions and dialogue with agents. I think some of the discussions that take place at the combine are a little bit difficult because there's a little bit of a gap. So, we're not really big on meeting with agents at the combine because, quite frankly, it's really not that fruitful. So, but what you're trying to do is just gather information about, what are some of the rumblings? Where is a player going to end up? What are some of the possibilities? And then really, once the day starts on Monday, it goes pretty quick. And then players come off the board. You have agreements in place. But I would say the one thing you have to be careful of is sometimes, even though there's agreements in place, they really don't manifest themselves until actually Wednesday, when you can actually, I would say, sign the contract or go through the medical process and just make sure that you have the player. I'd say it just seemed this year, maybe more than years past, there was a little bit more movement relative to player making commitment one place, and then you kind of saw a change of tune or change of heart, which goes back to what I said a little bit earlier. You just can't get too fixated. If you lose a player, then you just have to go to the next player. So I think what you try to do is, after you kind of get through the first day, take inventory of who's still available, what are our options, and at some point the finances play into it. So we have a budget in place, or we have X number of dollars. Everybody has a salary cap that they're working under. So we had a starting point, and then each player that you add eats into that salary cap. So then you have to decide, all right, if we sign a certain number of players in this area, does that knock us out of one other area? If we sign a player at a higher level, a certain level, are we going to lose a player at a lower to mid-level? So there's a number of moving parts, but as we went through, I think it was Tuesday, right, we were going through the day, and there were still some players that were still out there that were still available. We had discussions. I was probably on the phone last week more than I probably am in 1 week over the course of an entire year. My phone habits are very minimal, probably relative to most folks, but last week, felt like I was literally on the phone the entire week. So part of our job is to just continue to get the information, who's available, what are the options, is the player interested in our situation, are we interested in that player? So I would say, specific to Danielle, that was a situation where there was mutual interest on both ends, and then we were able to come to agreement. I think we kind of came to an agreement sort of the end of the day there. It was late in the afternoon, I want to say Tuesday-ish. But that was, another opportunity to add a good player to our team that we feel can help us. But by the same token, that wasn't the last order of business that we had in front of us. So you just have to be ready to act. You have to be very nimble. You have to be it's very fluid. Like, those 2 or 3 days are very, very fluid. And if you have a good process in place and you have good people around you that you can rely on to get information about what's going on about a situation, then hopefully you can utilize it to your advantage and try to make the best decision for the organization.
Nick Caserio joining us. Nick, that's interesting that you talk about, guys, that period where they're verbal agreements, but they don't convert to actual contracts until Wednesday. That guys have changes of heart. Like, the ones, there's very few of those, it sounds like, get reported. Like, we saw the one with Eric Kendricks going to the Cowboys. Does that happen a lot more than what we see here publicly? Like, guys saying, hey, yeah, I definitely want to be there, and then they go back on it?
No, it's an interesting question. I would say this year it just seemed like there was a little bit more, while a player seems like he's going one team, and then actually it's a little bit different. And it's never done until it's done. So, but I would say, in all fairness, once you have an agreement in place, we work with a lot of really good agents, and there's a mutual, I would say, understanding and trust that's in place. But in the end, if a player has a change of heart, despite how mad or emotional you may feel, in the end, the player has to do what he feels is in his best interest, and we have to be respectful of that. So I wouldn't say that it happens all the time, Sean. I just would say this year it just seemed like there was a few more situations where that popped up, and you just have to be prepared for it. But in the end, the player has to make the decision that they feel is best for their individual situation, and we're certainly respectful of that. And if that's the case, then you have to move on to the next player. So I'd say it's a difficult time for teams. It's a difficult time for players. It's a difficult time for agents. So you try to handle everything in a very professional, honest, truthful fashion. And wherever you end up, everybody's going to end up. And then you kind of just move on to the next phase of the team building, which we're starting to transition here to the draft probably a little bit more. There's still some opportunities that are probably out there for us to potentially add players, but our focus and goal is just to add players with the right mindset, with the right mentality that we feel can help our football team. And if he's a good football player that espouses the attributes that we believe in, that resonate with our team, that D'Amico prioritizes, then we'll try to identify those players, and we can get them in the building. Great. If we can't, then we'll just move to the next phase, understanding that the team building is very fluid. So we're going to kind of go to another sort of segment of a fixed time of player acquisition at the end of April, and then once you get past April, there's going to be probably some movement in May, and then we'll have a little bit of window in June where everybody is kind of away. And then once you get back to training camp, there'll probably be a little bit more movement in training camp. Then once the season starts, there's going to be a lot more movement. And we've talked about this on the show as well. Like, there's a number of players that we've added to our teams at different points, whether it was Danny Amendola the week before, the regular season 2021, or whether there's a player like Derek Burnett who we added midstream, or Taylor Tart who we added midstream or kind of towards the end. Like, that's just part of our job and responsibility to continue to evaluate and try to find players that can help our team and try to make the most of the situation when it presents itself.
Was the Malik Collins trade something that went the way you had planned, or was there a mix-up or a miscommunication or a change of plan somewhere along the way there?
Yeah, no, not at all. I think every situation is different. It's always a case-by-case situation. I'd say in the Malik situation, there actually had been different types of interest in the player at different points, going back to last year and then even during the course of the season. But, we felt that, keeping Malik on the team last year was the best thing for us, and he helped our football team and did a number of good things. So our job is to evaluate and assess and listen. That's part of my responsibility to the organization. That's my responsibility to the staff. And in the end, take the information, and then ultimately, whatever decision you make, you're comfortable with whatever the result is, whether it's releasing a player, whether it's signing a player, whether it's trading a player. So I would say in Malik's situation, I'd say there's an opportunity for him to go to a great program or great organization with Kyle and John, and then we felt in the end that was probably the best thing for him and the best thing for us, so that's why we made the decision that we did with his situation.
Nick Caserio joining us on Sports Radio 610. So, Nick, the trade late last week, the maneuvering with Minnesota, where you back out of the first round, you're now picking 42nd, pick up a second-round pick in 2025. What was the thought process behind that deal?
Yeah, I would say, and we've talked about this, we try to be pretty open-minded and pretty progressive in our thinking, and we're always evaluating information and evaluating situations. So I'd say the way we were positioned prior to the trade, we were picking at 23, then we were picking at 59, then we had kind of a late third and the 2/4. And you have discussions during the course of, I'd say this time of year, I don't want to say you talk to every team, but you kind of talk to every team, whether it's about players. So as an example, with the trades that were done, we did a few trades, other teams have done a few trades, so you're always kind of talking. And then you also have discussion potentially about the draft, about positioning. We had the trade that took place last year between Chicago and Carolina. So different teams are at different stages, and there's going to be different dialogues about different things. So we received a few calls about that pick, and then, we had a conversation with Minnesota about their situation. So we kind of went back and forth, and we looked at the information, and D'Amico and again, we talk about everything, so no decisions are made in a vacuum. So every situation that comes up, we look at everything in totality. We look at everything from a top-down perspective and make sure we understand the ramifications of whatever decisions that we make. And so based on the discussions that we had, and then based on the discussions that we had with Minnesota, when that opportunity was presented, we felt it made sense for us. So we've talked about this on the show as well. The draft is, there's nothing more inexact probably out there than the draft. So some of this is really just about positioning. and potentially pools of players or clusters of players. So let's call it you're picking 23, so probably anywhere from 25 to 40, you're going to probably have a very similar type of player, or you don't know exactly who is going to be, but I would say our college staff has done a phenomenal job. We've met multiple times. We could sit here today right now and maybe have an idea of if we had a X number of players who was going to be available at those spots. Would we have players that we feel comfortable with? Probably the answer is yes. But by the same token, if we were to move out of that, what's the opportunity cost of moving out of that pick? So, moving back 19 spots or whatever it is to the top of the second round there in the 40s. And I would say when you go back and, you can find good football players all throughout the draft. Yep. So when you go back specifically to, let's call it that area, over the last few years, guys like Petrie, Maffei, Brisker, even last year, Laporta, Mayer, Bergeron, Musgrave, Branch, Jaden Reed. So I would say you look at those football players who have really made a significant impact on their football team. So if we stay at 42, which I'm sure you guys can put some DraftKings betting odds on that, whether or not we're going to stay at 42, but if we happen to stay at 42, we're hopeful that we're going to be able to find a good football player or two that can help our football team. So I'd say a big part of the discussion as well was getting a future second-round pick. So anytime that you can acquire picks in future years, it just creates a little bit more flexibility and optionality for your team and organization. So when you take all the information on face value, in the end, we felt comfortable with the decision that we were making. Does it maybe potentially eliminate a certain pool of players? Potentially, but it doesn't mean we can't come back into the first round. It doesn't mean that's going to be good players available to pick. I would say we've sort of run the gamut here organizationally in terms of draft, I would say picks and or compensation from 21 to not having a first and second round pick to 22. We had a little bit more flexibility. 23, we had some flexibility and we traded up, I would say, to the top of the draft. So every year is different. I think we just try to be as open-minded and flexible as possible, but also be responsible and just not make decisions to make decisions. But the discussions that D'Amico and I had throughout the course of the week and specific to this situation, we both felt comfortable. And so in the end, we made a decision that we felt made the most sense for us, and we'll kind of keep moving forward.
It takes some of the starch out of the mock drafts, Nick, just so you know, that you guys don't have a first-round pick.
Maybe we can start like a second-round mock draft. Maybe it doesn't have quite the oomph. I'm sure the next thing I'll get, some flack for is the whole, draft party Thursday night. So we'll have to make sure.
I was actually curious about that.
Maybe I'll have to show up, or we'll have to trade back into the first round.
There you
go.
You sound a lot like when my mom tried to convince me that the powdered milk was just as good as the normal stuff. Okay? No, I will not drink your powdered milk.
That's right. Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. So, Nick, Joe Mixon, you make the trade for Joe, and you give him the 3-year, $27 million contract. So you guys obviously very comfortable with Joe Mixon, and I'm certainly curious what your thoughts are on him, what he brings to the table as a player. The one thing I'm curious about, and I know the listeners are, that Joe's been a model citizen in Cincinnati since he got there in 2017. He had the issue in 2014 at Oklahoma. Is that something that when you guys are getting ready to make this trade, that even though it was 10 years, does that enter the conversation, and how do you get comfortable with the fit of Joe Mixon here?
No, it's a great question. A lot to unpack, and I'll kind of take it here step by step. So I would say kind of the trade in and of itself, the nuances associated with that. So I would say it's not often that a situation like this pops up, but by the same token, when a player becomes available, we always look at it and say, all right, number one, is this a player that if we had the opportunity to add to the team that we would consider? And then what are the kind of the dynamics involved? So in his case, he was released. It was done kind of after the 4 o'clock hour. So he was available. So he was free. I would say just from the trade, kind of how it was consummated, it's similar to something that we did a number of years ago. I want to say it was 2018 with Jason McCourty. So Jason was released by Cleveland. I want to say like March 15th. Same thing. He was free. He was going to be a free agent. He was going to be released. But there was a player that, we had conversations, Coach Belichick and I had conversations like, hey, is this somebody that we'd have interest in having on the team? Mm-hmm. And we decided, well, yeah, sure. So we picked up the phone, we called Cleveland and said, hey, would you guys be interested in trading Jason? Work out the compensation. I think it was like a 6-7 flip. And then they agreed to it. So instead of having a player get released where he becomes a free agent, where you potentially could have to compete for that player, you want to try, if you have conviction and you want the player, like maybe there's something you can do to get ahead of it. So similar to the Jason situation with Joe. He was released. Likely he was going to be, I think he was going to be on a waiver wire the next day at 4 o'clock, and then he would become a free agent, and then you would probably, there was going to be interest in Joe. Joe's a really good player, so there's going to be competition. So we try to get ahead of that. So we picked up the phone, and we talked about it internally first, like number one, do we have interest in the player? Do we think he fits? Okay, we feel good about the player. All right, that's step one. Step two, we'll talk about what you asked about there a little bit relative to his personal situation. Then step three was pick up the phone. Hey, would you guys be interested in trading the player? We'll give you, whatever the pick was. And we agreed to the trade. I think, and that's how we kind of came to the agreement. We're able to acquire the player on the team and the commitment that we made to Joe. This is a player that has been a very consistent, very productive, very durable player over the last however many years. I mean, he's usually out there. I mean, he's got good balance. He's got a good running style. He's versatile. He play in a passing game. So from a football player standpoint, we felt this is a player that we wanted to be a part of our program here moving forward. As it pertains to what he went through with his situation, absolutely, you have to consider it. You don't turn a blind eye to situations like that. So I think Joe, like you said, Sean, he's been in the league. He's been a great player. He's been great in the locker room. He's been great in the community. He was a 3 or 4 time captain in Cincinnati. So he's done a lot of good things. One incident from 10 years ago certainly doesn't define a person. I think Joe's acknowledged that. And, obviously it was a very difficult situation for everybody involved, himself. And, Joe was accountable that, he made a mistake. So, I think we research everything. When I was in New England, we were having similar discussions. You're kind of going through and trying to get to the bottom of what do you have with the person, what do you have with the player? Was it an isolated situation? You want to be sensitive to everything that's involved. And then the further research that we did, and then even the folks that were here in Houston, part of the scouting staff before I arrived when he came out, they went through extensive research along the way, and we were comfortable. Houston was comfortable with the player at the time as well. So you have to look at everything. You have to take each situation as it comes. Each player has their own specific profile. We're certainly sensitive and cognizant. It's not something that you turn a blind eye at, but in the end, you try to make the decision that you feel makes the most sense. And we have confidence that Joe is going to bring a lot, not only on the football field, but is going to do a great job in the community. And we were willing to make a commitment to him to be a part of our program here for the foreseeable future.
Nick, since we're on the topic of running backs, after the game last year in which Dameon Pierce scored the kickoff return touchdown, the Browns game, Dameon in the postgame was very open with Sean and Clint about how he'd had a hard time adapting to this scheme and that he was going to dedicate himself to it in the offseason to really learn this scheme. How does that factor into your plans this offseason? Like, can you bank on Dameon Pierce all of a sudden having a light go on there, or do you kind of have to take last year's performance and accept that might be what you get again this year?
Yeah, the beauty is everybody starts over. Everybody starts from scratch. So it's a new opportunity to learn, to grow, to improve. That's what the offseason is about. It's about improvement. It's about individual improvement. It's about collective improvement. It's about team improvement. So, and that takes on a number of different shapes and sizes. Let's say specific to DP. DP is a great player. He's helped us, win a number of football games. He's got good skill. I think, we've all been in the league and seen the league now. You need 2 good backs. So Damien's good back. He has good skill. So once we get started here in the offseason program, we'll see what improvements a player can make. A lot of this is about individual ownership and the fact that, Damien was honest enough and accountable that he wants to improve and get better. It says a lot about who he is as a person. I think that's the type of mindset and the type of people that we want to continue to have in our building. So DP is going to help us win football games, and ultimately, we're trying to put together the best team possible, and whatever that looks like come September, whatever the cut down is, or whenever we have to put the 53 together, then, we'll see where we are. But glad DP's here. He's got a great attitude. He's been in the building here, over the last few weeks. We have a number of players. Honestly, we have like 25, 30 players that are in the building working on their own volition, preparing for the start of the offseason program. So it's a credit to them. It's a credit to, the people in the building that they want to be here. I think we're fortunate to have the support of ownership, that we have the resources that are available to the players. And by the same token, everybody lives in Houston, so they probably have nowhere else to go, so they can just come over to NRG and get their workout in instead of having to go somewhere else. But I think DP is excited about the offseason, and everybody should be excited about the offseason just in terms of their individual improvement and just try to become a better football player, because that's what this is about.
Nick, I truly mean this when I ask this, given the time of year that it is.
I should have actually said at the beginning. I have plenty of time. So
yeah, I meant to ask you at the beginning, but I was too excited to acknowledge you coming into the conversation.
Yeah, that actually was more important. Anyway,
very much more. That and Dylan Love. Those are the two things we had to get to right off the top.
Definitely.
So, Nick, the guys who you've brought in, I know Joe Mixon talked about it. Daniil Hunter talked about it. Other guys have talked about it. They all bring up D'Amico's energy as a big positive coming in here. They bring up his background as a player, but his energy, and having seen his energy now in place on a sideline during a season, that was something you guys didn't have as a weapon, I'll call it, in free agency last year. Are you privy to the conversations that D'Amico has with these guys, and what's he like as a quasi-salesperson for you guys in bringing these guys in?
I think he's a pretty good recruiter, but he doesn't really have what you see is what you get. I mean, it's hard. Like, who doesn't want to play for D'Amico Ryans and be associated with a program that he's overseeing and running? I mean, his juice, his energy, I would say his consistency, his honesty, his authenticity. I mean, those are things that players want, and D'Amico has them in spades. And I think whatever conversations that he has with the players, like those are between, D'Amico and the player. I think we understand what we're looking for. We understand the types of people and the mindset that we want the players to possess that walk in the building. And I would say people and players feel that energy and feed off that energy, and it's real. I mean, you see it, if you're sitting in the stands or if you're watching on television. I mean, that's who he is. That's what makes him, I would say, the great coach and the great person that he is. And I think we're all very fortunate to have him as our head coach. And he doesn't have to worry about recruiting in college, but I think he does a pretty good job recruiting players in the NFL. And it's just about, in all seriousness, about laying out our program, what it's about, what the expectation is. And then ultimately the player has to make a choice whether or not that's a program they want to be affiliated with or not. So I'm glad I get to work with him. I've said this multiple times. I'm glad I get to work with DR on a day-to-day basis. Again, our conversations are they're great conversations. They're very honest. We're respectful of each other's viewpoints. We listen. My job is to listen to him, and in the end, we have to feel comfortable with the people that we're bringing in. But I think we are very like-minded in a lot of ways in terms of what we want the team to look like, and my job is to go out there and support him and the staff and just make sure we're identifying the right players that fit the profile of what we want in a Houston Texan football player.
When you look at some of the guys that you've either lost or have moved on from free agency, Devin Singletary, Sheldon Rankins, those are guys who got better deals this year in free agency than presumably were available to them when they signed one-year deals with the Texans. Do you start to get a sense that, okay, teams might look at the Texans as a place that, all right, a one-year prove-it deal makes sense for us here. This is a place where I can go and then either maybe get a contract like Dalton Schultz did or go off and get a better contract elsewhere like Singletary or Rankins.
Yeah, every player in every situation is different. Like, however they get here, whether it's a one-year deal, whether it's a two-year deal. But we're fortunate. We had a number of players that were here last year. I mean, you mentioned them. You throw JG in there as well. JG, Cash, Motor, Rank. I mean, great football players, great people. And, those are players that, we would have liked to have the opportunity to keep. We worked in a lot of those situations to try to keep them in the end, and it didn't work out. But certainly, we're grateful for what they provided for our program. We have a great deal of respect for them. I mean, they worked hard. They were a big part of what we're doing. Their contributions were significant. So, I mean, honestly, you're happy for those players that they earned an opportunity, that they earned. They deserve what they received because of what they did on the field. So, certainly wish those guys nothing but the best. You want them to go out there and continue to be great football players and great people in the community, which I would say they will be. But that's just some of the give and take and some of the, let's say, roster movement that takes place on a year-to-year basis. So I'm sure we're going to have another group of players that will be here, and then eventually they'll probably not be here. But our job is to kind of keep it moving and just try to identify the right folks. But I mean, those players in particular, I mean, nothing but respect and admiration and appreciation for what they did last year. They helped us, win a championship, and nobody can take that away from them.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Hey, Nick, can we rapid fire a few of the guys that have had injuries during the season and get updates on them from you real quick here?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not a doctor, but I'll do the best I can.
Dr.
Maybe
Nick.
I'll go. Maybe you should call Houston Methodist.
That's our guest at 9:00.
Go ahead.
How's Tank coming along?
Yeah, I mean, making progress. Ultimately, our training staff and doctors will make a determination about what a player's situation is. So, I mean, I'd be careful about reading, too much into any sort of commentary or what's going on with a player. I would say certainly Tank, he's making progress. And ultimately in the spring, it was about doing what we feel is best for each player. But, Tank's been here every day. Tank's working hard, so he's making progress. So taking it one day at a time. But you're certainly headed in the right direction.
What about Titus Howard?
Yeah, similar situation. Titus had some work done there in the offseason or after the season. Honestly, Titus is a tough dude. I mean, he's very tough, physically tough. He probably played more hurt than maybe people realized last year, and then ultimately, we decided to shut him down or had to shut him down. So, he's had a good attitude. Some of the pain has subsided, so I think the procedure that he had done hopefully will help him. But I mean, he's been here. He's been here every day, so he's starting to make progress. So, I mean, really the best thing for all these players is come in, work with our training staff, work with our sports performance staff, kind of take it one day at a time. As far as what the timing is when they're going to be on the field, we're not really too caught up in that. As long as you're just making progress and moving in the right direction, that's the most important thing. But certainly, I would say those two players you just mentioned are certainly, headed in the right direction.
And then Kenyon Green, where is he at right now?
Yeah, honestly, KG is probably as far along as he's been at any point. So, he's dealt with a lot, and I think he's excited about the off season here. So I think this will be the first really off season that he'll actually have the opportunity to train and actually go through an off season program. So certainly moving in the right direction, doing some things outside the building that are hopefully helping him become a better football player. So, I mean, as long as they work hard, as long as they have the right attitude, as long as they show up, as long as they're diligent and consistent, they're going to improve. And in terms of when they're on the field, we'll do what's best for the player. We'll do what's best for the team with really the eye. The most important thing is kind of making sure that they're ready to go for training camp when we need them. So we'll go through the spring, and once we get a little bit closer here, I think the official offseason program starts April 15th, so we'll kind of see whoever shows up, where those players are at that time, and then as we get into May, we'll kind of see what sort of progress they've made. But all three of those players have done the right things. They've done everything that we've asked them to do. They've approached it with the right mindset and mentality. So, certainly encouraged by the progress that they're making.
The last one, Nick, and obviously this is a different situation. It's not a football injury, but it's a medical situation. But Dylan Horton put the statement out last Monday, so we'd be remiss not to ask you about that and Dylan Horton and just what do you feel like I guess just your thoughts on his situation, obviously, but then the run up to him because he mentioned he wants to get back to football again.
Yeah, I mean, it's tremendous, like where he is with his situation. And I would say the thing that's honestly been the most inspiring has been his attitude the whole way through. I mean, he hasn't bitched one time about his condition, about his situation. He's had a very positive approach. And that's a lot for a young any person to handle, let alone a 22, 23-year-old kid who went through a rookie season, who played, 8 to 10 games, and then all of a sudden gets diagnosed with cancer. But I would say can't say enough about how Dylan has handled it, just his attitude and, where he is. And, from just a person health standpoint, to see that, knock on wood, his situation is under control and it's in remission. Hopefully we'll put everybody's mind at ease. But he's a great kid, a great human being, and it's really a human story more than it is a football story. So I would say that situation, you probably take a little bit more slowly because you don't want to necessarily exacerbate anything or put the player in a position where he's maybe not quite ready. So that's a true one day at a time. He's probably behind some of the other folks, but honestly, that's irrelevant more than anything. The fact that he has his situation under control is a credit to him and honestly a credit to the doctors that he's worked with. So I think we're fortunate to have some of the best medical folks in the world in Houston, and our players reap the benefits as a result. So, but happy for Dylan and where he is.
Yeah, and with Dylan Horton, the thing that really jumped out at me watching him both his last year in college and then last year was like, man, that's a big dude. And you look at him as a defensive end, but he can go down and play inside. And Danico Autry is it fits that bill to a certain extent. So the way the offseason unfolded or free agency unfolded, it felt like, okay, you guys signed Danico Autry. He'll be nice, opposite of Will Anderson. He can go down and play defensive tackle on passing downs. But then all of a sudden, Danielle Hunter comes into the fold. Are you looking at Danico as a guy that's going to rotate at defensive end? I mean, he doesn't strike me as a guy who could be a full-time 3-technique, or am I wrong on that?
Yeah, I think what we try to do is just create some front flexibility. So you have some guys that can play on the end of the line of scrimmage. We have some guys that are specifically interior players. We have some players that maybe have some outside-inside flexibility. So I'd say we have a lot of players that have a lot of experience, that have played a lot of football. I mean, even on the inside. I mean, Fadakasi has started 33 games over the last 2 years for Jacksonville. I mean, Settle played 400 snaps last year. Khalil gave us some, 200 or 300 snaps last year. And then we have some guys that can kind of float inside that play on the perimeter as well. As a matter of fact, we're kind of working through free agency. I'd say there might be a player or two that pops up where we can add them to the group. So we're going to play 8 or 9 defensive linemen. D'Amico has said this. It starts at the front. So we're just trying to create as much flexibility and optionality in front as possible. I would say specific to D'Amico, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, like, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, and a really good football player who cares about football. And we've had to play against him over the last couple of years in, Tennessee, and then he was in Indianapolis. But glad he's on our side, and, we're excited about what potentially he could bring to our front.
How about Azeez El-Shaair? As long as we're doing scouting reports, kind of close things out on all the bigger names in the class.
And get Sean to pronounce it properly, and me too as well, but mostly Sean.
We're going to go through the entire team.
No. Just Azeez will be the last one we do this on. I promise.
I'd say Azeez is a football playing Jesse. I mean, what did he have? 160 some tackles last year. I'd say, and this is out of, respectfully, Zaire Franklin is a damn good football player. I'm just saying there's some similarities between those two players. Yeah. I would say that their play style, how they play. Azeez has a lot of leadership, has a lot of toughness. Obviously, he has experience playing in this defense and playing for D'Amico. But, I mean, this was a guy that if we had the opportunity to add to our team, quite frankly, like we tried to add him to the team last year, and it didn't work out, and then we had to play against him, and I think he made every tackle in the Tennessee game. So, but I mean, awesome dude. Like, his story, I mean, not to get into his story, but like his story coming out of Florida Atlantic, wasn't drafted, kind of how he got on campus. I mean, the more time you spend with him, matter of fact, the coach that recruited him to Florida Atlantic is Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio and I were together in New England. Nick's out there with Coach McVay and the Rams right now. But I would say the fact that Azeez is where he is, I mean, honestly, it's a credit to him and his toughness and his resilience. And the guy's a good football player, and we think he's, going to be a big asset to our team and our program.
Nick, I'm gonna send you some clips from Zaire Franklin's podcast. He loves C.J. Stroud and hates himself for loving C.J. Stroud. He's so old school. Like, he wants to despise his opponent, and he feels.
I love Zaire Franklin. This guy, like, when you play the Colts, if you don't get a hat on Zaire, he's going to make every tackle, which is why he had 170 tackles. Now he's got 2 big oxes in front of him, and Buckner and Stewart, that keep people off him. But, I mean, Franklin is a damn good football player, probably an underrated player. Not a lot of people talk about him, but they should.
Yeah. I like how all these Indianapolis people like Pat McAfee hate themselves for loving you guys, Nick, personally.
Well, we got to keep winning games.
Yeah, so that's true.
Otherwise, they can go back to.
Hey, no, I know. I let me get out over my skis. You don't go.
You and Pat can have that conversation.
There you go.
Sean just wrote up a headline: Zaire Franklin only good because of the studs in front of him.
That's right.
Yeah.
I don't think he would like to hear that on his podcast.
No.
Which
God,
is not
no.
true, by the way. But
yeah. Hey, Nick, quick CJ question. Because we've hardly mentioned him at all in this conversation. Are you more impressed by the 192 pass attempts that he led into the season without an interception, or I counted these last night, the 198 that he closed the season without an interception?
Sean, you did a lot of work before the show started.
I did, man. I did math.
Yeah, you're doing math.
Thank you.
You were counting.
Yes.
Really, what those two, I would say, statistics show is just decision making is at a premium at that position. And CJ is very conscious of taking care of the football, understanding where to go with the ball, understanding maybe how to mitigate a play and not make it a bad play. But the most important job the quarterback has, among many things, is taking care of the football is number one. So if you take care of the football, then you at least give yourself an opportunity offensively to score points or do something. I mean, I know it's a simple way to look at it, but if you look at it through these terms as a quarterback, if you end every possession in a kick, so what does that mean? It's either going to be a field goal, a PAT, or a punt.
Mm-hmm.
That means you didn't give the ball to the other team. So I know it's kind of a simple way to look at it, but then when you look at kind of how CJ has played, how he played last year, he was able to take care of the football and make good decisions. I'd say for all of us, I mean, it's only going to get harder. So now we have a year under our program. There's 17 games or 18 or 19 games, however many we played, of CJ playing. So there's a lot of good coaches in this league. So we're going to have to figure out ways to continue to improve on our end and make adjustments where necessary. But when a quarterback takes care of the ball that well, it just puts the offense in a better position, and you don't put the team in harm's way.
Texans GM Nick Caserio joining us. Nick, I guess we'll we'll talk to you again probably closer to the draft, and then of course you and I will do our smack off preview on the show when May and June roll.
More important than the draft, probably more than likely. So, if there's not going to be any mock drafts because everyone's going to be mad because we don't have first round picks, are we going to have to do a pre-draft call? We probably will, but that's okay.
Yeah, no, there'll still be.
We'll mix it in. We'll mix it in.
You traded out of the first round just to get out of a press conference. That's
there might be some truth to that. Actually,
that sounds like
this is where we find out if Omar is standing right there next to Nick.
That was a little insight back to when we used to have to go sign up for classes in person in college. That was kind of like I had a lot of thinking like that going on.
That's great.
You had some do it for you. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, all the football.
Yeah,
players.
all the preferential treatment you get at Cornell.
Cornell with the football team. It's a big football.
Professor
factory.
calls you down at the beginning of this semester. It's like, listen, you're screwed.
Yeah.
You're gonna get a big time treatment? No, you're screwed, Seth. Yeah.
Well, Nick, we successfully made it through this conversation without me getting any push notifications that a player that I still want got signed. So get back to work, okay?
I'm happy to please. No, thanks for the time, fellas.
Thank you, Nick. We appreciate the time very much. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate you. All right. There you go. Texans Executive Vice President and GM Nick Caserio joining us. Probably the longest conversation we've had with him, and he's got the most work to do. So that's, No, look, Seth, no big signings that I'm seeing here. So didn't take
I thought one of the nuggets that was most interesting was him just saying that there seems to be more. I would call it double crossing, but I think the way he framed it sounded more like maybe guys backing out of deals or realizing, okay, we might have agreed to something early in the tampering period, or maybe the agent agreed to something. I don't want to put any words into Nick's mouth before the tampering period, but and this was all in the context of discussing the Danielle Hunter story, where the Texans seem to have not realized at the very beginning of free agency that Danielle Hunter would have an interest in the Texans. There's more movement than perhaps Mike Florio and others would want you to believe.
Yeah.
Florio likes to believe that everything is all signed, sealed, and delivered right there on day one. Sounds like there's a little bit of, I would call it backstabbing and double crossing, but I think maybe Nick would just call it movement from what you thought it would be.
Yep. We're getting a lot of texts from people. Did he talk about the weird Vikings trade? He did. Didn't really show his cards, I would say, other than to say something he said before, which is they look at the draft in groups of players. And I think if we're to read into the Nick's answer about moving back from 23 to 42, is I think it's kind of what it looked like on Friday when the deal got made, which is 23 is a bit of a dead zone for some of the positions they're looking at. They feel the guys at 40, he said 25 through 40, but they're picking 42. But I think the spirit of what he's saying, I think, still applies, which is I think they've got a specific group of players in mind that are very, very similar, and there's going to be plenty of those guys left over at 42. And, oh, by the way, we get a second-round pick next year, and he didn't say this, but they're also paying 42 $1 million or $1 million or $2 million less than they'd be paying the guy they get at 23. It's sort of a quasi way to open up a little bit of cap space too.
Yeah, and that also too the timing of that trade was interesting, where they would have opened up some cap space, while also potentially if they'd tried to trade for Keenan Allen, and we didn't bother asking about Keenan Allen because that would end up being like an easy trap for tampering that he probably wouldn't have answered anything close to.
Yeah.
So we asked, like, hey, the reports are you tried to trade for Keenan Allen.
We always try to do what's in the best interest of the team.
Yeah,
we can't really talk about a player on another team.
Yeah. But the timing of the trade out of the first round might have coincided with potentially getting Keenan Allen out here. So if maybe he was leaning towards something like that anyway, and he figured, okay, this lines up with, if we had to pick at 42, we still feel okay about it.
Yeah.
But the trade in terms of draft compensation and everything did work out in favor of the Texans. So presumably he feels like we didn't lose anything. If we want to trade back up into the first round, there would be an opportunity.
Yep. People, did you ask about Malik Collins? You had a long conversation. We got people dipping in at the end here. We did ask about Malik Collins. And
the Malik Collins answer, I felt like, because I had framed it in a way that it didn't seem like it might have gone quite according to plan, and he didn't give us any nuggets on that. I don't think, other than I don't think he sounded. He didn't sound overly distraught over losing Malik Collins. It sounds like that might have been in the works, regardless, one way or the other.
That was my read at the beginning of that answer. He said there was interest in Malik Collins last year from other teams, and they chose to hang on to him, and now they're choosing to trade him. Yeah, there were a few people on the text page that read into that answer like that D'Amico doesn't like Malik Collins, and I don't know where, I don't know where you mix D'Amico into the whole thing, other than Nick is pretty clear, and he said this a couple times in the conversation, and I think this is something that if you had asked people 2 years ago that Nick would be saying these things, they might have been surprised, because that was an entire Nick Caserio show back when David Culley was the coach. But I think Nick's pretty clear, and I think you can see with the moves they make, he is clearly, to me, doing things to put together a D'Amico Ryans type team. There's nothing about what he's doing where it's like Patriot South or anything like that.
No. I think especially, he mentioned multiple times, he talks to D'Amico about all this stuff.
Every move.
Whenever he make a move. But look, Aziz Alshire, that's a D'Amico guy. Like Nick said, they tried to get him last year. He ended up going to Tennessee. I think that they were going after, if they were indeed going after Eric Armstead at one point, that's obviously a D'Amico guy. So, and this entire offseason so far, or free agency period, has been much more about the defense than it has been the offense. So, in that regard, yes, I feel like D'Amico's obviously got a lot of influence on all of this. I'm encouraged that they were going after Keenan Allen, and that they're aggressively going after this 2-year quarterback rookie window.
Yes,
I understated how much I thought that Nick would be like really trying to capitalize on the rookie window versus thinking extreme long term. Like the trade attempt at Keenan Allen especially, and then everything else, the Danielle Hunter 2-year guaranteed deal, that feels 100% like, okay, we've got a rookie quarterback on his rookie contract. We got a second-year quarterback on his rookie contract. Let's utilize this cap space and make this team as good as possible right this very moment.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll continue to go back through some of the things that we discussed just now with Texans GM Nick Caserio, but a lot of positivity, man, out there in the marketplace. Nick was not ready to lean into the positivity. I was bringing that up at the end. He's just silent. He's like, yeah, we got to win football games.
Sean tried to give him a championship belt for winning the offseason.
I did.
We all know how much GMs and coaches love to be the ones talked about is winning the offseason.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, so we'll circle back to some of the things Nick had to say, but big thanks to Nick Caserio for spending time with us here on a Monday to go through the Texans offseason. Stay there.
Hey, Bayway Ram on 225 and
Conditions apply.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, hey, quick note, and my apologies to Mark Vandermeer. He texted me this like an hour and 15 minutes ago, maybe, like in the 7 o'clock hour. And I said, yeah, I'll mention that when I come back on air. But as our producer, Ben Gary, knows, my attention span is about 15 seconds. When I tell Ben, like, hey, bump in with this audio, and then he plays it, and I step all over it. I have a very short attention span. I say all that to say Will Anderson is going to be on Texans All Access tonight. So Mark and John have Will Anderson, who is one of the...
Hopefully they can get a word or two out of him.
Yeah, he's the jaws of life to get something out of Will Anderson.
Poor Danielle Hunter. Like, we're so accustomed to Will Anderson that Danielle Hunter got up there and couldn't have been more pleasant. But I was kind of I was waiting for him to jump out of his skin the way Will Anderson does.
Yeah.
He's just so animated all the time.
Kind of like the yin and the yang, though, like because they're the new dynamic duo here on the edge. One's like super energetic, the other one is a kind of a serial killer,
Well, yeah, I feel like it's kind of like the old bull and the young bull up on the hill talking about, their plans for the future. I feel like Danielle Hunter's the old bull. Kind of like, just settle down, young fella.
Yeah.
There's plenty of time to get these quarterbacks.
I do think I actually had that as a question to ask Nick, but we just didn't get to. There's a lot we didn't get to. But I do wonder with the Danielle Hunter signing if some of the, call it economies of scale of signing somebody to a big contract like that is that, especially in football, that's such an interdependent sport, is that you get Danielle Hunter, and you're going to get your bang for your buck with his 16 sacks or whatever he's getting, but there's going to be an effect on Will Anderson in having Danielle Hunter too. Like, you're going to get the best version of Will Anderson that you can get with Danielle Hunter over there.
Honestly, with Danielle Hunter and then also Danico Autry, there's also, when you're on a team that rotates their defensive linemen, there's just that constant onslaught of guys that are coming after you. It starts to wear psychologically on a quarterback by the third or fourth quarter. Like, why we keep getting hit? We're having to keep our back end to chip and pass protect, which makes it even that much harder on the quarterback. So I think there's that. One of the more interesting parts of an interview when he called Danico Autry a bad MFer.
Yeah.
That was good. But they'll also keep this in mind for Danico Autry. As we talked about last week, compared to Jonathan Grenard, Danielle Hunter, compared to Jonathan Grenard, Danielle Hunter just plays a massive percentage of the snaps. Plays like 90+% of the snaps, where Jonathan Grenard was much more of a rotate in 55% of the snaps type of guy. I'm guessing that Danielle Hunter plays fewer than the 1,000 snaps he had last year. So typically what happens then is guys are just that much more efficient. If your legs are fresher, you can come careening off the edge that much faster in the fourth quarter. And hopefully that's what you actually end up getting kind of an upgrade on Danielle Hunter's performance after he had one of the best seasons of his career last year.
Are you comfortable with an interior of the defensive line where the starters, and I know they rotate. I know Kirk Heinisch is going to be part of it, and Khalil Davis is going to be part of it. It feels like the top two guys right now are Tim Settle that they signed last week and Foley Fatukasi that they signed last week. Where are you with the interior right now?
The thing I guess I worry about at times is just depending on what packages are out there. Danielle Hunter is not as big and strong of a run defender, but he makes a lot of splash plays and tackles for a loss. But that, you're going to have to make some decisions on like basic body types sometimes on the defensive line, depending on which team you're facing. But I'm okay with those guys. I mean, the problem was that we were kind of teased with the prospect of having Eric Armstead as well as all those defensive ends. And Eric Armstead's more is a 3 technique than any of the guys on the team are right now. I do think that when you can play Danico Autry at 3 technique, in those circumstances, that's a pretty scary assortment along the defensive line. When you're more in run stop mode and you have those bigger body guys in there, they're capable NFL players. They're not like rookie free agents that you're just trying to see if they're going to work out or not. I think the biggest difference there is the Texans might feel like they've got guys that are going to be more about their run responsibilities than when they had Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins in there. Because like Malik and Sheldon were both guys that would anchor down versus double teams. They would play their run, but they were also they're prone to getting knocked laterally at times because they're those types of athletes. The guys they have right now may be a little bit more solid, but they certainly don't provide as much from a pass rush standpoint.
text message on Armstead. If they're aggressively going after these next 2 years and getting D'Amico's players, all caps now, how did they miss on Armstead? I think there's being aggressive, and then I think there's being silly, and I think that contract, 3 years, $51 million for a guy who's going to be 31, and we have another text asking, hey, does Armstead have a partially torn meniscus that needs to be fixed?
Yeah.
Yes, he does, and that's what I was going to mention. He's coming off a season where he played with some serious knee pain, and he's in his 30s. 3 years, $51 million. That's a lot of money.
Well, no, and I'll tell you, too, because I saw a lot of people that aren't happy so far with the offseason, and they're kind of fixated on the almosts. Like I did a YouTube video this weekend about the Texans almost trading for Keenan Allen, and I've never gotten so many people angry over talking about something that almost happened. They only care about results, damn it. If you go into free agency and you win every single guy you bid for, that's when I would put that into the stupid money category.
Yes.
That's if you're saying no matter what, we're going to get Saquon Barkley, no matter what, we're going to get Keenan Allen, then I would say those are the teams that spend so frivolously and get so little bang for the buck. So I'd rather err on the side of, all right, yeah, we put in a shot. We made respectable offers for Saquon Barkley. They made a very respectable trade offer for Keenan Allen. It was probably a little bit more lucrative than the one the Bears had offered. But for whatever reason, the Chargers decide to work with the Bears, maybe just to send Keenan Allen out of the conference. So I think they're being appropriately aggressive. They landed Danielle Hunter. They actually probably, the way it was reported, they pretty much had to bail on the Eric Armstead deal because of that. So they were actually super aggressive in that regard, that they took whatever, maybe got less compensation from Malik Collins just to finish off that trade than they would have liked. But I'm A-okay with how aggressive they're being right now.
I thought he gave a good answer on the Joe Mixon situation, and how they handled that internally, that that it was definitely something that they hit. And what I'm referring to, because we actually have a few people like, what are you guys talking about with Joe Mixon? I'm a little lost. In 2014, there was an incident when Joe Mixon was at Oklahoma where he hit a woman. Now, there's a lot of detail, a lot of nuance to the situation. She allegedly used a racial slur and it, got up in his face and so forth. But it's 10 years ago. He paid the price for it. He was suspended for a year at Oklahoma, and he's been a solid citizen with the Cincinnati Bengals. But I was curious, and I think a lot of people were, as to whether or not that's part of the conversation before you make the move for the guy. And Nick said it absolutely was, and they talked about it, and that and
the way you said it too was that they'd already had conversations about him previously too. So this isn't something that was completely out of the blue. It sounds like by the time they found out that Joe Mixon was scheduled to be released, they'd already done homework on him. They doubled back and kind of rechecked up on that. We didn't mention that Bill Lazor's on the staff. He had been Joe Mixon's offensive coordinator back in Mixon's first couple years, so they've got firsthand experience with him. And I guess we didn't touch on whether or not they talked to the McNairs about Joe Mixon, but it sounded almost like he'd been cleared previously in whatever capacity to come to the Texans.
Yeah. So that absolutely came up during the vetting of Joe Mixon before he came here. Look, they gave him a 3-year, $27 million deal. The behavior of the team seems to indicate we're perfectly comfortable with Joe Mixon, the person and the player.
Yeah, and as far as just Joe Mixon, the football player, I think that the consistency and durability is the big thing you gain in him compared to Devin Singletary, but also just him already being acquainted with a similar scheme and having thrived in that scheme. You don't have to worry about, I think, a lot of the hiccups that you could have had or that the Texans had last year. It's one of the if this time of year you start thinking about all the various ways that, oh, great boy, if they don't do this like they did last year, oh, the schedule's a lot tougher this year. Yeah, that's all true. The schedule is a lot tougher this year. At the very least, though, I anticipate the Texans being much better in the run game in the first part of the season than they were last year.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that's still probably not talked a lot about outside of Houston, because they didn't have to watch it week in and week out, was how C.J. Stroud was doing all of this without the assistance of any kind of a run game, other than one or two nice little efforts there in the first half of the season. It was rough, and C.J. was really doing it all on his own in terms of just the passing game standing by itself.
Yep.
Hopefully that'll be different this first half of the season.
Man, what would we be saying today if they had made the trade for Keenan Allen on Friday? I mean, that would have been a bombshell.
It would be where I see a lot of people starting to talk about the Texans as a sneaky Super Bowl contender and that they really like this offseason. They've filled in enough holes that, okay, I almost feel like we're actually a little bit more hesitant about it here than some of the people outside of Houston.
Yeah.
But it's true, especially if they had signed Keenan Allen. That's a scary threesome there between Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and Keenan Allen playing in the slot. Aaron Wilson had reported that Keenan Allen is in line with a very specific type of receiver that they're looking for. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that means a veteran slot receiver, because Keenan Allen is much more of a slot receiver than Tank Dell is. That would lead me to believe that maybe Tyler Boyd from the Bengals is still a potential veteran signee who's out there. And I'm wondering, too, the other thing that it made me rethink was, okay, right now everybody feels like all these guys in the draft are it's like for the wide receivers, very enticing. It's a very good wide receiver class. But maybe that does depress the wide receiver market a little bit, and that a guy like Tyler Boyd maybe isn't getting exactly what he was hoping in free agency, and the Texans have maybe it's a more reasonable contract to bring somebody like that in as a guy that can be your actual slot receiver.
I think we would be, if they traded for Keenan Allen, I think we would definitely be saying, man, they're going for it.
Yeah,
and I think even not getting Keenan Allen, I think that still applies. The mere attempt to get Keenan Allen.
They offered a better, or technically better deal than what the Bears did for Keenan Allen. So, yeah, I think you can certainly say they're all in on him. They weren't even outbid for Keenan Allen. It was just the Chargers, for whatever reason, decided to send Keenan Allen out of the conference. So, yeah, they're all in. Like, that's the Danielle Hunter trade. All of that speaks very much to, okay, we do have this cap space for the next 2 years.
Yeah.
If we decide to lock down Nico Collins next year or something, we can push that off. We don't have to start paying on that contract until after all of this big money from these 2 seasons is paid off. And it's a different mindset for sure than it's been for a long time around here.
It's exciting.
But it doesn't feel like they're mortgaging the future the way Bill O'Brien was back in 2020 when he got very aggressive.
No, let's talk about that, because it appears, and Tyler Dunn, Go Long TD, national football writer, did a really good long-form piece on the Texans this weekend. And you're going to get pretty excited when you hear what the money excerpt was from his piece, because it plays right into what Seth is saying about how the Texans have approached free agency this year. They may be the only team that's trying to get into the mix. It appears to be operating with a plan. So we'll talk about that coming up next. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic. Men'sTeaClinic.com.
Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Do we agree with Tyler Dunn, golongtd.com, former writer for, I believe, Bleacher Report? Had a long-form piece on the Houston Texans on his website. It's behind a paywall, but it's a really good piece. The headline is Houston Texans represent the clearest path to the Super Bowl, and the money excerpt from this piece, and he goes through how important the Danielle Hunter signing was. He went through how important the Robert Woods signing was last year. Boy, he really bought heavy into Robert Woods being a veteran with options last year. And I maybe might put Dalton Schultz in this same category, too, last year, that just came in and completely trusted the vision of D'Amico Ryans. And for those two guys, Bobby Slowick as well on the offense. Sounds like it was very strongly intimated that they were going to be drafting a quarterback with the number 2 pick in the draft, which they did, a good one. But he says nearly all teams, this is Tyler Dunn saying this, Seth, nearly all teams spending big bucks made if X then Y calculations. Maybe the math adds up. Atlanta's offense could be deadly. Talking to Kirk Cousins signing. Ridley could take Will Levis to a new level. All the above, however, are obviously crossing their fingers. In reality, there's a short list of teams that can declare themselves contenders as of March 2024, and the Texans join the party with their spending. In other words, the Texans' spending made a whole lot more sense addressing specific needs than teams like the Titans going, you know what? Let's just go ahead and get us a wide receiver and spend $92 million on it. You know,
right.
that the Texans just did things that seemed to make a whole lot more sense, I guess.
Yeah, if you look at the odds right now for where the Texans are, like I'm looking at the Vegas Insider has them as the 9th favorite, but some of the teams like in close proximity, the Dolphins. Like, do you consider the Dolphins as better odds or worse odds than the Texans right now?
I think the Texans are a better football team than the Dolphins right now.
Yeah, I think especially given that the losses of the Dolphins have had.
Yes.
They're shuffling to try to recapture or retain what they already had. I mean, the Eagles are just above them as well, and I look at the addition of Saquon Barkley was really, really good, and it should help Jalen Hurts out a lot. But I think more important than anything is whether Kellen Moore can actually turn that into an NFL offense with Jalen Hurts at the helm. Because if Saquon Barkley's just back there taking handoffs from shotgun and running like a simplified high school offense, Saquon Barkley's going to get destroyed, and it won't be his fault. It won't be his fault at all. It's hard for me to look at the Eagles right now and think that their trajectory isn't going backwards.
Yes.
And I like the Texans better than the Eagles.
I do too. Who are some of the other teams that are hovering around them on that odds board you're looking at?
So the Texans and the Packers are so much in the very same boat in so many ways. And this isn't Vegas Insider. This was Dov Cleveland had put them as stake.com.
Okay.
So the Packers are just behind. Oh no, they're tied with the Texans at plus 2,200 for next year's
Packers
Super Bowl.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with what you said there about the Pat. Very similar. You know,
the Rams and the Jaguars are just behind the Packers and behind the Texans and the
good.
Packers.
Yeah. Okay, I like that.
The Jaguars, man. So if Calvin Ridley had stayed with the Jaguars, would they have been? That would have put them above the Texans most likely in people's minds for Super Bowl contenders.
You
or
think?
No?
I don't know. It's a good question. So they'd have a wide receiving core of Ridley, Gabe Davis, Zay Jones. Yeah, it's a lot of weapons. Maybe. So much of this is predicated on quarterback, and I don't know what the market thinks of Trevor Lawrence. I know what I think of Trevor Lawrence. I think he's a little overrated, and I don't think he's the generational prospect that everybody thought he was. So I think. Maybe Seth, if Ridley had signed there, possibly. I think ultimately it's Trevor Lawrence that probably is the sort of the barometer for that team.
Let me just check to be sure that the Panthers aren't right up where the Texans are. No, dead last. They're still dead last, just in case anybody wondered.
Oh man,
I do like the Panthers. The Panthers have done their best Sean Payton impression in trying to build a offense around a tiny quarterback.
Yeah.
They go out, they get massive guards, like to protect anything from up the middle collapsing on their tiny little guy. they trade for Deontay Johnson, a guy that can definitely separate, whereas the Panthers, despite drafting a young wide receiver last year higher than Tank Dell, didn't have anybody that could separate on their team. So I feel like they are doing the right things to try to help Bryce Young out, but Vegas doesn't seem to be all that impressed.
They're not that impressed with the moves they're making right now.
No.
That's too bad. That's too bad. That'll be an interesting one, man. Canales, the new coach there. Are you still, do you think, Bryce Young, does he get salvaged this year, do you think?
Does he get does he do enough to, for them to not start thinking about the options? For them,
yes, for them to not do what it seems like teams are doing more and more, which is just bailing on quarterbacks, even if they drafted them high, after 2 years.
Yeah, you pointed it out in the show prep at least, how many, just from the last few classes, that C.J. Stroud's probably going to be the only guy that, barring whatever happens with Anthony Richardson, C.J. Stroud might be the only guy that was worth drafting. I think that if you look at look at Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett, this is the biggest tragedy about Kenny Pickett, is that he has reportedly acted like an entitled little spoiled brat anytime he's faced any adversity. And I think it's because he thinks of himself as a first-round quarterback, because he was drafted in the first round, when in reality, up until this past decade or so, Kenny Pickett should have been a third-round quarterback.
Yes.
Zach Wilson should have been a second-round quarterback. All these guys, if the quarterback position weren't so valuable, were guys that in previous generations would have been second, third, and fourth-round quarterbacks, and yet they've got the egos of a first-rounder because teams are so desperate to take these guys.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I would say if Bryce Young doesn't show substantial improvement this year, you gotta cut bait on him. You gotta let that little fella fly.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. Yeah, it's interesting, man. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, J.J. McCarthy is sneaking up, and then all you got to do is go back and look. C.J. Stroud might be the only good quarterback that's been drafted since the 2020 class that had Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert and Tua. And I think Jordan Love was a first-rounder that year, too. I mean, that's 4 solid to excellent quarterbacks. In the first round I'm talking about, because obviously Brock Purdy is a good quarterback. He was a 7th-round pick. But just in the first round, the 2021 class, Seth, is a Zach Wilson trade away from Trevor Lawrence being the only one that's still on the team that drafted him. And they haven't even we haven't even gotten to the deadline for 5th-year options on these guys yet. And they're all on other teams. It's crazy. It's crazy.
So what was Tyler Dunn saying about how important the Robert Woods signing was last year?
He was saying that it kind of sent Robert Woods could have gone to a lot of places as a veteran guy where it was, where he knew, he would have known who the quarterback was. He would have been probably more guaranteed of winning at a decent level, that there was a lot of trust when Robert Woods came and visited as a free agent. He was blown away by DeMeco Ryans, blown away by Bobby Slowick, and was very enticed by the opportunity to play with a young quarterback here. But it was mostly DeMeco and Bobby Slowick, just talking about how much trust they engendered with Robert Woods on his visit.
Who had said some really nice things about Bobby Slowick was Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
And I can't remember, was it in his McAfee interview or when he was on Within the Loop?
I think it was. I think it was on In the Loop, like during training camp, maybe.
Oh, okay. Oh, was that what during? Okay, I thought maybe he revisited it during their Super Bowl.
And he may have, but I remember him saying things. The thing he said on In the Loop, he answered the question. I don't know if it was the question, but Schultz answered it in a way where he said, "Man, if I'd been in this type of offense for the last however many years, that kind of thing."
Yeah,
that was during training camp Within the Loop, and I'm sure he's had great things to say. He being Schultz has had great things to say about Slowick since then as well.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now he'll say nothing but the most gushing things ever.
Right.
The man he came to. I think he played the free agency market the right way.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I don't think that money was necessarily, and I don't think he was going to get better than what the Texans gave him in free agency.
Man,
that might be the one area where if people wanted to be the Texans more aggressive, it doesn't feel aggressive, and yet they did offer Dalton Schultz probably. That's a pretty damn competitive offer, even if Dalton Schultz had been in free agency.
Yeah. We have a texter, Nick Caserio, used the word football playing Jesse to describe Aziz Al-Shire, and we have a texter requesting that Nick not do that again because it was a trigger for him back to the David
football playing Jesse.
Yeah. It was bringing up bad memories.
That's I know. Now that I'd heard it once from David Culley, and I could never remember hearing it before. I must have heard it more frequently than I did because I notice it every single time now.
Yeah.
Like Mark Schlereth will say it every now and then.
Yep.
I think I saw John Lynch call somebody a football playing Jesse.
Yeah.
So it's all right. It's weird. It feels like it needs to be a Southern guy saying it though.
Yeah.
Schlereth's not a Southern guy, but he's from Alaska, which in my mind weirdly somehow is similar.
South of the North Pole. Yeah. Who said it again, Ben? Football playing Jesse?
Football playing Jesse.
Yeah, that's right. That was gimmick infringement by Nick. He's infringing on David Culley's gimmick, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. We had some Astros in the 9 o'clock hour. We haven't talked much at all about the Astros possibly going after Blake Snell. In fact, let's circle over to that next. The Texans have made big signings. Are the Astros trying to keep up with the Houston Texans here with what they're possibly doing? We will get to that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Talked to Nick Caserio earlier in the show. We'll talk more about our conversations with him. Did get one I did see a tweet from Patrick Storm. He mentioned the question. We kind of rapid-fired some injured players with Nick, and he gave us updates on them. What did you take away from his answer about Kenyon Green? He seemed pretty positive about Kenyon Green, like the fact that it was his first offseason where he was fully healthy, didn't have to deal with rehabbing an injury. It made me feel a little better.
I think the biggest thing with Kenyon Green is if you go back and kind of cherry pick out the moments when he was healthy in his rookie season especially, he actually did some good things. I remember in the Chicago game 2 years ago, early in the season, I thought, like, all right, this guy's really doing some good stuff. And then I believe the Raiders game was shortly thereafter where he got injured in the middle of the Raiders game, and that seemed to be a setback that he never really recovered from. But then he had some nice moments after that too. So I think if you focus on the things that he has shown that he can do versus some of the veteran players, then there's potential there. He also, that rookie year, he just had, like, as he was playing injured, had just an incredible slate of facing. Remember, I had gone back.
It was a gauntlet.
I looked at I found a list of the top 10 defensive tackles in the league, and he had faced like 6 of them over a 6-week period. It was crazy. It was a gauntlet that he was running while also banged up and injured. So for me, with him, a lot of it is just, all right, is his body built for the NFL? Can he stay healthy? He doesn't. He's got a guy that looks like an adolescent in some respects still, and my very, non-medically based opinion on that is, okay, maybe he just needed to mature a little bit, or he's just not built for the NFL. We'll find out.
I can't wait. That's honestly, like, training camp, it's fairly high up my list. I can't wait to see what Kenyon Green looks like. I
mean, you'll start to see that during mini camps and everything.
That's true. Yeah. Like whenever the next reveal of players is, I'm kind of anxious for that. So the latest for the Astros. We're 10 days away from the season opener, man, against the Yankees in New York. We know Garrett Cole won't be pitching in that game. Who will be pitching for the Astros in that game? I guess as of right now, probably Framber. But Bob Nightingale of USA Today reported over the weekend that Blake Snell has informed the Astros. Blake Snell, Cy Young winner, has informed the Astros he's willing to sign a shorter deal, a 2-year, $66 million contract with an opt-out after 2024. And the quote from Nightingale is, the Astros are intrigued, club official says, but are the latest team to balk at his asking price. So Blake Snell's having a tough time finding teams that want to pay him $33 million a year right now.
Are you what's the number that would actually get the Astros to sign a contract?
Probably somewhere in the mid-20s, I would think.
Yeah.
I would think somewhere around, like, somewhere between, like, 21 and 25, something like that.
And then with the 1-year opt-out, I mean, that's there's a part of me that just kind of like with Carlos Correa. No, I'm not going to give you a deal. No matter what we've done for Justin Verlander, that's different, okay, buddy? Don't be comparing yourself to Justin Verlander. For one thing, when I look at Justin Verlander's game log, I see 7 innings pitched quite a bit.
Yeah.
Blake Snell acts Blake Snell acts like he's the pitching version of Cal Ripken or something when he goes 6 innings. So no, I'm not inclined to do that for young Blake Snell.
I would do it. I would do it. The pitching just makes me nervous right now. There's not a single pitcher that you can name, and they've got a ton of them that are going to be potential starters for the team this year that don't have some sort of glitch right now. Either medical or
Urquidy. Yeah, Urquidy ends up having elbow soreness on Friday. So, I mean, when you go, okay, Framber, Christian Javier, if we just start off there.
Yeah.
Where's your confidence level on Framber and Javier?
It's
like on a scale of 1 to 10.
That they're going to get back to what they were when they were good?
2 years ago, yeah.
2 years ago, that we get the 2022 versions of both of those guys. Like a 4, maybe.
Oh,
like a 4. I
mean, 5 on that.
Well,
I feel better about Javier because of his body weight.
Yeah. Well, and you're not asking Javier to do. You're asking more of Framber. Framber was one of the best pitchers in baseball that year. Javier was a guy who really wasn't even a full-time starter until the postseason rolled around.
But
he was great.
If he'd had more innings, remember, he didn't qualify for a lot of the rankings, so he was actually a top 10 pitcher in a lot of regards.
You're right.
Except that he was never listed on the leaderboards for that. So, but with Christian Javier, I guess last year it makes more sense that he took a step back, given that was his first year as a full-time starter. So I guess maybe Javier, I feel better about regaining that form. Urquidy and his elbow is not making me feel good. The Lance, obviously, and Garcia. I guess, who do you feel better about those two returning from injury? Garcia, just by default.
Yeah, and I love Lance McCullers, but I don't know how you can feel great about anything going on medically. It's kind of funny. There's 8 pitchers, and there's question marks with all of them, and they're all in two-person tag teams. Like the injured tag team is Justin Verlander and Jose Urquidy. The what the hell happened in the second half of last season tag team is Framber and Christian Javier. We may be really pushing the extent of the amount of innings these guys can pitch because they're so young. Duo is JP France and Hunter Brown, and then you've got the Tommy John brothers in Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers.
I call it's the buddy system, Sean.
Yeah, man.
I think that's strong leadership by Joe Espada.
It is.
I think Espada says, "Hey, look,
Good job,
we want to be sure." We want to be sure that these guys get together and write in their journals tonight every night together.
Oh my God, yeah, good job, way to go, Joe. You go.
I feel better about all this malaise I have because I know that each one of these guys is not alone on his journey.
Sean, they play the Yankees here, sir, not in New York in 10 days. That's right. I'm projecting I will be in New York when the Astros are opening the season against the Yankees. I didn't mess up and plan to go to New York and misread the schedule. We had plans to go to New York anyways, Amy and I did. But I look forward.
You're gone that week too?
That's the same
week.
Which
weeks are you? How many weeks are you gone?
It's the same week you and I talked about last week. Yeah, and it's
Which
only
week is that?
It's 3 days. It's next week. I'm gone
next week.
Wednesday, Thursday.
3 days.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
God.
Next week.
This generation, everybody, listeners at home can appreciate. Does anybody want to work anymore? Is that?
I'm excited about
the trip. Infected by Zoomers.
I know.
That's your problem.
I know. I'm excited. I'm excited to go watch the Astros season opener in a bar with Yankee fans somewhere while wearing Astros.
I guess I'm going to see if I can take a vacation now too, then, because we were supposed to try to take our vacations together more often.
Yeah.
Except I don't read my emails, so it's hard for me to coordinate. So I'm going to take 3 days vacation, and I'm going to go find out whatever bar you guys are at.
Oh, dude, that'd be fun. Yeah, come down and hang. The Astros are still loved by the computers right now for all the churn and all the bad stuff going on in the pitching staff right now. 63% chance to win the AL West, according to Fangraphs. It's pretty good. Seattle, Texas isn't even second. Seattle's second, 23.2%. Texas, 10.1%. Poor Oakland, 0.3%.
0.3%?
That seems high.
It's not going to cut it in Vegas.
It seems a little high to me.
When do they start playing in Las Vegas?
2026 or something like that.
Man, that's a long time to be Stokeland.
Yeah.
Like every now and then selling out.
People might stop.
Oakland.
People might stop showing up to the games in Oakland. My God.
No, but every now and then they stage a protest by going to the game.
Yeah.
But that's how down bad you are. That the fans are protesting by trying to sell out the stadium. I'll teach you a thing or two.
Crazy. Text message, guys, give Snell $2 million more to take the opt-out away. Sign Snell now. Get rid of McCullers at the trade deadline for peanuts and a hot dog. Sign Tucker, trade Bregman. Boy, Ernesto and Pearland has a whole plan laid out here. Sign Tucker, trade Bregman, and get something back before he walks for nothing. I do think
trading Bregman. Well, trading McCullers for peanuts isn't as easy as it sounds either.
No,
that's not the
$17 million a year.
Yeah. Like you're. It's like you're not trading for peanuts. You're buying you're paying for somebody to take them off your hands.
Yeah.
If you go to do that.
Yep.
Because you're going to end up paying a part of that salary. So I don't know. I want to have faith in these guys. It feels like a weak and soft position to have, and yet I feel like the smartest thing, if you're Dana Brown, is to look at these guys and say, all right, we'll chalk last year up to bad luck and fatigue perhaps, and a bunch of guys being new in those roles. But you gotta expect to get. And honestly, if you look at Vegas and some of the futures and everything, I think people are pretty optimistic about Framber.
Yes.
I think that's one that the best of baseball has very much been able to write off the second half of last year's season as just something. That's baseball. That's something that happens. I feel like we here in Houston are more pessimistic than anybody else.
Why are they doing that, though? Like, he was bad for a pretty – I mean, I'm all about the fact that he can be better than the 4.84 ERA or whatever he had in the second half. But him being second on the Cy Young odds board, and I think first was Garrett Cole. So he might be first on the board now because Garrett Cole's going to miss at least a couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where, the odds makers are my people, Seth. I mean, I buy into a lot of what they put out there.
At the very least, they're not biased by fandom. They're biased by they've got their own biases, but they're presumably a little bit more objective than us when it comes to being a homer and looking through your homer glasses.
Have you seen the latest on the Florio tampering vigilante tour that he's on right now?
Who's he setting his sights on?
He's setting his sights
Astros?
No, not yet. No, he's setting his sights on Atlanta even heavier than he was before.
Oh.
Because apparently Kirk Cousins just got up and spilled all the tea at his press conference where we talked about this last week. He talked about having at least a conversation. We don't know if it's in person or over Zoom with the trainers in Atlanta. He also talked about how he helped recruit Darnell Mooney, the wide receiver from Chicago, to Atlanta. And he did so before the legal tampering's over. The legal tampering period only allows teams to talk to agents. So what Florio is saying is not only was Kirk Cousins talking to members of the Falcons himself directly, the training staff, and potentially other people, he was basically out recruiting in free agency on behalf of the Falcons. Like he was already acting as a representative of the team.
Yeah.
Outwardly. I think Florio's got a point here. I know we make fun of him a lot.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with Florio on this one.
He's got he's got special prosecutor vibes. Or whichever it is, the special investigator, whoever, the governmental agent, the dudes that are supposed to go out and basically look for stuff where nobody else is looking to see if the president did something wrong or what have you. And it's good and it's valuable, and we've done it since Nixon because, all right, we're getting away with a little too much here and there. But, there's still, that guy needs to exist, but I don't have to like the guy. The guy who's just constant, he's like a crossing guard patrolling the streets away from the intersections, just looking for jaywalkers or something.
Maybe, yeah.
Just do your job, okay, Florio? You stick in and you recap what the news is and have Chris Sims say some stuff. I don't need you to go off looking for business. Somebody may or may not have broken the rules.
Here's HOA Florio. This is what he says. This Atlanta situation has another wrinkle. The Falcons might have tampered so extensively with Cousins that Cousins became the conduit for tampering with former Bears receiver Darnell Mooney. Cousins said at his introductory press conference that at one point during the team's negotiations with Mooney, Cousins offered to call Mooney directly to make the pitch. This shows that the Falcons had jumped over the line with Cousins so far that Cousins was operating as an extension of the team. It also shows that Cousins was recruiting Mooney at the behest of or with the permission of the team, which is a separate violation. God, Florio.
A separate violation. He's getting multiples now.
Yeah.
This Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons. I'm sick. Sick of it. Sick of the way they've been operating for years.
You know
Damn
what?
it.
You know why I want Florio to be right on this and the Falcons to get punished?
Yeah.
Because it really was stupid for Cousins to say he talked to the trainers at a Tuesday press conference where he's signing with the team. Like when
Especially, well, he's one of these guys that's so squeaky clean, I think, that he doesn't even he's not capable of operating in an environment when things aren't squeaky clean. And I don't think he realized that what he did was wrong for him to divulge it like that.
Oh, clearly not.
Yeah.
He's just up there talking. Blah,
Allegedly.
blah, blah. Yeah.
I think you're more mad because, when they first signed Kirk Cousins, I thought, like you did, that there was way too much of a rush to all of a sudden say that the Falcons are contenders.
Yes.
Because at the moment, they hadn't really done anything to improve their wide receiving core. The fact that they brought in Darnell Mooney, which I know, that's not earth-shattering or anything, but that also brought in Rondale Moore from Arizona. They've got Drake London. They've got, theoretically, you're going to get more out of Bijan Robinson this year and Kyle Pitts, perhaps. I've made too many excuses for Kyle Pitts, but I think that they, in that division, they do look pretty formidable.
Yeah. I'm with you. I think they can win the division for sure. No question. They ain't winning a playoff game. That's all.
No playoff game. Even with that, they've had those additions since last we talked about it.
Nope. You know what bums me out most about Rondale Moore is that we never got to see this really come to fruition.
What's up? Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Good. Shoo. Shots, explosives. You can run.
Mm-hmm. That was Arizona head coach Jonathan Gannon walking around the facility on his first day as a Cardinal and comes up to Rondale Moore, and that was how he greeted him.
It's the more I watch that interaction, and as weird as it looked, it makes me feel a little nostalgic because that's pretty much the dynamic between any coach and a player. When the coach looks at you and as a player, you're very much in an inferior position and you're just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like you just can't relax. And then he comes out with a shoom. I felt like Rondale Moore might have been relieved in that moment. It's better to get a shoom than a full-scale dressing down for some bad play you had the previous year or something. These head football coaches, the minute they take the job, they get a little bit weirder than the average person, and it keeps getting worse.
Yeah.
Like D'Amico Ryan's one of the most well-adjusted people on earth. If he spends 10 years as a head football coach in the NFL, it's going to be a little goofy, in weird ways that you can't, doesn't always show up on camera or anything. It's between the pressure and the power and everything else like that, it's impossible for a man to remain normal.
Couple texts here on the Astros before we close out the segment. Has Framer been good in spring training? Not really. Gave up 4 runs yesterday. I know that. He said he felt good. All the pitches were working, but he gave up 4 runs yesterday.
He's working on getting more movement back on that curve, that's all. Don't you worry about it. It'll be fine.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Thanks, Seth. I hope you're right. 7-0.
He's not worried about striking people out, Sean. He's worried about getting it right.
I think strikeouts are sexy as hell.
If you know anything about baseball, it's that if you pretend to care about the results of a game, then you're the dumbest baseball fan alive, apparently. He's like, if a pitcher gives up 29 home runs in an outing and you stress about it, casual fan.
Right. Those home runs are outliers, okay?
Yeah.
Last text message. Urquidy has a muscle forearm strain. Doesn't sound nearly as bad as I thought. That's what they always call the injury. They always call it. Remember, Verlander had a forearm strain, and then he needed Tommy John surgery. The forearm strain.
Except that it wasn't Tommy John surgery.
Until it was.
Somehow.
Yeah.
Even though it was. Yeah.
Until it was. Yeah. That would be my warning to the texter is that the diagnosis that precedes Tommy John surgery oftentimes is a forearm injury.
July 27th, 2020, Justin Verlander is out indefinitely with a forearm strain.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, that was the quote back on July 27th.
Sorry, texter. Didn't mean to rain on your parade. All right. Trade went down the weekend. Technically,
just to be sure, I'm sorry, Sean. I'm sorry. I just wanted to assure them, though, everybody, that according to this report in July 27th, 2020, that fans should be reassured that he would hopefully, quote, return soon.
Oh, okay.
He disputed a report stating that he would be out for the rest of the season.
Right.
Disputed a report saying he would be out for the rest of the season due to the injury, instead reassuring fans that he would hopefully return soon.
Yeah, and compared to the length of his entire life, he did return soon after a year and change. That's
true. In the grand scheme of things,
1/40th of his existence. Yeah,
go sit at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, look at those various strata, and tell me that 1.5 years is a long.
It's nothing. It's like nothing in eternity times. Okay.
Yeah, you're casuals if you think that's a long time.
That's right. Trade made in the NFL this weekend. On paper, not a big trade, but boy, there are some people that are treating this trade and another signing like this team discovered plutonium. We debunk next.
What did Daniil Hunter?
healthcare professionals.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so I'm prone to hyperbole sometimes. I'll exaggerate.
What?
Go over the top of
I've
an
never
opinion.
heard a dumber thing in my entire life than that, Sean.
That's
the stupidest claim I've heard any human ever make about anything.
That claim
you're prone to hyperbole.
Is dumber than the 1,000 previous claims I've heard made combined when it comes to dumbness. This Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, the Steelers nailed the offseason slew of takes that are going on right now. And let me be very clear, Seth, and to get everybody caught up, we know Russell Wilson signed with the Steelers last week for the veteran minimum, basically $1 million. He's going to make $39 million this year. 38 of it is a gigantic severance payment from the Denver Broncos, who are taking an $85 million cap hit to be rid of Russell Wilson. So he signs for $1 million with the Steelers, which I think is a fine scratch-off lotto ticket for the Steelers. Good job. The Steelers then over the weekend trade a conditional sixth-round pick that could become a fourth based on playing time, for Justin Fields to be Russell Wilson's backup. So again, they get a player with a lot of talent who's not won a ton of games on a pretty low price. I think both of those moves make sense to me, okay? They make sense.
They make sense. The weird part for me has been to watch Bears fans respond to this, because when you trade for Justin Fields for a sixth-round pick that could turn into a fourth, I think the perception would be, well, okay, there just wasn't that much demand for him. Like, NFL teams must not be that interested in him. There are a boatload of Bears fans that insist that no, it's just because all the other teams have their quarterback plans in place, and you're an idiot if you think it's because his value is low. It's because there's a fifth-year option. That's why, and teams are going to have to commit to that. Look, I think the only way you can think that is if you were in denial about the fact that the Bears were trying to trade Justin Fields. Because, yeah, as all these teams were signing their Sam Darnolds and whatnot, Justin Fields was available.
Yep.
Like, you take the Vikings chose to sign Sam Darnold for $10 million, and Sam Darnold himself had been traded by the Panthers, and given the fifth-year option and given multiple picks higher, it was a dumb trade at the time, and yet it does strike me as weird that Justin Fields got as little as he did. But I like to act like no NFL or like all these other NFL teams were interested. No, I don't think it's the Steelers are not geniuses for picking up for scraps what a lot of other teams didn't even want to pick up for scraps.
There were reports that the Bears had better offers for Fields, but they wanted to do right by I They wanted to send him somewhere.
I don't believe that for a second.
You don't?
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
good.
believe that for a
meant
single.
to bring that up
Unless the better deals were only nominally better. If it was a team that's a little bit higher in the sixth round.
Yeah, like if someone offered a 2 and the Steelers were offering a conditional 6, the Bears are taking the 2, and they should.
Well, because you know what? You know the best situation for the player is the team that wants him the most, like, and is willing to spend high draft capital.
Yep.
I mean, you had people speculating that Justin Fields was going to get a first-round pick not too long ago. And yet, this is the best he got. I do think that it's frustrating because he does show a lot of upside at various times, and it's impossible to know whether maybe Luke Getsy was just that bad of an offensive coordinator, which would make it that much more curious that the Raiders picking up to be their offensive coordinator. But he's just still, despite the really, really good plays and stretches of play that Justin Fields has had, there's still a lot of other moments where his footwork is really suspect, or it doesn't look like he's either trying to get rid of the ball on time or what. But it's just a matter of, all right, apparently more teams right now are blaming Justin Fields than they are blaming his various offensive coordinators.
Yeah, there's a few things about this whole sequence of events that have been frustrating to me. 2 things in particular. One, and I'll just read a couple of tweets that are indicative of number 1 on my list here. The gushing from some national media folks about the Steelers offseason, like it's the greatest offseason ever, because they signed Russell Wilson and they trade for Justin Fields and they remove themselves from the Kenny Pickett situation. Yeah. Is I think a little ludicrous. I really do. And I'll read 2 examples. Mike Greenberg. In 6 days, the Steelers made the 2 shrewdest QB moves the NFL has seen in years. Man, Greenberg has long been prone to hyperbole. Almost zero risk, enormous potential reward, times 2. plus willing to admit a mistake and cut losses with a first-round pick. That's elite franchise management across the board. That's number one. That's Greenberg. Here's Damon Amendolara. The Steelers are playing chess. What a brilliant offseason. Upgraded OC with Arthur Smith. Massive signing at linebacker with Patrick Queen. 6th rounder and $1 million to get Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Got rid of Kenny Pickett. Nailed it. So, I don't know, man. Like, I think that's brilliant, and elite are a little over the top for these series of moves. For me.
One of our listeners asked, what are y'all looking at to say the Steelers didn't make a good move? Wilson threw 26 touchdowns, 5 interceptions last year. Denver's a train wreck. No. We both think that they're both good moves.
You just said they were, yeah.
It was they were smart moves. It was a good move. But they're moves that were available to anybody because this is the price that these guys were going to get.
Yeah.
So it's not a matter of like, oh, wow, they pulled off something that nobody else would have done. What people are complimenting them for more than anything, without realizing it, is they are dealing with potentially inadequate quarterbacks, but with upside. They're doing it in a different way than just playing it with Kenny Pickett. There's other teams out there, like if the Falcons had stayed with Desmond Ridder, you could have done it that way, like with questionable upside. The boomer bust nature of both Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, I think, is what intrigues people, and Justin Fields in particular. Look, Russell Wilson throwing 26 touchdowns last year was a testament to, like, honestly, Sean Payton getting everything they could out of Russell Wilson. They severely altered the way they played football to try to accommodate Russell Wilson and his inability to play an actual Sean Payton offense. He took more sacks than he ever has. He's taken more in the last 2 years. That's been a consistent theme. And he wasn't playing that well as he was on his way out of Seattle. That's why it was such a stupid trade to begin with by the Denver Broncos. So, yes, Denver was a train wreck, but there isn't, like, there's no coterie of NFL teams out there that are saying, we got to have old 26 TD Russell on our team. Get him here. Yeah. Nobody gave a damn.
No. So, yeah, dude, they're taking an $85 million cap hit in Denver to get rid of the guy. Like, that's all you need as evidence. Like, they are taking a dead money hit in Denver that is more than the next 2 biggest cap hits in dead money combined ever. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers and Matt Ryan were both around $40 million. This is $85 million that Denver's taking. So if he's so damn good, he'd still be a Denver Bronco. They wouldn't be taking an $85 million cap hit to get rid of him. The other thing that's frustrating me that I saw, and I'm not like a huge Lamar Jackson, I think Lamar Jackson's obviously a very good football player. I think I don't know if he's ever going to win a Super Bowl with the Ravens, but Lamar Jackson is an MVP and deservedly so. There were a lot of people yesterday comparing Justin Fields to Lamar Jackson, saying if you just get Justin Fields in the right situation, he's basically Lamar Jackson. And I think that's slander.
What the hell are they talking about?
I think that's slander to Lamar Jackson. I'll find one of the tweets right now.
Slander to Lamar Jackson.
Yes, yeah.
Like, he's never shown a hint of being anywhere close to Lamar Jackson. So, like,
he's run for a lot of yards. That's it. You know.
Yeah. Now, I am more optimistic about this move than I think you are, Sean. Or maybe you're just that peeved by everybody else.
I just don't like the gushing. The over the top is what bothers me. The brilliant and the elite.
Gushing,
it's Steeler privilege, is what it is. They are taking the 50 years that the Steelers have been one of the best run franchises in sports and applying it to 2 moves as if they're so much smarter than everybody else.
Which is a lot. It just feels like a smarter way to tread water. Like, oh, look, they're holding their breath instead of constantly churning or what have you. All right, good. They're doing the dead man's float. I think I guess I like the upside of Justin Fields in that potentially you might have something with Arthur Smith as an offensive coordinator that he just hasn't had with Luke Getsy or hasn't had with what's-his-face the year before. But I'm skeptical of it just because it's not like a lot of the stuff that was wrong with Fields in Chicago had to have come from the offensive coordinator. You know, like his footwork being erratic and all over the place, and him just kind of winging it at times without really improving over the course of 3 years. That's not something that's driven into him by a football coach or something. And I'm spoiled because I have like C.J. Stroud actually works at his own mechanics on his own and everything. Maybe I just come to expect that that's something that players are going to do with or without their position coach or their offensive coordinator doing it.
Get Up had a graphic. I'm looking at it right now on Twitter, and it's a graphic comparing Lamar Jackson and Justin Fields, and the title is "This Just In, Fields Can Play." And it compares the two of them, and they've got almost, in the last 20 games, almost an identical number of dropbacks. Lamar Jackson's completion percentage is 4 percentage points better. He throws for a full yard more per attempt, and he's had 6 less interceptions. Justin Fields has had 300 more rushing yards than Lamar, but I think they've dialed Lamar back a little bit because they don't want to run him into the ground. Chicago has no choice but to run Justin Fields, or had no choice but to run Justin Fields. But I'm looking at this graphic, and the spirit of the graphic is like taking up, like Justin Fields is right there with Lamar Jackson. A yard less per attempt is a lot. 7.8 versus 6.8 is dramatic. Like 6 more interceptions over a 20-game span. That's a lot of interceptions in this day and age in the NFL. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, what? He runs for a lot of yards. That's it. That's the only, to me, that's the only thing that right now you can take Justin Fields and put him on the same graphic with Lamar Jackson.
Well,
that's
and it's a less predictable, less substantial version of running for yardage, too. Whereas with Lamar Jackson, either through the occasional designed run or through, like his pretty good judgment of when to scramble and what have you, at least in the regular season. It's just completely different than Justin Fields. But I don't know. I feel like you've soured me now on me wanting this to work out in Pittsburgh. There's a part of me that I'm very intrigued by this. I would love for it to be that, oh, wow, this is a case where Justin Fields really genuinely just need better coaching. And Arthur Smith was the guy to do it. But now you've soured me on that, Sean.
Well, all right, sleep on it. Sleep on it. Yeah, sleep on it.
Turn me negative on something.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. The Cowboys just had to do something today contractually that Texan fans need to keep an eye on this and savor the spot we're in right now. We'll tell you what it was coming up next. I want to tell you about Crash Champions right now. Think about the last time you got into a
rent.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So the Cowboys converted a $5 million roster bonus due to Dak Prescott on Sunday into a signing bonus, which means instead of all $5 million hitting this year, they can spread it out over more years. Yeah. So without getting too nerdy about this, they opened up $4 million in cap space by doing this because they just parked all the money in these voidable years, these $0 years, and then they added 2 more voidable years to spread it out even more. My point with all of this is that the Dallas Cowboys, who still have not signed Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb to contract extensions, are playing credit card shell game with their quarterback right now, and in the process probably going to be forced to commit to him for even longer when I think there's question marks about his ability to win in the postseason. I bring this up not to turn it into a Cowboys topic, but to remind Texan fans the sheer bliss and glory that we are living in for at least the next couple seasons where we don't have to worry about any of this garbage.
I'll tell you what,
shuffling $60 million cap hits into future voidable years.
There'll be time. When CJ gets paid, even then, though, it won't be shuffling per se. You get the big contract, and then it's another couple years down the road when there might have to be shuffling. I think that if you're going to look at the Texans or the Cowboys right now, both two teams that had their share of regular season success, but the Cowboys much more so. The Cowboys looked downright dominant at times, and yet still with a little something missing during the regular season, obviously. But then they get to the postseason, and they get shellacked. They look like a team that doesn't belong in the playoffs at all. Likewise, the Texans, they made it to the postseason. At least the Texans won a damn playoff game, unlike the Cowboys. But by the time they got to the Ravens, looked like they didn't belong in the playoffs. If you're those two teams and you're a fan of those two teams, you're hoping like, okay, well, we got to change something to get over the hump. The Texans have very much done some things to get over the hump. It feels like the Cowboys, other than signing their long snapper, have at best they'll stay the same. And most likely just because the way it goes in the NFL, especially when you have a quarterback that's that highly paid, it's hard to fill in all the other spaces. They're putting a lot on Mike Zimmer as the new defensive coordinator to somehow get these guys over the hump despite not actually changing the roster at all.
This will be the most enjoyable offseason environment in which Nick Caserio can operate. And I'm not talking about environment like the people he's with in the building over there. I'm just talking about the capability of improving your football team and doing it in a way where it's not the ripple effect of going and getting a Danielle Hunter is not felt really anywhere else on the team right now. And maybe it scuttled the Malik Collins for Eric Armstead trade. Maybe. We don't have full details on that. But to go get a Danielle Hunter, there's not 3 other corresponding moves of either restructuring or shedding that you need to make to add guys like that today. The day will come. And the day will come where it looks very similar to the Cowboys right now, where it's not just the quarterback they're dealing with. Okay, how do we get Micah Parsons re-signed? You know, he's the best defensive player in football, or one of them. How do we get CeeDee Lamb, one of the best young receivers in football, locked in? And they're at positions, Seth, that after quarterback are the 2 premium positions right now in terms of overall money. Edge rusher, wide receiver, you know?
The Texans are in that position right now where, you know, without having the World Series, obviously, but when Jeff Luhnow, 2017 through 19 or so, could spend money on free agency, could trade for Zach Greinke, could do all these other things, but also hadn't gotten to the point where, oh, wow, what are we going to do about Correa? Or how are we going to pay Springer or eventually on into Jordan and all that? It's a golden age of cap management and player acquisition.
It is. It's a good.
And it only lasts a couple years until your quarterback gets his contract.
It's amazing the similarities, man. Like the similarities with the certain areas of the. I want to be respectful to the Astros because, as you point out, Seth, they've actually won championships. So So we caveat everything with that. But in terms of just constructing a team, it really is interesting, like the comparison that you can make to the ascension the Texans have had this year and that 2015, 16, 17 era right there. Probably more 15 than 17, because this is the first year of real ascension and making the playoffs like they did in 2015. But I think just philosophically, too. You know, the Texans are not into doing, except for a few exceptions, anything more than a 2-year deal with guys. Obviously, C.J. Stroud's going to be a monster exception when it comes to all of this. But they're into the short-term deals. I think philosophically, both teams, I think, love being able to stay nimble and being able to pivot very easily to a different solution if it presents itself.
Well, and that's where somebody asked a good question last week about with these short-term contracts, are you putting yourself in a position where you got to constantly be scrambling for new guys? The thing that's important to remember is that in theory, yes, in practice, teams do not keep these guys that are on 4-year deals longer than 2 years. The average contract is done. The average 4 or 5 year free agency contract is done before the end of year 3. So you're constantly in a state of churn anyway. That's just life in the NFL. And I think that Caserio has a more perhaps realistic approach to it. They're like, yeah, this is what it is, you know? It's a summer romance. We're gonna have a time, and then we'll say we'll be on our own ways, and we don't have to make anything more of it than that. Or maybe we'll get married. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's just not think about it right now.
Yeah,
Okay?
I like that.
It's a plot to be greased. Okay. Spoiler alert.
Yes. So the Keenan Allen move that almost went down with the Texans. Boy, that was interesting. Keenan Allen at his Ben, can we grab that? The Keenan Allen at his Bears press conference. Sorry about that. Just give me a thumbs up when you have it. Keenan Allen basically at his introductory press conference for the Chicago Bears revealed that the Texans were one of 2 other teams that were in the mix for his services.
You went on record in January, I think it was during the locker cleanout, just saying that you didn't want to go anywhere else. Did the team, when they were trading you in this process, did they approach you, say, where do you want to go, or was it just that you found out you were going to Chicago?
There was a couple teams that they would allow me, I guess, to say where I wanted to go. I only had like 2 teams, and
you said there were 2 teams that you wanted to go to.
That had interest, yeah.
Okay, what were they?
Jets and Houston.
So Jets and Houston. So the Texans were interested in Keenan Allen. Make no mistake, if the Texans were able to make that deal on Friday, we'd have been obviously talking about it with Nick Caserio earlier. We'd have been saying, holy bleep, they're going for it, right?
Yeah.
Because it was only a 4th-round pick, and the Texans, I think, offered a 3rd next year in 2025 was their big nugget they offered.
Next year's 3rd and a pick swap or something.
Yeah.
Like Texans cap said if you slot in the averages or whatever, it was probably a slightly better deal the Chargers would have gotten from the Texans, but not enough to make it like a slam dunk. But they offered a competitive deal for Keenan Allen. They offered one of the deals that basically got the job done anyway. So yeah, I think they're being aggressive towards that. I think honestly going after Saquon Barkley, if they did indeed offer him 3 years, $11 million. I think some people were upset just to find out that the Eagles outbid them for that. Look, if you want to win every player you're after, you can easily go out and spend all the money. That's when it gets into the stupid money spending. The fact that they were aggressive for Danielle Hunter, that frankly they were aggressive for Keenan Allen, and that they even went after Barkley. I don't know if you'd classify that as aggressive or not. Yeah, that's all indications that Nick is very much in on utilizing as much as he can responsibly this 2-year rookie quarterback contract window.
Would have been a holy bleep move if they got Keenan Allen, because Keenan Allen was not taking a pay cut. We know that. $18 million. Yeah. Now, it wouldn't have shocked me if the Texans did an extension with him like they did with Joe Mixon. That gets really interesting because Keenan Allen is an aging player who's had injury issues the last couple years. But fitting $18 million on this cap is almost an impossibility for the Texans at this point. Just $18 million, like right there in 2024. So Nick's not afraid to do the holy bleep move. Like, what holy bleep moves are still available out there to the Texans?
Oh.
Like, obviously.
They'd have to come via trade, really.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think there's a holy bleep free agent still left on the market. Now, Clowney coming back here would generate a holy bleep for me, but not the kind that Keenan Allen would. That'd be like, oh, holy bleep, Clowney's back. That's fun.
It doesn't feel like, right. With Clowney, too, a lot of the things you could do is you offer the way that incentives work is that if you achieve this in something in the previous 2 years and you put it on there as a not likely to be earned incentive, then it doesn't count against this year's cap.
Yeah.
But then if you make that incentive, then it counts against next year's cap. It would be harder this year with Clowney because he statistically had a pretty good season. With the Ravens, they were probably able to sneak a couple of those in. But I'll be surprised if Clowney comes in. I do think that the way Clowney plays on Sunday is exactly what D'Amico likes. it's always been just a matter of, okay, did Clowney do everything that either Bill O'Brien or other coaches want him to do during the week? It's not as much of a factor as it used to be because Clowney's an older player now. So those guys, like Clowney might have been angling for veteran treatment back when he wasn't a veteran, but now he's an actual veteran, and it just might be a non-talking point.
I would say trading for T. Higgins would be a holy bleep move for sure, because then you got Higgins, Nico, and Tank. Wow, that's pretty cool. Trading for Justin Jefferson would be an off-the-charts holy bleep move that I just don't think they're going to do, but that would definitely qualify for sure. So it sounds like wide receiver is what we're dialed in on. John Lopez.
And Aaron, oh, sorry. Hey, John. Aaron Wilson had reported that the Keenan Allen was like the Texans going after a very specific type, which to me sounded like, okay, veteran slot receiver is something that they're interested in. So it might not be one of the more marquee names that are still out there.
Yep. How you doing, my friend?
I am fantastic.
You have a good weekend? You were all gussied up for St. Patty's Day yesterday.
I was very much gussied up. The things you do when you have a grandchild.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man.
Bright green coats and the whole nine
It
yards.
was neon green.
Yeah, neon. Yeah, neon. Talking about the Keenan Allen trade that didn't happen for the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
I think it sends an awesome message, which is they ain't afraid of the holy bleep move to get over the top.
Oh, I think it sends that and a couple of other messages as well. I mean, I think they are deeply in on wide receivers as a acquisition, if it's a trade or a free agency, because, I mean, you go down the list, it's a pretty good number.
Yeah.
I mean, it's several receivers.
Still a lot left. Curtis Samuel went off the board this weekend. I had not seen that, but I mentioned him earlier. Texter mentioned that now the Bills got him. My man Tyler Boyd is still out there, so we'll see.
Yeah, you and Tyler Boyd.
We're pretty tight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we will be when he gets here. Yeah. But yeah, man, that's Keenan Allen would have been something else.
It would have
been. Beckham Jr. would be a wow.
That would be a holy bleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be a huge surprise, but yeah, it'd be a name brand signing. It'd be fun. I say do it just for the bling. Do it for the bling of it. Do it for the social media following.
For the label, for the press conference, for his old man's videos that he makes of him not getting the football.
Yes.
I'd be down with that. So we'll see what happens today, but pretty quiet weekend overall. Hi, Landry.
How you living?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good.
Did y'all get that memo, by the way?
Which one?
The nationwide media memo. You have to say Justin Fields is the best quarterback of all time and
my goodness,
victim of everything. Good Lord.
Didn't see the memo?
I've never seen someone more highly regarded in media than Justin Fields.
Crazy, dude. And I know the Lamar Jackson slander gets you angry.
It's just ridiculous. How can a guy be a system quarterback in two different I'm hearing like this Lamar Jackson Lamar Jackson, Justin Fields, and it's like he's won two MVPs in two different systems.
Right.
The whole thing with Justin Fields is enough people had thought or put out that Justin Fields was going to get traded for a first-round pick that when the Steelers pick him up for a sixth, they have to act like nobody else could have made that move. They're like, oh, no, the Steelers' sixth-round pick is just more valuable than anybody else.
Yes, Steeler privilege, man. Steeler privilege. That's what that is. All right, we are done. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you tomorrow, 6 a.m.
Antibody and Stiller's privilege to you.
Thank you very much. We're done. We're out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're with you till 2 o'clock. In the Loop starts now.
All right, so what a crazy weekend it was.
It was a wild weekend.
It was a wild one.
I saw you drink green beer.
I did not. Stoots did. I drank normal. I don't want food coloring in my beer. That is not something like when they say your beer is dressed. Food coloring is not my thing. So I did not.
You're such a hater.
I have a theory.
Yeah,
I have a theory about why this Texans trade fell through.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You want me to start this off? This is the ultimate nobody's talking about.
Let's
Figgy.
go.
I'm
That's
dead
what we
serious.
love.
I'm dead serious. This is the ultimate nobody's talking about.
Nobody's talking about Guy.
Now there was talk that perhaps the Texans, if you believe Aaron Wilson and if you believe Diana Rossini, there was talk that perhaps the Texans' offer to the Chargers was actually a better offer.
Yes,
I think you can take the man out of Michigan, but you can't take the Michigan out of the man. I don't think Jim Harbaugh wanted to help an Ohio State quarterback.
Oh, wow.
I don't think Jim Harbaugh wanted to help an Ohio State quarterback. Now, some will say the Chargers just considered the Texans more of a threat.
That's what I thought.
But I think Jim Harbaugh remained Michigan, and he did not want to help an Ohio State quarterback.
Hey, that's a serious beef, man. That's a serious beef. I don't even blame him.
I don't even blame him.
That's my theory right there. That the
You're gonna end up convincing me.
Michigan-Ohio State rivalry impacted it. It was a factor to where Jim Harbaugh, the Michigan man, did not want C.J. Stroud to have good things.
Like the kids like to say, you're going to mess around and get me convinced that that's exactly what happened. I think it was more, the AFC thing, but now I'm second guessing myself. I'm absolutely second guessing myself.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
It's just the pettiness of the whole thing.
By the way, one more quick thought here.
Yes, sir. We have plenty of time.
You
don't have to be quick.
I got 3 hours.
You can stretch it out. You can stretch it out if you like.
I think I got more out of this Nick Caserio interview than even Payne and Pendergast realized.
Oh, that's shots fired right there.
No. I just think sometimes when you're in the interview, you don't see it. I was listening on YouTube. I was watching on YouTube, and I saw it.
I saw it.
I saw what he was telling us.
What'd you see?
Nick Caserio told us everything he needed to know about who's making the shots, who's making the calls.
Really?
He told us what D'Amico Ryan's guys were and which guys were his.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he really did. Flat out. Like it wasn't even close.
Okay.
And we'll get into that.
Yeah.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals.
Well,
and a lot of
it wasn't
speculation.
hypothetical.
We got to get into hypotheticals.
We do have to get into
kind of the business, sir.
That's what we do.
What are we talking about, sir?
Yeah.
Keenan Allen, though, man, that was a wild little news cycle that we had going on with Rossini. Then Aaron, like everybody was throwing out these Keenan Allen theories, and I'm very encouraged by it because, for one thing, it kind of shows that the Texans do realize they need to get C.J. Stroud more weapons. So.
Well, as you're listening and watching these things unfold, something comes. The trends start to take form. The Texans are in the market for a proven wide receiver. Period. Paragraph. They are in the market. I mean, let's just go through all the ones that they've been associated with. Like, it's obvious. They're not going to draft one unless they just get shut out here. Keenan Allen. T. Higgins is being mentioned. I don't know if that's more than a rumor or not. I've been trying to find out if anybody actually reported that or if that's out there. They were in on Mike Evans. Like, they are in the market for a wide receiver. Don't get it twisted. Don't be confused. They are in the market for a wide receiver. A proven wide receiver.
Okay.
That's it. So now we got to put the antenna up because they are in the market. I mean, that's obvious.
Maybe not now.
Well, we'll see.
Maybe they lost their guy.
Maybe Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Trade the farm.
That's a lot.
Trade the farm.
Now you're getting crazy.
Maybe T. Higgins.
No, please don't.
Well, I'm just saying whatever fits as Nick Caserio was talking about this morning on Payne and Pendergast.
So go through. What did you think of the Nick Caserio interview? We got some good nugs from it that we'll get into. But what did you think of the Nick Caserio interview?
The big sweeping takeaway that I just alluded to, or the Nuggets?
The Nugs.
All right.
What were your Nugs?
The Nuggets were, and I did this in real time. So some of them kind of changed as I heard the whole interview, and he circled back to some of these things. But obviously, Danielle Hunter, he didn't really answer that because they asked what was the thought process going in and why he was attractive, et cetera, et cetera. So what I did get out of that, though, is that Danielle Hunter was more of not a fallback plan, but a secondary choice.
Well, perhaps they didn't think that they would have that choice.
Maybe, because he talked about, like, you have to see how the market plays out. And,
there's a day two.
See if he's a fit. It was day two, et cetera, et cetera. The other one was on the trade itself. It became clear that they are all about the second and third round.
Oh, yeah.
Like
that was music to my ears.
That was maybe the most clear answer he
mentioned
gave.
Guys that drafted in the second round last
positioning.
Year. He mentioned Petrie. Let's wait for that.
Yeah, but I
wouldn't brag about that yet.
But he mentioned like the positioning, moving back into the 25 to 40. He literally said,
talked about the clusters.
He literally said 25 to 40. Well, they were picking 23. So if you're looking for something that about that, we got a little more clarity on the trade because it's obvious to them. The very top of the first round, they're like, meh. Like I'm sure they like some players, but maybe players that they don't necessarily think they can get. Another nugget that I got out of that, on Joe Mixon, dude, they love him. He's a workhorse. I alluded to that last week, but I think there's also reading between the lines, which is what you do with Nick Caserio. You have to read between the lines.
Once you cut like the generics,
you start picking.
And that's what I'm doing in the lab. Like when I was in the lab, when I was going through it, you cut out all the generics and you just tighten it up to where it's just the specific situation. You get a lot more.
Yeah.
Every situation's different, blah, blah, blah. Get rid of that.
I think they love Joe Mixon. I think they're lukewarm at best on Dameon Pierce. Like he kept saying, we'll see when talking about Dameon Pierce. He's working
told us
hard.
that based on what they did with him last year.
He's working hard, et cetera, et cetera. And then put a pin in this one, because we're going to circle back to this when I talk about my big sweeping takeaway that even Payne and Pendergast didn't pick up on. He said, quote, my job is to listen to him when it comes to D'Amico Ryans and how they're working together. I think they're working well together, but that was, he said, that's my job. Then there's this one, which I kind of sat up in my chair a little bit. I think he's still high on Kenyon Green.
No.
I think he's still high on Kenyon Green. Stop. He said, no.
Stop.
He said, well, this is really his first offseason that he's going to be able to get all the work in.
Well, yeah, it's the most healthy.
That's the healthiest approach.
Yeah.
But he said he's as far along as he's been at any point. I think they're still high on Kenyon Green. If you muddle through all the other stuff, I think it's I think it's going to be. I think they're high on him. And then Danico Autry and Al Shire.
Oh God!
Put a sock on the door.
Jeez. Boy, he's got some favorites.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Did you hear him talking about Autry, Figgy?
I didn't. I missed it.
Oh, my God. Wait till 11 o'clock. There are some teachers' pets in the building.
Yeah, there are.
Goodness gracious. He talked about Daniil Hunter. It's like, yeah, he's good. He can do his thing. And, yeah, he's all right. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then they asked him about Shire. And he's like, football playing Jesse.
No, that was, Shire was a Jesse. Yeah.
And then Danico Autry was a badass and a bad MFer.
He literally said.
No, that's a quote.
Yes.
Bad MFer is what he said.
Yes.
I'm telling you, Caserio, don't let him fool you.
He said this.
Of all things with Caserio, he might not drink, he might not eat bad. That dude will drop an F-bomb.
Oh, for sure.
He'll drop an F-bomb.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
My hand still hurts from that slap at the Browns game.
They asked him about Danico Autry, said, this guy's a badass.
Yeah.
He's what did he say? This guy is a bad MFer.
Yeah. He said, if you're in a dark alley, this is who you want.
Yeah. I mean, he was gushing. He was gushing. And I think there's a story there. I really do.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. Landry Locker, John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you. Did you celebrate St. Patty's Day? How are the kids celebrating St. Patty's Day?
I did on Friday with my granddaughter and my neon green jacket at the parade. They had bagpipers and everything. It was pretty cool. And then Saturday went out with the boys after fishing and had a green beer.
Okay.
Yeah, why not? Come on, get in the spirit.
Why? But Andrew like green beer.
He hates green beer.
I don't.
Why?
What? Why would I? What's the point?
It's a celebration.
What's the point?
It looks cool, man. It's a gesture.
You can celebrate drinking a beer. What's your point?
It's just a gesture.
What's that?
Look cool.
Yeah.
Does it?
You're in the moment.
Yeah.
You're celebrating.
Yeah, you can celebrate with beer. What are we doing?
You can celebrate with green beer.
Yeah, I don't.
And get in the spirit. It's in the spirit. You're getting in the spirit.
There's no.
You put up Christmas lights at Christmas.
Yeah, that's
because you're in the spirit. So drink green beer on St. Patrick's Day.
I don't drink red and green beer.
You put out, Thanksgiving decorations, Easter decorations.
Yeah. And I can celebrate drinking beer.
Because you're in the spirit. You barbecue on Memorial Day. You put out flags. Why not just put
spirit of what?
In the spirit of the holiday?
What's the holiday?
St. Patrick's Day.
Explain it.
Yeah,
I know what Christmas is. Obviously, it speaks for itself. I know what Thanksgiving is. Explain the holiday to me there, since you're so in the spirit. Explain what spirit I'm getting in on St. Patty's Day.
It's like Cinco de Mayo. You eat a lot of Mexican
it's like
food.
Cinco de Mayo.
You
Cinco de Mayo is a lit. I know what Cinco de Mayo is. I know what happened on the 5th of May.
But it's just a celebration of the Irish. So you're drinking green beer.
All right, I'm not feeling the spirit here.
Yes, you're in the spirit. Everybody's
4th of
Irish.
July, I know what happened.
Everyone's Irish for
Tell
one
me
day.
what I'm celebrating.
You're celebrating the Irish.
Okay.
Yes.
Why?
Because
Exactly. My point exactly.
Do you think people really know what Cinco de Mayo is? No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
They always get it wrong. Everybody always gets Cinco de Mayo wrong. Oh, it's Mexican liberation. No, it's not. That's the 16th of September. People, but they're in the spirit.
But you know what the spirit is.
But they get it wrong on Cinco de Mayo.
But you have an idea.
Well, your idea is wrong.
I mean, your St. Patty's Day spirit theory, I just don't, I'm not feeling it, man. Well, just give me a normal beer. We're good.
What's an Irish Scrooge? That's you.
I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't know what we're celebrating. I know you drink. We figure it out. So
yeah.
There you go. Landry Locker, John Lopez.
Caught the hell out of some
Fig
fish
with
this
you.
weekend too.
Good
man.
for about time.
Whew.
You were in a slump.
I was not.
You're in a big slump.
I was not.
What'd you catch? 10?
I caught some redfish that were monsters.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, monsters. A couple trout too mixed in.
Impressive.
It's a good weekend.
It's impressive.
Good weekend. It was impressive.
Impressive.
You'd have been impressive.
Happy St. Patty's Day to everyone. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. No green beer for you?
Nah, I actually forgot it was St. Patrick's Day, man. It felt weird being on a Sunday.
There you go. So
I was wondering why somebody was wearing a random ass Kyrie Irving Celtics jersey.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
And I thought about, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. St. Patrick's Day.
There you go. Shout out to and Kyrie hit that game winner yesterday too.
He did.
Yeah. So there
He
was
called
that.
it with the left.
Mm-hmm.
March Madness set. U of H.
I'm in again.
One
Just like
seed.
that. I don't know as much as I usually do, but I'm in.
U of H, a 1 seed. They're a win away, and the Aggies are a win away from meeting in that second round. How about that?
That'd be good.
That'd be nice.
And they've faced each other already.
Yeah, nice little matchup right there.
Yeah, they've already faced each other. I think it's a 4-point game, something like that. So that would be cool. I don't see the Aggies beating them, but, whatever. It's kind of a win-win for me. I have one son that went to U of H and 2 kids that went to A&M, and they're all excited about it. So.
Yeah, if it happens, it happens. It's I'm blindly filling out my bracket, so I might wait till Sweet 16. I'll just let this play.
Well, you got to
out.
do it now, man.
Maybe.
Yeah, get in the pool.
Depends.
Get in the pool.
The boss lady's pretty excited about it, so.
Mm-hmm. Well, she always is. She's
What'd she put? It's madness.
It's
madness. Time to get mad.
It's madness.
She said something. Time to get mad, and I was like, "Oh God, what are we pushing?"
I'm thinking
now
like,
with
who left
Odyssey?
the dishes in the sink?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I thought.
I was like, "What are we pushing with Odyssey now?" What's the latest movement?
But you got to get in. You got to get in the office one.
It was a March Madness one. Time to get mad.
You have to get in the office one.
Whatever.
You have to. I'm going to be in at least 4 right now that I've been invited to. Why not?
That's whack. That's too many.
No, but it's the same. I'm going to fill out the same. I'm not going to be one of those guys.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm going to fill out the same bracket all 4.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, you're a loser.
There's nothing worse than that.
Yeah.
Well, in one bracket I had this. The
I hate
other
that.
bracket I had that. That I had that. This I had that. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. I hate that so much.
Yeah. Get on that. We've also, as we pay homage to the stuff going on around here, we'll get into this Keenan Allen thing in 6 minutes. I think there's some good things to take away from this. 2 big takeaways and 2 warning signs for the Houston Texans that I think they might be leaning in the right direction with when it comes to their mindset. But the rodeo is concluded, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to the rodeo.
Yeah.
Rodeo is another good rodeo season. It felt pretty good out there, man.
Did you go yesterday?
I went Saturday, made the full rounds.
You did something on Saturday.
What's that?
I don't know what to feel about this.
Okay.
I really don't. I almost made it a confession.
Okay.
But I don't want to rip you.
No.
If there was a good reason for it.
Rip away.
Or if it was just for the gram.
Rip away.
You know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea.
Figgy, do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
I can't decide if it was just for the gram or if it was legit.
I have no idea.
Feeding the baby. Was you feeding the baby a corn dog or something?
No.
Okay.
You're getting warm. You put the headphones on your baby.
At a concert?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Nah, come on.
At the
It's
concert?
not that loud.
The wife put it. What?
It's not that loud.
Are you nuts?
Did you do that for the gram?
I wouldn't do that. We didn't do that at the fair. But yeah, when you go into a concert, I put the headphones on.
I thought you had the headphones on during the carnival.
No,
walking around the carnival.
No. The
Okay.
carnival was fine.
Okay.
That's kind of spread out. But yeah, going in the concert, you put the headphones on, brother. That's loud as hell in there.
It's not that loud.
It's very loud.
What were you on, like the 300 level?
We were up top, yeah.
Come on.
You have to put the headphones.
You have to?
Yeah, needed the headphones.
I'm not gonna. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, on that. Yeah,
but I was torn. I was like, okay, this has all the markings of
not the headphones like in the carnival.
Yeah,
but the headphones there. Yeah, hell
Did Brad
yes,
Paisley
that's
get that loud? Is it that loud? I thought he was a little more softer.
There's a lot of guitar and stuff. It's loud as hell.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
You got to protect the ears.
Was the
man.
gram a factor?
No, I didn't even factor. I didn't even put them on. Wife put them on. I thought.
Well,
it was
I meant for
necessary.
her. Was the gram a factor?
I don't think so.
Because it was cute.
No,
Don't
I
get me
don't
wrong.
think so.
It was very cute.
Didn't she look like a damn?
No, she looked like the babies you see at the Super Bowl
She
or
looked
whatever.
like a goofball.
But it's cute.
Nah,
babies are
headphones
supposed to be
headphones
goofball.
aren't cute. If I was doing it for the gram, I'd take the headphones off.
No,
Look terrible.
No, because it's kind of a trendy thing, you know.
Nah, that was bad.
Yeah,
I don't like the look, man.
Figgy, what do you think?
I ain't have a problem with it. I don't have kids, so I don't know.
I think you're reaching, sir.
No, I didn't have a problem with it. I just think the gram was something of a factor.
How much do them things cost?
What?
Them little headphones.
I don't know. The hell?
Can you buy them, or you just swipe the card and just keep going?
She bought them, man. Wife bought them. What do you mean? How much?
I mean, you a damn dad, man.
How much do those headphones cost?
I'm not a
of all
father.
the questions. I don't know.
My bad.
Ask her today, just casually. Don't say that I said anything unless she's listening right now. Just say, was the gram a factor?
I don't know. Ran into some loopholes at the fair. Shout out to them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think the gram's a factor for the headphones. You got to take them off if you want a good picture.
Really? Lopez is giving Landry crap about taking care of his kid?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
No, I'm not.
You got some smart people on the text line. Thank you very much. This slime ball.
I have nothing. That has nothing to do with taking care of your kid.
Coming up, warning signs and takeaways. Keenan Allen, close to being a Houston Texan. How should that make us feel? In the Loop continues on a Monday next.
All right, Low T Center right now. Let's.
In big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Even when they're not active, they're active. Friday, we had a draft trade involving the Houston Texans. They made the trade with the Minnesota Vikings, traded back 19 spots, got 2 seconds and a pick swap for that. Then Saturday, we wake up and we find out that the Texans were in on Keenan Allen. This was per ESPN, Courtney Cronin. She said Keenan Allen was on the phone with his agent Thursday when the Bears called in the process of working out a trade with the Chargers. Allen said there were two teams the Chargers would allow him to explore in a trade, the Jets and the Texans, but ultimately ended up in Chicago after the Bears sent a fourth to the Chargers. Then business picked up. Diana Rossini, the queen of Texans news this offseason, man, she is dominating. She said, from what I understand, the conversation with the Jets was just a conversation, no serious offers made. The Texans were close to landing Allen in Houston to play with C.J. Stroud. In the end, the Bears made the best offer to the Chargers. However, Aaron Wilson chimed in, and he said that Houston offered a 2025 third-round selection with a pick swap in return for Keenan Allen. Ultimately, he went to the Bears because the Chargers decided to keep him out of the conference. A lot to unpack here. Let's hear from Keenan Allen real quick. Keenan Allen being asked about this, he basically confirmed it. Keenan Allen was open to the possibility of going to the Houston Texans. Here was him at his Chicago introductory presser.
Did the team, when they were trading you in this process, did they approach you and say, do you want, like, where do you want to go? Or was it just that you found out you were going to Chicago?
There was a couple things. There was a couple teams that they would allow me, I guess, to say where I wanted to go. I only had like two teams.
You said there were two teams that you wanted to go to?
That had interest, yeah.
Okay, what were they?
Jets and Houston.
All right, there you go. So Houston. What's your biggest takeaways here? Because I think there's some encouraging things. I think there are some big takeaways here.
Yeah, the big takeaway is don't even take it as a report anymore. The dude just said it. The Texans are in the market for a receiver. a proven wide receiver. And that in itself, it tells you a lot. It tells you a lot about how they want to fortify the room and help C.J. Stroud. It also kind of tells you about the draft. I think they feel like, especially after making the trade on Friday, that they need to get a receiver somehow, some way, by hook or crook, right now, that one that's proven. And the draft may not be the case because there is no first-round pick. So that's the biggest thing is make no more mistake about it. You can hear about, they're interested in Mike Evans, this or that, T. Higgins, et cetera, et cetera. No, they're in. They are in on the wide receiver, so you got to keep your antenna up a little bit here.
There's two don'ts that I think the Texans need to avoid in the way in which they attack the offensive side of the rock this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
And don't number one is don't assume the best is ahead. Don't assume that you just got the wide receiver position on lock because Nico Collins and Tank Dell had good seasons last year. Don't assume that they're going to be healthy. Don't assume that the best is yet to come. We saw that last year with Dameon Pierce.
And we've been saying that, too.
And the good news is it doesn't seem like they feel that way. And number two, don't expect C.J. Stroud to save all butts. I've heard some dialogue this offseason. Well, C.J. Stroud is so good that he can make anyone. Nah, don't do that. The Colts thought that with Andrew Luck.
Yeah,
do not do that, and they're not doing that. The biggest takeaways for me from this Keenan Allen thing that I think matter the most are, number one, players want to be here.
Yes,
players want to be here. You have tangible proof of a guy who put the Texans on his list. He wanted to be here. Keenan Allen. Players want to be here. And number two, as you said, they want to add weapons. So they want to add weapons. We've talked about offensive weapons. They are going to add weapons to this offense. What are they going to look like? Are they going to be young guys? Are they going to be veterans? Is it going to be both? Who knows? But they've showed us now, according to these reports, that the Texans want to add weapons.
Yes, they absolutely do. And then it becomes, okay, what now? As they're sort of trying to process everything and see who's available and who's not available. I'm not going to sit here and say their hands are tied, but I think the pickings are a lot slimmer at the wide receiver for instant impact. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot slimmer. I mean, I've seen Stephon Diggs. No, thank you. no, thank you on that. If you're unhappy in Buffalo, I don't really know what to tell you. Especially with all the targets he's getting and stuff, and you would have to pay the contract. I thought Keenan Allen was a perfect opportunity. Veteran guy, not the long-term commitment. You put him in the mix. I thought he would have been ideal, but they didn't get it. The other thing I wonder is, that Malik Collins trade. It's been brought up a couple of times. I mean, maybe that was part of the Malik Collins trade. We're getting rid of him, and then we're gonna.
Yeah,
try to bring in Keenan Allen. Maybe it was just as much about being able to take on a contract and a veteran receiver as it was, we thought we were going to get Eric Armstead. They seem pretty content. Nick Caserio, I don't know if you took this away. He seems pretty content with the bodies that they have on the D-line. And I don't want to say it doesn't seem like he's really going to miss Malik Collins, but it kind of feels like he's not going to miss Malik Collins.
Well, one of the things that he mentioned in somewhat in detail was how Danico Autry could play inside, and D'Amico has these options available to him. Keep also in mind that they reworked Shaq Mason's contract. So that's another thing that would kind of lead toward maybe a wide receiver, kind of clear up space, that type of thing.
Get a wide receiver, make it happen.
Yeah.
Keenan Allen, the one that got away.
Well, there's still some out there. Hunter Renfro's still out there. Mike Williams still out there.
Hunter Renfro?
Yeah, I like Hunter Renfro, but whatever you want to say. OBJ's still out there. Yeah.
Good Lord.
I'm just throwing names out there. Tyler Boyd.
Don't say that around Sean.
Yeah, well,
goodness gracious,
that's his boy on the doorknob.
Turn your little fella into a raging beast.
Mention Tyler Boyd. That's what happens with him.
Yeah.
Odell Beckham Jr. Come on, why'd you even mention him?
I'm mentioning available receivers. Maybe a trade is in the works still.
He ain't sushi. He's fish sticks. He's cooked. that ain't raw fish. Those are fish sticks you forget about.
He's a well done steak.
He is cooked. Odell Beckham Jr. washed, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very, very washed.
Yeah. Just merely mentioning names, Landry. People that are out there. Maybe a trade's still in the works.
Maybe the draft.
See, I don't think the draft. I really don't, unless they move up. I don't see them drafting a wide receiver because they've told us.
I think they're drafting a receiver. I think they want both.
Maybe, but they have gone after veteran wide receivers. That's on the record from receivers themselves and other sources. So I think they're still kicking the tires here.
Keenan Allen. Did the Texans miss out on Keenan Allen? I won't say made a mistake because if you believe the reports, they had the best offer.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't sit here and say did the Texans screw up because they had the best offer.
This wasn't like
a we backed out.
Saquon.
Yeah, this wasn't we backed out and we got priced out.
Mm-hmm.
This was
we don't want to take that deal.
The Chargers scared, man.
Yeah, they don't want to take that deal.
Nah, they don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So that's what we're at, man.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. Keenan Allen. Coming up, so I got a crazy idea.
Mm-hmm.
It might be so crazy that you might like it.
Okay.
I want to change a rule in the NFL. There's a lot of rule proposals going around. I want to change a rule in the NFL,
mm-hmm.
and I also have a theory that'd be crazy as well about Keenan Allen. Plus, we got some perhaps big news. One of our bros for a long time could end up in town playing for the best team in town. That's next.
The Drive with Stoerner and
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
So Jim Harbaugh had a better offer from the Texans for Keenan Allen, and he elected to trade him to the Bears. Couple things here. He could just be looking at the Texans as a team that could potentially be in the same tier in the AFC, and he would rather trade him to the NFC, even if it meant not getting the best deal. Or the Texans could have been burned by that Michigan-Ohio State rivalry, and the Michigan man who grew up idolizing the Michigan football program brought a national championship to the Michigan football program. His parents decked out in Michigan gear asking, who has it better than us? Maybe he just didn't want to help the Buckeye quarterback, man. Maybe he just didn't want to help the Buckeye quarterback.
Here's the thing. Anyone else, and I would be saying...
That's the thing, is he's weird like that. Yeah. No, that's the thing.
Anyone else.
Just Harbaugh is the reason that I'm saying this.
Literally anyone else. Ohio State coach.
Any other coach.
Urban Meyer, Ryan Day, go down the list. Texas and Texas A&M or Texas and Oklahoma, any of those coaches, you'd be like, get the hell out of here. But him?
He's crazy enough to do something like this.
But him? You might be like,
He's crazy enough to do something like this.
He's
Is he
like,
not?
it doesn't hurt. I don't want to help that Ohio State quarterback.
I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
He's crazy enough.
Yeah.
So that's my theory. Do you buy it? 713-572-4610. I also have a rule proposal.
This is what I want to hear.
So I was
This is an NFL rule proposal.
It's an NFL rule proposal for DeMeco Ryans and all the other coaches in the NFL. I was at the rodeo the other day, and I was talking to someone, and they started bringing up the notion that, you can't take timeouts with you at halftime or after the game.
Mm-hmm. Can't take them home with you.
Can't take them home with you. Can't take them with you into the locker room at half.
Right.
And I started thinking, man. So the NFL's doing all these things to try to make the game close. They're talking about replacing the onside kick.
The kickoff thing,
all that. Why don't we just give teams 6 timeouts for a game and you can use them whenever? Instead of having to waste them at the end of the half, why don't we just give teams? Because then if you're down 2 possessions, 3 possessions late, if you have good clock management and you use your timeouts right, then the game can still be close. Why don't we let them take them with them to the half? And instead of all these pointless ass timeouts at the end of the first half that make no sense, why don't we just give coaches 6? You're thinking about this, and I can tell you hate it.
I have a question.
You get your 6 timeouts, and you can use them anytime. If you use 6 timeouts in the first quarter, tough.
Yeah.
If you use 6 timeouts in the first half, tough. If you have 6 timeouts heading into the fourth quarter, okay.
Yeah.
6 timeouts for the whole game.
Here's my question. Does that include overtime?
Overtime, you still have just the one.
Okay.
Overtime, you just have the one.
Because then I'd be more inclined to agree with you. The problem is, I think coaches would hate it because they're going to get destroyed for saving timeouts.
I know.
They're going to get destroyed.
I know.
Like they want 4 timeouts in the fourth quarter, especially if they're losing.
Yes.
You know?
And some might oversave.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he had 4 timeouts left or 5 or whatever. Why wasn't he using them? Well, nah, I think it's a good idea.
6 timeouts, no matter what.
I think it's a good idea that will never happen.
No, it won't happen.
Coaches would fight it. Because then they look, it's another opportunity for them to look dumb, at the end of a game. Well, you can't take 4 timeouts home with you. Yeah, you can't. You can't.
6 timeouts, yes or no?
I kind of like the idea, though.
Imagine having 6 timeouts with like 1 minute and 30 seconds
Could
left.
happen.
Yeah, you're down 14.
Man.
You're down 14 with 3 minutes left. You saved all 6 timeouts. You're in the game, baby.
Yeah.
You're in the mix.
You can score and then hit them timeouts again.
Hit them.
And
plus, if a first down doesn't end it if you've kept 5, because normally, like if you have 2 or 3, like a first down ends it, hey, it ain't over.
It would be exciting.
Because I got 4 on me.
Yeah,
you would see more blitzes, like in the 2 minutes drill. Again, you're trying to get the ball back rather than just trying to keep the guy in front of you.
And then the person, they just can't run the ball. They can't run the ball out.
Exactly.
They actually got to get first downs.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, 6 timeouts. Yes or no? 713-572-4610. That's my rule proposal. I'll take it all day. Give it to me. So the Astros are, according to Chandler Rahm, they are in on our guy, Blake Snell. Blake Snell apparently wants a $30 million deal with opt-outs, basically what Trevor Bauer got.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't go that way if it happens. But Blake Snell, rumored to be a target of the Astros, who are already paying the tax. So at this point, it's not like this move puts them in the tax. What would you think about them throwing bread at Blake Snell?
I think it'd be silly not to be honest.
Good God.
By the way, Jose Urquidy has elbow problem.
That's what I was going to add, especially now. I'm sure lots of people reported it, but I was looking at Jason Bristol's Twitter, and he said that Joe Espada announced this morning that Jose Urquidy has been diagnosed with, quote, right forearm muscle strain. Well, we all know that's code. He's got an elbow issue. They always say muscle strain on the forearm when there's an elbow thing. So if he has an elbow, I mean, it could well mean surgery.
Why does it matter?
Well, it's just it's another guy.
Yeah, but it's a healthy Jose Urquidy would prevent you from going and getting Blake Snell.
No, you still go.
No, I know, but that's like the snowball effect that's being presented. Oh my God, Jose Urquidy is hurt. You better go get Blake Snell. If you're going to go get Blake Snell, go get Blake Snell. Don't let Jose Urquidy prevent you.
No, you still do that anyway, but now it almost makes it even more so and puts the leverage in Blake Snell's camp, which, by the way, Scott Boras is a badass for a reason. He was asking for 7 or 8 years, right? And then they balked at his price, whatever that number was, and he goes, all right, 2, but I got an opt-out. Like, if you're the Astros, why not? Why not? Like, this is your window and it's closing. Just do it. You have another pitcher in Urquidy that maybe can expedite you wanting Blake Snell. I don't understand how they can, quote, still be balking at that price. Who cares? This is the window right now.
By the way, honestly, if Blake Snell arrives here, we need to talk to him, or Spillane and B. Scott, one of those guys who's in the clubhouse, they need to figure out about this Josh thing.
Oh, yeah. Or get him on. We got to get him on.
We got to figure out, like, what is
Can
up with
you
this?
do something, bro?
Like, we don't who he's yelling at Josh in this streaming thing. We got to figure it out.
Yeah.
Good job, Josh. Really good job.
We don't need to talk about anything baseball related. I just want to know what's up with this Josh guy.
Yeah, and is he still talking with Josh, playing games with Josh?
You think they're still friends?
Oh, yeah. 100%. I think they might be best friends.
Yeah, talking to him like that?
Yeah, that's just being able to talk to him like that.
Oh, my God. You're so fucking terrible.
If that is his boy, if Josh is his boy.
We get Josh on.
Oh, we have to.
we
have to.
We got to get Josh on.
I would love to have Josh on.
Yeah, we got to get him on.
Man, how do you take this?
Because they're boys.
And Josh was just laughing at him the whole time.
Yeah, it's like, the way we talk to our real friends. You're so bleeping terrible. You got to get Blake Snell. Come on, man. Let's quit bleeping around here. Because and again, Urquidy is just another factor. He's not the factor.
Yeah,
but he is.
Sure. I'm just saying, if you're gonna get Blake Snell, get Blake Snell.
Go get him.
Don't let
get him.
Like if Urquidy has some recovery and he's ready to pitch next week, then
he opts out.
Don't say okay. Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah,
you may make a run at another World Series.
Yeah, that's cool.
Go ahead.
Get a Cy Young guy.
Yeah.
So that's one of the best teams in town. The Astros. Usually, when I say the best team in town, there's a fan base that gets a little upset with me, and quite frankly, I understand y'all for getting upset with me, and that's U of H Coug basketball fans. Hell of a squad, by the way. And by the way, screw a tournament. They're the Big 12 champs. Iowa State can stick it.
No, they are the Big 12
champs. Don't even worry about that. That doesn't count. That's whack. But they are good though, Iowa State. I did take that 5.5 before the game.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
But anyway, I'm worried about the Cougs. I feel like they might not even make it to next weekend. I feel like A&M might get them in the second round. And I didn't originally feel this way, but yesterday at their selection Sunday,
they had who?
Drake showed up, man. Drake showed up.
That's a kiss of death?
That's not. There's a curse there.
What is the curse?
Teams lose.
Where did it come from?
When he jumps on the bandwagon, they lose, man.
Like who? Lakers?
Kentucky.
Oh, that's right.
Kentucky. Yep.
That's right.
Kentucky for sure. There's been a few, man. It's the Drake curse.
Yeah. I think U of H, I'd be happier if I lost, now, because I think that's what Kelvin Sampson thrives on.
Oh yeah, that's a good loss.
Yeah, that's a great loss. That's a great loss.
Yeah, I'd rather lose in the tournament. You're going to be a 1 seed anyways. It's a teachable loss for Kelvin Sampson.
And he is going to teach.
Oh, he will.
He is going to teach.
He is a scary, scary guy.
He really is.
The halftime interviews.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I feel bad for people when they have to interview him. He's not a jerk about it. He's just very, very intense.
Yeah, yeah. I'm with you though on the second round. Obviously, you're always like.
I'm obviously just kidding, but there is a Drake curse. He did bet on the. As B. Rios brings up, he did bet on the Chiefs. He did. Yeah, he bet on the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. So every once in a while he'll hit. Someone says Drake was the Raptors' biggest fan. Was he? Like, what team has he not liked?
Mm-hmm.
I know he's from Canada and he likes the Raptors, but what NBA team is he not like?
That's like saying LeBron is the biggest Browns fan ever.
Yeah.
Like, no, he's a Cowboys fan. He's a LA Rams fan.
And he went weird.
Yankees.
Yeah. He started not liking the Cowboys for whatever reason.
Talk about a front runner.
Yeah.
Cowboys, Yankees.
Yeah. Buckeyes.
You gotta take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
No doubt. Coming up, Nick Caserio. He's got some teacher's pets.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Caserio told us a lot about who perhaps he preferred in free agency, and he did it in a very entertaining way. We'll hear it next. First, I want to tell you about Orchard. It is. All right, Nick Caserio has favorites, man. Man, he has favorites. He had an active week as well. We'll relive that week, but he was on with Payne and Pendergast, 40-minute man, alive and well. When he was asked about Danielle Hunter and some of the other guys, it was just kind of like, yeah, you know.
We watch the process. Yeah. We, see how he fits in our system.
Yeah.
There are certain things, processes that we go through.
He's a good football player.
But he's a good football player.
Yeah, Danielle's a good guy. He gets out the quarterback. Got a good career in Minnesota,
Let me give you my theory before we move on here. I think he made it very, very clear which guys he was really going to bat for and which guys D'Amico was going to bat for. That doesn't mean that they were at odds. I think, we all sort of like, our guys we go to bat for. I thought it was really obvious. Danielle Hunter's a D'Amico guy. We wanted to see who could fall to us, who would be a good fit. He's a good player, like that. Then, what about Danico Autry? He's a badass. He literally said, that is one bad MFer. What's the difference here? Well, Danico, I think, is a Caserio guy.
Let's get to his favorites.
Mm-hmm.
And let's first hear him talking about the D-line as a whole. This was Nick Caserio talking about their strategy when it came to adding guys on the front of the defense.
Yeah, I think what we try to do is just create some front flexibility. So you have some guys that can play in the end of the line of scrimmage. We have some guys that are specifically interior players. We have some players that maybe have some outside-inside flexibility. So I'd say we have a lot of players that have a lot of experience, that have played a lot of football. I mean, even on the inside. I mean, Fadakasi has started 33 games over the last 2 years for Jacksonville. I mean, Settle played 400 snaps last year. Khalil gave us some, 200 or 300 snaps last year. And then we have some guys that could kind of float inside that play on the perimeter as well. As a matter of fact, we're kind of working through free agency. Let's say there might be a player or two that pops up where we can add them to the group. So we're going to play 8 or 9 defensive linemen. D'Amico has said this. It starts with the front. So we're just trying to create as much flexibility and optionality in front as possible.
All right, there you go. So that's the overall strategy, okay? And that same tone is pretty much the way in which he spoke on Danielle Hunter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was just saying stuff about there's a lot of good football players.
You want to hear him talk about Danielle Hunter?
Yeah.
The biggest. Keep in mind, this is the biggest free agent signing Nick Caserio has ever made.
6.5 sacks.
Yeah, this is Nick Caserio on Danielle Hunter. What do you think of Danielle Hunter, Nick?
I would say specific to Danielle, that was a situation where there was mutual interest on both ends, and then we were able to come to agreement. I think we kind of came to an agreement sort of the end of the day there. It was late in the afternoon, I want to say Tuesday-ish, but that was another opportunity to add a good player to our team that we feel can help us. But by the same token, that wasn't the last order of business that we had in front of us. So you just have to be ready to act. You have to be very nimble. You have to be it's very fluid. Those 2 or 3 days are very, very fluid. And if you have a good process in place and you have good people around you that you can rely on to get information about what's going on about a situation, then hopefully you can utilize it to your advantage and try to make the best decision for the organization.
All right, there you go. So that sounds like did they get him off waivers?
But actually, as he said this, because then he goes to Danico Autry, but as he's saying this, I really wasn't like thinking.
No, I was. I just thought
because this is how he talks.
Well, I thought every guy was going to get talked about.
Yes,
like this.
That's exactly right.
I mean, he just talked about the $24 million man, whatever the hell it was.
Yeah,
and it was.
And I thought that's just Nick being Nick.
Yeah, that's just our process.
But then
we gotta evaluate. CJ's a good guy. He's a good player.
Yeah, he's good. He's all right.
CJ Stroud's good. He's all right.
Had a good season.
Then they asked him about Azeez Al-Shaair.
Mm-hmm.
And tone kind of changed a little bit.
I'd say Azeez is a football playing Jesse. I mean, what did he have, 160-some tackles last year?
Damn right you know exactly how.
Say, and this respectfully, Zaire Franklin is a damn good football player.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's some similarities, their play style, how they play. Azeez has a lot of leadership, has a lot of toughness. Obviously, he has experience playing in this defense and playing for D'Amico. I mean, this was a guy that if we had the opportunity to add to our team, quite frankly, like we tried to add him to the team last year, and it didn't work out, and then we had to play against him, and I think he made every tackle in the Tennessee game. So, I mean, awesome dude. Like his story, I mean, not to get into his story, but like his story coming out of Florida Atlantic, wasn't drafted, kind of how he got on campus. I mean, the more time you spend with him. Matter of fact, the coach that recruited him to Florida Atlantic is Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio and I were together in New England. I would say the fact that Aziz is where he is, I mean, honestly, it's a credit to him and his toughness and his resilience. The guy's a good football player, and we think he's, going to be a big asset to our team and our program.
All right, there you go. So day one might have been a Nick day. What's a Jesse mean?
I don't know. I'm sure it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing.
Well, obviously.
I think it's a good thing.
Then he was asked about Danico Autry.
Oh, man, you better sit down for this one.
And keep in mind how he talked about Daniil Hunter.
And other I'll mention in a second here.
But here is Nick Caserio talking about Danico Autry.
I would say specific to Danico, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, like, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, and a really good football player who cares about football. And we've had to play against him over the last couple of years in, Tennessee, and then he was in Indianapolis. But glad he's on our side, and, we're excited about what potentially he could bring to our front.
All right, so it's getting very clear here, right? And again, let me reiterate, I'm not saying that they are at odds, that they argued or whatever. Nobody knows. But it's very clear, like, Autry and Al-Shaair are Nick Caserio guys. He even said, I know the guy that recruited him, and we worked together in New England, all that stuff. Whereas Daniil Hunter, you're like, yeah, we let it play out and see how it – but there was another one too, like the Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce thing. And keep in mind, he drafted Dameon Pierce. So by definition, it's one of his guys. But he loves Joe Mixon.
Oh, he's a big Joe Mixon guy.
And then on Dameon, he's like, we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I think those are the right answers, right?
Yeah, no.
I mean, that's
the right
that's proportional to what they are.
Correct.
The crazy thing about the Autry and Shaair thing is the tone with them compared to Hunter is just way different.
Even the inflections on his voice. Like, Daniil was very Caserio-like. Business-like, almost monotone, all that stuff.
I almost feel like Nick Caserio felt like after that day one, they hit it out of the park.
Oh, yeah.
Because they had Shaair and Autry.
Yeah.
So it almost feels like he was probably a little more satisfied with day one than many people would have believed.
Well, the results, how it played out after day one, yes. But he actually said, like, when you have a chance to go get this guy, you go get him. And we tried to get him last year. And then it was just a different tone. So I think it's very clear he does have teacher's pets, as you put it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not together in terms of what they can do for this team.
He's really excited about that.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Let's go through the week that was for Nick Caserio. There were 16 moves made last week, nearly 17, which perhaps would have been one of the biggest of all. But it started on Monday. 2.5 hours into free agency. Straight crickets. Then it happened. Lonnie Johnson, first signing by Nick Caserio in the Houston Texans. Hour later, Jeff Okudah, former number 3 overall pick for the Ohio State Buckeyes. He's brought in perhaps to replace Steven Nelson. And then the bad MFer, the badass, the junkyard dog, as Nick Caserio describes him, Danico Autry signed, and then you get the football-playing Jesse, Aziz Al-Shaair, Tommy Townsend, the punter, and Noah Brown re-signed. That was Monday.
Yeah.
For Nick Caserio and the Houston Texans. Tuesday, Del'Shawn Phillips.
Okay.
Come on down.
Yeah.
And then Joe Mixon. Traded for Joe Mixon. In order to avoid having to pursue him in free agency or on waivers. And then the one that Nick Caserio spoke on, the one that got the fan base really excited, Daniil Hunter. 2-year deal, $48 million guaranteed, Daniil Hunter, and that was Tuesday. Yep. So you have Monday and Tuesday right there. We go to Wednesday. Quiet. David Sharp, come on down. Not sure what he does, but David Sharp, come on down. And then a trade. Malik Collins, take your ass to San Francisco.
Yeah.
Malik Collins for a 7th-round pick. Thursday, Eric Armstead signs with the Jags. The Texans settle with Tim Settle. And then you got a Joe Mixon contract extension. You got a press conference involving Daniil Hunter and Joe Mixon. And then Friday, you have the draft day trade with the Minnesota Vikings. Charlie Heck.
How about Charlie Heck?
Charlie Heck.
How about Charlie Heck? 3.3?
1 year contract. Charlie Heck, you're the swing tackle, baby.
Yeah.
And then Jesse Matthews released one of the camp heroes last year. So there you go. And then there was this weekend. Keenan Allen apparently was open to playing for the Texans per Aaron Wilson. The Texans actually had the better offer, but the Chargers elected to send Keenan Allen to Chicago. So the Texans are not done. They seem pleased with what they've done on defense, and they aggressively tried to pursue Keenan Allen. And the process, the new league year continues, but that was the week of Nick Caserio last week.
A couple of little subtle things. We know the big news, and we covered it last week. But a couple little subtle things to talk about here. I kind of got the feeling listening to Caserio this morning, he kind of feels like you do about Malik Collins.
Yeah, he's just a guy.
Yeah. He was kind of saying that, not in so many words, but he was like, well, we got the best out of him. He had a good year for us. I'm happy for him that he's elsewhere now. And not to read too much into the Charlie Heck signing, but they did get some insurance there. I mean, Charlie Heck started a game. Charlie Heck started a game instead of Titus Howard. Remember, we talked about that. Like, it's just kind of a backup, some insurance or whatever. So I don't think it necessarily says anything about Titus Howard, but it is some good insurance there with somebody who's been around. So
Titus Howard going to be looking over his shoulder.
Yeah. He may well be. May well be.
You really tried to bring the Charlie Heck thing to the table?
No, I not only tried.
We're sitting here trying to lay it down, and you bring Charlie Heck to the table?
I not only tried, I did. I think that's something that they clearly like that guy. Maybe not as much as they like Danico Autry.
Man, Charlie Heck must – I think in Charlie Heck's childhood, he probably went to the grocery store every Sunday.
Why?
And got some apples and gave them to the teacher every day. Whether it's O'Brien, whether it's Easterby, whether it's Lovie Smith, whether it's David Coley, whether it's Nick Caserio, whether it's now D'Amico Ryans, all of them like Charlie Heck.
He's a teacher's pet.
And I can't figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a teacher's pet, no doubt.
And he's Sean's neighbor.
Oh, he sure is. That's right. Yeah.
Sean Pendergast's neighbor.
Is he the coach's kid, too?
Yeah, the offensive line coach for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, coach's kid. That was something O'Brien.
And his
liked.
brother's the strength and conditioning, one of the strength and conditioning people here?
Yeah, he looks like a wrestler.
Yeah.
Like a nut job. On the text line, Lopez, you said that Shire seems to be a Nick Caserio guy. The text line's asking, how could he be a Nick guy when he was coached and drafted by D'Amico in San Francisco? Makes no sense at all.
Well, he was coached by D'Amico. I don't know how who made the biggest influence on the draft by it, but I'm just saying, like, listen to what Nick said about him.
Yeah, you can be a Nick guy too, right?
Yeah, and I also, I said up first, I'm not saying these guys don't work together and are not happy with it, because you could really pick that up from Caserio that he likes working with D'Amico. What I'm saying is he's got some dudes that he is very high on, and some guys that he's like, okay.
All right, we have a dad joke one-upper on the text line. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. We may have settled for Settle, but we hunted for Hunter.
Okay. I don't mind that one. That's pretty good.
So overall, I want you to grade the Caserio interview.
You know what? It was. It started out, and I was completely eye-rolling. I was like, oh, boy, he's not going to say one day. They asked him about Daniil Hunter, and he didn't answer it for 5 minutes, like almost literally 5 minutes. Then he goes, he was talking about he was on the phone a lot, and,
each situation's different.
Yeah, and how he assesses information.
About finding the best player.
Gets information and assesses it, and I was just rubbing my face going, oh, this is not good.
You think he was pissed off that the Allen stuff got out?
Oh, I'm sure he was, but not surprised. That comes from the agents, and by the way, it came from Allen too. But then overall, how would I grade it? I'd actually, on a Caserio scale, because of the nuggets that we got out of it, and because of the kind of the feeling that we clearly have now of how the Texans are, I'll give it a solid B+. It was strong.
Yeah, I thought he did his thing.
Yeah, it was strong.
I liked Seth. I think Seth kind of set the tone, honestly. Because Seth asked the Malik Collins question.
Yeah.
So did that go according to plan?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the tone just got set right there.
And I liked
his.
I liked his comments on the running back and Joe Mixon. I think it's very clear they're getting another running back. Obviously we assume that because it's obvious, but I think it's a pretty good priority for him.
How long did Nick go today? Was he the 40-minute?
By the
man?
way, he said before Sean even answered the question, before Sean even asked the question, "Oh, I have plenty of time." Okay.
Hey Nick, how you doing on time?
Yeah.
How long did he go today? Was
About
he a
30
40-minute man?
No, about 30. 25, 30.
Nah, it was more than 25, sir.
It was probably closer to 30.
You sure?
Did he go after 8?
Right to 8. Wasn't it?
I don't know.
As I remember it was 8:30, 7:30 to 8. So about 30 minutes. But again, that's 30 minutes of a good, 5 minutes of where you get the meat. And he did give us some nuggets. So that was good. Good job by the guys this morning, too.
Nick, I truly mean this when I asked, given the time of year that it is.
I should have actually said at the beginning, I have plenty of time.
I meant to ask you at the beginning, but I was too excited to acknowledge you.
There you go.
There we go.
Shop's kind of giddy, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You hear that?
Mm-hmm.
I was too excited to acknowledge you.
I like the way Sean introduced the whole interview. He's here. Like, all right.
That's what he said?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Yes, it is.
He said he's here.
He said he is here. The very beginning. And I was like, all right. We're going now.
Sean was giddy for this.
And then it started out with a whimper, but it ended with a bang.
Sean was giddy for this.
Very much.
Sean loves talking to Caserio, man.
They're boys. They like each other.
Oh, but Sean.
Giddy?
Let's see. Let's hear this intro. You said he's here?
Yeah. That's what I heard. Yeah.
Shout out to him, Nick Caserio.
Are you ready?
This is what it sounded like.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios,
All right.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right.
All right, it is 7:31 here on a Monday, and he is here. Texans Executive Vice President and General.
I was like, let's go. Let's go.
He is here.
He is here.
He is him.
Yeah. Oh, man.
You think Nick Caserio's Sean's favorite guy right now?
Yes, and I think Sean is Nick Caserio's favorite. I think they're boys. By the way, it helps us because we get good nuggets.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he is. Coming up, the wide receiver. Are the Texans done pursuing veteran receivers? Are they looking at the draft? Let's get into that coming up next.
Area 45.
All right, wide receiver. Texans reportedly were in on a wide receiver. They were aggressively pursuing Keenan Allen. If you listen to Diana Rossini, Aaron Wilson, and ESPN, Keenan Allen himself said that was one of his two choices. Is there a pivot now? Are we looking at the draft? What are we doing? Because what this report shows me is they know what we've thought.
We've been begging for.
They need another for C.J. Stroud, and they need another big weapon for C.J. Stroud. So where do they go from here is going to be interesting, because I don't think you're going to get as good of a player as Keenan Allen, and I don't know that they want to settle again at this position. So where do we go from here? What are we looking at?
I think we're kicking the tires, and I don't just look at Keenan. That would have been. What would we be discussing today, man? Like, we would be almost saying, not that's a wrap, because there's a lot to go, especially the draft and then other signings and all that. But we would be talking about, okay, now you can legitimately say, offensively and defensively, they're pretty much set at the upper levels. They know that. So what I'm getting at here is they're not going to all of a sudden take a step back, especially after they traded their first-round pick. Like, there are some premium – I call them premium draft rounds, second and third round. You call them – what do you call the second round? Whatever. Like, there are some good players you can get there.
Second round is the best opportunity.
Yes. But for every, really good player you can steal in the second round, there's a John Mechie. So you can't count on that. So I think what it does for me is you start kind of beating the bushes on what kind of players are still out there, what kind of trades might still be made. You're not high on Stephon Diggs, but the guy is productive.
Yeah, but he wants a deal and he's always unhappy.
Yeah, but maybe he's unhappy in Buffalo.
What's his price?
Like,
they're not trying to get rid of him.
Like, I get your point on, why would he be unhappy in Buffalo? Because of Josh Allen and they're really good. But it's also Buffalo, and it's also run its course. So maybe he wants to get back down here.
If Buffalo traded Stephon Diggs to the Texans, that would be the dumbest thing that they could do.
Buffalo would be the dumbest thing Buffalo would do.
Yeah, and I'm not a don't ever trade a guy in the division.
Mm-hmm.
But in that situation,
they competing against each other.
I mean, they're Texans are trying to get up to that tier.
They're also cleaning house, man.
But their window is so small. Like Buffalo's window is so small right now to where you can't be trading your best receiver. You just lost Gabe Davis too, so you can trade your best receiver to the Texans.
Yes, but what I'm saying is you start looking at all these options, because this is what the Texans are doing. They're not – you think otherwise, and that's fine, especially if they move up in the draft. They're not looking at a wide receiver in the draft, but they're looking at a wide receiver. So that tells you Keenan Allen, whether it's Stephon Diggs, whether it's someone else that they –
Mike Williams.
No
thanks, right?
No, he's got speed.
Renfro. I think you need to draft a guy.
No, I just don't think that's what they're thinking.
I mean, it depends on who it is.
Why would you get out of the first round if you're trying to draft an upper tier receiver?
Because they like some of the guys in the second in that range,
and he said that,
they can get multiple needs.
But he didn't say what position. Like a second round wide receiver, even though it's a deep class, where are they now? 42?
Yeah.
That's asking a lot, man. Unless you move up, that's asking a lot of the wide receiver. I think they're still going to try to acquire a wide receiver, and I say acquire because it is not necessarily a free agent. It might be. And boy, I mean, he's telling us. I mean, they flat out told us with their actions. They were in on Keenan Allen. They offered the best deal for Keenan Allen. Like they've told us they're willing to go the extra step to get a wide receiver. So they flat out told us that this is what they're doing.
But what if the opportunity's not there?
Well, and again, that's when you got to assess the situation, as Nick was saying this morning. And then go from there and try to make a move somewhere else.
Keenan Allen, man,
that would have been sweet.
That'd have been nasty.
Very sweet,
especially for that price.
Yeah,
Lord.
Third rounder.
Yeah, third rounder, fourth rounder is what Chicago ended up getting, but that would have been nasty.
No, and so you got to look at these guys and see what might be up there for them.
Do you think Nick Caserio looks smarter with? Or do you think the Texans look luckier with what's gone on with the 2021 QB class?
Oh.
Trevor Lawrence, we don't know what's up with him. We know he's good. Is he elite? Trey Lance, he's already been traded for a 4th-round pick. Mac Jones, he got traded for a 6th-round pick. Justin Fields got traded for a 2025 6th-round pick. I don't think you could give away Zach Wilson. Davis Mills was selected in that 3rd round right there.
Mm-hmm.
Still a backup quarterback, been fine. 2 things when I look at this, and the big news, and I don't know if you got the memo. I guess you're supposed to say Justin Fields is the best quarterback of all time. And
come on, what's going on with this?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I have a theory. I'll throw it at you at 120. But the Deshaun Watson situation and the fact that it happened, not him wanting out, but the off-field stuff, it probably prevented them from drafting one of these guys, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Because you got to think perhaps the Jets would have been willing to trade or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they basically had that year where they're basically being held hostage by Deshaun Watson.
Threw their hands up, yeah.
And they just threw their hands up and they paid his salary and he didn't play at all.
Mm-hmm. They would have had one.
The fact that they kind of had to wait and then they were pushed back. And then in the next draft, there was no quarterback worth taking in the top 5, top 15. By the way, they didn't take Kenny Pickett either. They took Kenyon Green, which I would rather have Kenyon Green than Kenny Pickett because you would have just been wasting time with Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
It kind of got lucky with the way that Watson thing played out, like the overall timeline.
Yeah, no, I don't even think it's kind of how it played out. That goes. They also kind of got lucky, like not just the way that played out, but that C.J. Stroud was there for him, when they did draft him. So, because even this class, I know Caleb Williams going to the Bears, obviously, but beyond that, who knows?
We're getting some wide receiver names on the text line. The 832, isn't Michael Thomas available?
Well, yeah. Yeah, he is.
I'd rather have Steven Sims at this point.
How do you feel about a T. Higgins trade?
No, thank you.
Really? Why do you not?
DJ Shark getting some love. Why? I don't know.
Yeah.
And then Cortland Sutton's being thrown out there as well.
Why don't you like T. Higgins?
I'm good.
Why?
I don't want to pay T. Higgins and trade for T. Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you.
Well, you were going to do it with Keenan Allen. I know he's better.
Yeah, it was going to be short term though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, T. Higgins. I mean,
we have to be on alert.
He's a fine player.
Yeah, we have to be on alert for this because they're like I said, they are making it very clear that they're trying to get a receiver here, and thank goodness for that. Nothing against Tank and Nico, but thank goodness for that.
They wanted Keenan, and they wanted Keenan though. Mm-hmm. Keenan wanted them, so that's where we're at. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So, how are you going to take in day one now? Day one of the NFL draft. It's been active. We've seen them have multiple picks. We've seen them have no picks at all. For me, I don't mind just kind of relaxing on day one, seeing what other teams do. I think there's an advantage in the second round when you have multiple picks because basically you get to gather on Thursday night and Friday morning into the afternoon. You look at guys who fell. You look at opportunities. And you also already know what certain teams have done. So, in other words, let's say in that second round, you're sitting behind the Chargers. The Chargers have already drafted. Let's pretend they've drafted a receiver, whether it's Marvin Harrison Jr. or whatever. And he's probably going to go to the Cardinals. But let's say the Cardinals or Chargers are in front of you. If they've already drafted a receiver, you kind of have an idea of what your opportunity is going to be.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that you have a round behind you. You see the value and all that. You get to kind of assess stuff, take it all in. That's why I like day two so much. That's why I like the opportunities.
Yeah, I like day two a lot as well. First of all, there's going to be at least 3 or 4 players that were projected first rounders that are going to be right there at the top of round 2. Now, maybe that's something that could fit with you. Maybe that's a wide receiver, and it would constitute them maybe packaging some picks to move up. The second thing, and you hear me saying this all the time, is that, for as much as it's lying season, the draft doesn't lie. The first round of the draft in particular tells you what all these teams are thinking. That's kind of what you're alluding to. So you can also see, like, if they're thinking this, we have these players available, and you're also going to see, like, how many quarterbacks are taken, how many receivers are taken, and maybe there's going to be a big old defensive tackle right there that you can go get. So I like it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they move up.
I feel like Caserio likes the D tackles. I feel like he likes these, like, rotational guys.
The ones here now.
I think so.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that he looks at this tackle thing as much of a glaring hole as a lot of people do.
Or he likes them, but he knows there's a defensive tackle in the second round that's just prime to help out. Maybe Sweat.
Yeah, Sweat's going to be interesting.
He'll be there.
D'Amico Ryans get there. Sweat, that's a big dude, man.
Yeah.
It's a big dude. Big personality, too.
So how am I going to take in the first round?
Just chill.
I'm actually going to just kind of be on alert, man. You know, you never know with Nick Caserio.
Alert.
Maybe they're going to make a big deal.
I'm just going to chill, man.
Watch it process and then go from there.
I think he's just in the mood of just relaxing, too.
Yeah, I kind of just want to chill, man.
Staying out?
Staying out?
Just hang out?
Yeah.
I think he's talking about going and watching the draft out. He's trying to get out on the streets.
I was thinking about it, man. They want me to do another one, man.
Let's go.
He's trying to get out on the streets, man.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the Astros, they could be making the biggest move of the offseason. And Keenan Allen, you'll hear what he had to say about the Texans, plus the biggest trade of the weekend and the strange disconnect between media and league next.
We're a fiduciary obligated to act in our client's best interest.
to use that.
You'd be surprised.
Find an Navien installer near you at InklessMadeSimple.com. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The move that wasn't, the move that could be, and the move that has created a lot of disconnect. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's talk about the move that could have been Keenan Allen. This was Keenan Allen at his press conference, traded to the Chicago Bears for a 4th-round pick. Keenan, where'd you want to be?
Did the team, when they were trading you in this process, did they approach you and say, where do you want to go, or was it just that you found out you were going to Chicago?
There was a couple teams that they would allow me, I guess, to say where I wanted to go. I only had like 2 teams.
You said there were 2 teams that you wanted to go to?
That had interest, yeah.
Okay, what were they?
Jets and Houston.
All right. They were in the mix, and he wanted to come here. You think he's disappointed?
I would think so.
Right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, the Jets and Texans kind of dark horse.
But he didn't want – those were the teams that he mentioned.
Those were the teams that he wanted. He ends up in Chicago playing with a rookie quarterback. Yeah, I doubt that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's that. Texans, according to Aaron Wilson, had the best offer on the table. Trade that was, goodness gracious, what a disconnect this is. Chicago Bears trade Justin Fields to the Steelers for a 6th-round pick that could turn into a 4th-round pick based on playing time. Now, keep in mind the Steelers have also acquired Russell Wilson, so Russell Wilson expected to be the starter. I don't think I've ever seen a situation where the league thinks one thing and all of the media types seem to think that Justin Fields, like in the ideal situation, would have been some sort of all-pro or something like that. It's actually pretty crazy to me. I remember, I do think there's a little bit of a Mulligetta factor here, because I remember when Orlovsky had his scouting report, and then Ryan Clark, one of the Mulligetta mouthpieces, he started criticizing Orlovsky, and then Orlovsky completely backtracked. I don't know what it is, but for some reason the league thinks one thing of Justin Fields, and the internet and the media types seem to think something completely different.
I'm confused by this. I don't think, just to be clear, I don't think it's a bad roll of the dice for the
No, I think if I were in the Steelers situation, I would think you played the quarterback situation perfect. I'm not criticizing that. I'm just saying they got Justin Fields for what they got Justin Fields for, and there are a lot of teams that needed quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, the dialogue seems to be...
Clearly, for Justin Fields, he's in a good situation with Tomlin and Russell Wilson, there. But I'm just talking about, and I think this is what you're talking about, this idea that all of a sudden he's going to blossom. No, you got him for that price, because most people don't think they think it's a long shot that he is going to blossom. So I think from a Steelers perspective, if you're a fan, you should be happy, but I wouldn't count on anything.
I saw yesterday, and this was multiple things.
People were comparing stats.
Dude, like people were talking about Lamar Jackson getting in the ideal situation.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Like, can Lamar Jackson relax without getting brought into these types of conversations?
No. The answer is no, he can't.
Some dude said this is just an example of surroundings, quarterback benefiting from surroundings, and Lamar Jackson goes to the Ravens. It's an ideal situation. 2 first-time offensive coordinators, first-year offensive coordinators that he worked with, I think. Mm-hmm. And he won the MVP both years.
2 different systems.
2 different systems, 2 different everything. Can we stop that?
No. Justin Fields did not do that.
He did not. Jose Urquidy pulled himself from his minor league start the other day after 43 pitches. He has right elbow pain. He is also expected to start the season on the injured list. Bob Nightingale and Chandler Rahm report that the Astros are now interested in Blake Snell. Per Nightingale, Snell told the Astros he's seeking at least a 2-year deal worth $66 million with an opt-out after 2024.
Good. Do it. It started out...
Is that easy?
Yes. For the Astros, it is. It's only money. It's not Adam Spillane's money.
You're already paying the tax.
You're already paying the tax. You have a window here to win a World Series, and if you needed any, motivation, Jose Urquidy, I would not be counting on him anytime soon. Maybe not at all this season. Yeah, Espada said today he's got right forearm strain. Well, we've heard that a million times. That's an elbow. He's got an elbow issue. That's code. That's what baseball does. So if you needed any other motivation, that's it right there. Yeah. Do it. Wouldn't you?
Sure.
Yeah. You
Why
made
not?
a gajillion dollars the last few years.
Why not?
And if he wants to opt out, let
You
him
already
opt
took
out.
the gloves off. You went with Hader.
Yeah.
Go with it.
Do it. And he's a 7-inning guy, too. Blake Snell won the Cy Young, but very rarely went past the seventh inning.
Well, the Rays would take him out after like 68 pitches.
Yes. So maybe he wants to go a little longer.
Pods.
But he doesn't have to with this bullpen.
I can go 5.
Yeah. Yeah, he could go 5.
6. Do your thing.
Yeah.
Play video games at night. Do your thing. Shout out to Blake Snow. If he comes through here, we got to figure out who Josh is and why the hell he was so angry at him.
Yeah, Jim Crane needs to do something, bro.
Yeah, do something. NCAA tournaments. The Cougs get a 1 seed. They will take on Longwood. Where is Longwood?
No idea.
I've never heard of it.
I'm going to guess. I'm going to say somewhere in the Carolinas. That sounds like a North Carolina, South Carolina school.
Longwood is in Carolina?
Or no, maybe New York. Let me see.
Okay.
Longwood. Where are you guessing?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Virginia. I was close.
Okay.
Yeah, I was close.
Sure you were.
I was.
Okay, just a few states away.
Yeah.
AM, they're the number 9 seed in the South. If they're able to beat Nebraska, then they will take on the Cougs in the second round. Interesting fact about this.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska's never won an NCAA tournament game.
Nope.
How many Nebraska basketball players can you name?
Not really any. Who am I missing?
I think Tyronn Lue.
Oh, Tyronn Lue.
Eric Piatowski.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's as far as I can go.
Figgy, how many
Tyronn
can you
Lue
name?
and Eric Piatowski.
Yeah.
I can't name none.
Yeah, that's it. So we'll see how they're actually not terrible. Texas Tech, they get the 6th seed in the South. They're going to take on NC State. NC State, they dominated North Carolina in that ACC championship
They're
game.
talking about another 1983 run.
Okay.
1983.
Can we watch an NC State game without seeing
Nope.
Jimmy V running around
No,
after
you
that?
can't.
I mean, come on.
Can't
Let's
do it.
move on.
Can't do it.
Let's move on.
But they beat Carolina that year, too, and won the
yeah,
tournament.
let's move on. I don't need to see him running around. That was a long time ago.
Storylines, baby.
Yeah, let's move on.
Mm-hmm.
Baylor gets the 3 in the West. They're going to take on Colgate. TCU gets the 9 in the Midwest. They're going to take on Utah State. And then Texas is the 7 in the Midwest. They'll await the winner of UVA and CSU. So Texas gets in at 7. March Madness begins. I'm not counting those playing games. Okay, March Madness begins on Thursday.
I never do. Although
doesn't count for me.
UVA is playing, I think, tomorrow.
Appreciate the warning.
They're an ugly basketball team, but they're pretty good. It's about the storylines. Never let it be said that the NCAA tournament committee doesn't have a good sense of humor, or at least maybe a gallows humor. They're playing A&M against Nebraska in the men's and women's tournament. A&M is playing Nebraska in the men's tournament and in the women's tournament. You know what's happening today about 2 o'clock?
What's that?
A&M is introducing the former Nebraska football legend and athletic director Trev Alberts as their new athletic director. So the week that they steal a legend, a beloved, not anymore, they're calling him traitor, player up
mad at him for taking an A&M job?
Yeah, they're calling him a traitor in Nebraska. So the same week they're doing that, they're going to pit A&M against Nebraska in the men's and women's tournament. Then there's the Rick Barnes Bowl. If they both advance, it'll be Tennessee against Texas.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. They like these storylines, man.
Let's move on from that, too.
How about Dan Monson? Do you know who Dan Monson is? Long Beach State head coach. Got fired last week. Then won the tournament. He's fired and taken a team to the tournament. Like, no, it wasn't even like.
What do you mean?
He got fired.
How?
But they let him finish the
But he was
season.
still working.
Well, they let him finish the season. And he damned if he didn't win the tournament.
Is that fired?
Yeah, is that fired?
He got fired. Like, they told
But
him,
he's
you're
still
fired.
working.
But you can finish the season because it was late in the year.
No, he's not fired.
Well, they told him he's getting fired.
What's he doing this week?
He's playing coaching basketball.
Okay, so he's not fired. He's got a job.
Look it up. They fired him.
He's got a job then.
They fired him. It's like, okay, you can finish out the month. Damned if he didn't win the tournament from Long Beach State. So they got to bring him back now, right? They got to do the old switcheroo.
No. Yeah. He's actually making a worse case for himself. Where the hell was this all year?
That happens.
Slime ball.
That happens.
You were dragging ass all year, and now all of a sudden, when you get told that you're not going to be back, I'm not going to say fired. He's coaching.
He got fired.
When you get told you're not going to be brought back, you're winning tournaments.
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with you, sir? I was watching NBA yesterday, the late night games. The quality in basketball is just ridiculous.
Oh, and
NBA versus college. Like if you watch all this college the weekend, like the shot making and like the contested shots and all that, it's.
Yeah.
I know this is a big event, but man, this is some sloppy ass stuff that we're watching.
Of course, that's what makes it great, though.
That's not great. It's slop. I mean, let's be serious. This is.
But you're
garbage.
entertained.
And this isn't defense either.
Aren't you entertained?
They play defense and cause. No, they don't.
No, they do.
They're just sitting there.
No, they play defense. And
come on.
Have you watched U of H?
I mean, come on. Yeah, I watched them. I watched their last game.
Well, they didn't play well
defense
there.
Going on.
They didn't play well. But have you watched Iowa State? They play some defense.
Yeah, Iowa State.
But you're entertained by the NCAA. Don't tell me you're not entertained by the NCAA tournament. You are entertained. The drama, the late games. I mean, the finishes of some of these games, the underdog stories. You can't sit there and honestly tell me you're not entertained by the NCAA tournament.
I'm not.
I knew you were going to say
I'm entertained by the event, but the actual quality of basketball, I'm not entertained by that.
I knew
you think this is quality hoops?
No, I'm not.
The Big Ten, by the way, has come a long way. The Big Ten, I mean, they were scoring.
Mm-hmm.
And that was Wisconsin and Illinois. They were hooping.
I'm not arguing with your point about the quality of the game. What I'm saying is it's incredibly entertaining.
Yeah, it's entertaining, but it's not. It's entertaining because it's just so unpredictable and wild.
It's an entertainment business.
Yeah, but I mean, I would like to see some quality basketball. I mean, look at these guys, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of these guys. What?
That's your boy you looking at on TV too, man.
Which guy? You're talking about this Indiana State guy?
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, they snubbed him.
Good.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. They snubbed him.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
Coming up, Nick Caserio made 3 trades last week. He spoke on all 3. We'll hear what the GM had to say about the 3 moves that were made. 3 different types of moves. Nick Caserio joins us for lunch next.
All right.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Nick Caserio made 3 trades last week. Let's hear him sounding off on these trades. He wasn't asked about the Keenan Allen. What can you really ask about a trade that didn't happen? And what
he
you were
wasn't going to answer that anyway.
Yeah, what you were willing to give up. So I had no issue with that. What was he going to say? Nothing.
Yeah,
would be the right answer. Here's him talking about the Malik Collins trade, though, and I'm just
I thought of you when
fascinated
I heard this.
by
I thought of you.
Malik Collins and the love that he has all of a sudden. Like the way that he gets talked about all of a sudden is just, it's weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was an okay player. I think Nick Caserio, you can read between the lines. I don't think he feels like this is going to be too much of a void. I'll let you decide, though. This was Nick Caserio on sending Malik Collins to the San Francisco 49ers for a 7th-round pick, and whether or not they were caught by surprise by the move.
In the Malik situation, there actually had been different types of interest in the player at different points going back to last year and then even during the course of the season. But, we felt that, keeping Malik on the team last year was the best thing for us, and he helped our football team and did a number of good things. So our job is to evaluate and assess and listen. That's part of my responsibility to the organization. That's my responsibility to the staff. And in the end, take the information. Whatever decision you make, you're comfortable with whatever the result is, whether it's releasing a player, whether it's signing a player, whether it's trading a player. So I would say in Malik's situation, there was an opportunity for him to go to a great program or great organization with Kyle and John, and then we felt in the end that was probably the best thing for him and the best thing for us. So that's why we made the decision that we did with his situation.
Yeah, not going to be missed, at least from Nick Caserio's perspective, it doesn't sound like, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, people talking about
but you got the most out of him.
Yeah, people are talking about him like he's Warren Sapp or something.
I mean, he deserves credit.
Like Warren Crap.
He being Malik Collins deserves credit for what he did, and actually
he's fine, man.
Yeah,
he's fine.
But it wasn't.
You can replace him with just guys.
Eminently replaceable.
He's fine.
Yeah, very much replaceable.
I think Nick Caserio agrees with that. The draft trade. Mm-hmm. This one was interesting. So the Texans trade out of the first round with the Minnesota Vikings. This is not something you see often. Now, you might see a team trade up for the number 1 pick. That's a little bit different or up earlier. But
this?
The mid, a little bit different. Nick Caserio, please explain yourself.
We received a few calls about that pick. We looked at the information, and D'Amico and I, and again, we talk about everything, so no decisions are made in a vacuum. So based on the discussions that we had and then based on the discussions that we had with Minnesota, when that opportunity was presented, we felt it made sense for us. So some of this is really just about positioning, pools of players or clusters of players. So probably anywhere from 25 to 40, you're going to probably have a very similar type of player. Would we have players that we feel comfortable with? Probably the answer is yes. But by the same token, if we were to move out of that, what's the opportunity cost of moving out of that pick? Moving back 19 spots or whatever it is to the top of the second round there in the 40s. When you go back specifically to, let's call it that area, over the last few years, guys like Petrie, Maffei, Brisker, even last year, Laporta, Mayer, Bergeron, Musgrave, Branch, Jaden Reed.
Jeez.
So I would say you look at those football players who have really made a significant impact on their football team. But if we happen to stay at 42, we're hopeful that we're going to be able to find a good football player or two that can help our football team. So when you take all the information on face value, in the end, we felt comfortable with the decision that we were making. Does it maybe potentially eliminate a certain pool of players? Potentially, but it doesn't mean we can't come back into the first round. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be good players available to pick. The discussions that D'Amico and I had throughout the course of the week and specific to this situation, we both felt comfortable. And so in the end, we made a decision that we felt made the most sense for us, and we'll kind of keep moving forward.
All right.
This to me was like the most telling part of the whole interview, outside of him like having his favorites or whatever. Like when you piece it all together, you always have to like interpret what Nick is saying and read between the lines and everything. He said we received a number of calls about that pick. Who's going to call you about the 23rd pick? A number of different teams. I think they kind of made some calls about that pick. I'm not saying he's lying, but what I am saying is, like, how many teams are going to say, you know what, let's call Houston about that number 23 pick. Let's see what that looks like. When you can
I doubt his phone was ringing off the hook for 19.
But if you heard at the very beginning,
22.
He said we received a number of calls about that pick. And when I heard that, I was like, well, that's weird. Maybe they did. But I think they had a number of conversations about that pick, which means and then he said it later, that 25, he specifically said 25 to 40 range, the pool of players there. Yeah. I think what's going on here is they're really high on some guys that are in that range.
It's like a different version, like an opposite effect of what we saw last year. And this is why Nick Caserio excites me, because of his adjustments. But and we talked about this leading up to it and when it finally played out. So I would imagine that perhaps last year, and this is common sense, that when they were talking about what they were going to do with the number 2 pick, there was a portion of the room that perhaps wanted Will Anderson, and there was a portion of the room that wanted C.J. Stroud.
Sure.
So they eventually decided we're going to get both of them.
Let's get both of them.
So we're going to trade up. We're going to trade this, that.
Yeah.
I would imagine that in a different way, and not as direct and not as certain, because you're talking about a lot of variables and a lot of other stuff that can happen. I would say that when they're discussing like the draft and they're saying, okay, we're sitting here at 23 and we have a second-round pick, I would imagine when they're having that discussion, there's at least 2 players that they like a lot.
Yes.
And maybe they're saying, okay, much like last year when we traded up to get the 2 guys that we were discussing, now we can trade back. And because we're going to have 2 picks in that range, and by the way, we can add a second-round pick next year.
That's huge.
Then we can do the same thing and get 2 guys. So I would think this is just kind of a fluid thing based on like discussions they have.
But clearly and he actually talked about the scouting staff, like they gave him these, what the prime time was, so to speak. And then he rattled off all those names. I don't think that was the first time he did that. Like all those names that fell into that category of second, early third round. I don't know what it means other than I think they like the sweet spot. They like the sweet spot of those premium picks, the second and third round picks.
Yeah, I think they're in that range right there where they and I don't think they love anyone at 23.
Right. But like if you're the Arizona Cardinals, you're sitting there, by the way, during free agency and the legal tampering period in free agency, like, you know what? Hey, why don't you give the Texans a call, see what they're going to do about that 23 pick? No, I don't think that's what happens. In the middle of everything else, like, you thinking about making a trade on the draft yet? No, not really. Call the Texans. See what they're up to with the number 23 pick. I think the Texans really sort of initiated a lot of this stuff, and good for them because that's something they believe in. And they think they can get something good there.
How about him mentioning all those nice
like this
day 2 picks?
Like just off the top of his dome, which he's a smart guy. I'm not saying he couldn't do it, but I think he's done that before. Like in meetings. Like, hey, man, look at this and look at our guys that we have rated there, and then look at the picks that we've gotten there.
Yeah, there had to have been something to that. What about how he mentions all these impactful second-round picks? He throws in Branch, Laporta.
Petrie.
You can't quit Petrie, can he?
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
It's all good, though. We'll see what happens with Jalen Petrie. The Joe Mixon trade. This was the first trade that Caserio made last week. Now, this one was interesting because he was set to be released, and basically Nick Caserio just didn't even want to risk. He did not want to risk even having to compete for Joe Mixon and trying to compete with other teams to acquire him. So he was aggressive and he went and got Joe Mixon. And you heard Joe Mixon at his press conference. I think he used the word wanted like 5 to 10 times. Talking about I feel wanted. Here was Nick Caserio talking about Joe Mixon and that move that he made.
From the trade, kind of how it was consummated, you want to try, if you have conviction and you want the player, like maybe there's something you can do to get ahead of it. So with Joe, he was released. Likely he was going to be, I think he was going to be on the waiver wire probably the next day at 4 o'clock, and then he would become a free agent, and then you would probably, there was going to be interest in Joe. Joe's a really good player, so there's going to be competition. So we try to get ahead of that. So we picked up the phone and we talked about it internally first. Like, number one, do we have interest in the player? Do we think he fits? Okay, we feel good about the player. All right, pick up the phone. Hey, would you guys be interested in trading the player? We'll give you, whatever the pick was. And we agreed to the trade. I think, and that's how we kind of came to the agreement. We're able to acquire the player on the team and the commitment that we made to Joe. This is a player that has been a very consistent, very productive, very durable player. From a football player standpoint, we felt this is a player that we wanted to be a part of our program here moving forward. You have to look at everything. You have to take each situation as it comes. Each player has their own specific profile. We have confidence that Joe is going to bring a lot, not only on the football field, but is going to do a great job in the community, and we were willing to make a commitment to him to be a part of our program here for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, they like Joe Mixon, and I'm glad. He's a really good player. They're confident in him. He talked about that, and only what his past was 10 years ago, as we've talked about.
Yeah,
and
I believe that got brought up.
And why not? I mean, it's part of the story. And he said absolutely. In fact, he sounded almost eager to talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, they factored in.
Yeah. So he was good about it. And then the back part of it, he was asked about Dameon Pierce and the dynamic, and maybe I'm not. I mean, maybe you're feeling something different. I just didn't sense like he was. Like Dameon Pierce is our number 2 guy.
Wouldn't you be troubled if he did?
Yeah, but he like said the words and it just wasn't like convincing. Like,
would you want him to lie to you?
No, I'm saying he's like, we'll see.
Yeah, we will see.
Yeah. So
but if Nick Caserio would have got on here and said, "Oh, Dameon Pierce is great, man. We look at him as our number 2 back. He's going to change the pace. We like what he brings with Mixon. It's a nice little thunder and lightning."
No,
I mean, we would have hammered him.
By the way, I hate that term anymore.
What, thunder and lightning?
Yeah, that's not the case.
With the running backs?
They don't do that anymore. It's not thunder and it's not lightning. Occasionally it is, but generally it's just 2 backs.
Just give me 2 backs that are good.
Give me 2 backs. Yeah.
A lot of times they can do some different stuff, but yeah, thunder and lightning has kind of changed a little bit. Nick Caserio this morning with Payne and Pendergast. By the way, 42 minutes.
I thought it was about 30, man.
It's 42.
That's crazy.
Yeah. 40-minute man, dude.
That's what you call him.
Nothing more, nothing less. The 40-minute man.
Yeah, and he actually, before they even asked it, I have plenty of time as they were getting to the top of the hour.
Did their thing.
That's right.
Nick Caserio, Payne and Pendergast.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about D'Amico, too, the energy. I thought it was interesting that Daniil Hunter and Joe Mixon basically kind of the D'Amico Ryan sideline activity is something that players kind of gravitate to a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think he actually said who wouldn't.
What if D'Amico is coaching till, let's say D'Amico's here for as long as Bill Belichick or Mike Tomlin?
Is he still going to be doing that?
He's going to have to tone it down a little bit?
No, Pete Carroll did. Pete Carroll was still the same guy. I think D'Amico's going to be D'Amico, assuming he doesn't have a bad back or something.
Yeah, I'm worried about him pulling something, man.
Hey, Pete Carroll was running up and down the sideline, too.
Yeah, but D'Amico's getting a little more intense. Throw out his shoulders.
He could.
Get out of bed these days.
Mm-hmm.
D'Amico's, he's closing in on 40.
I think he is.
Yeah, closing in on 40.
Yeah.
Got those pops and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried about D'Amico pulling something on the sidelines.
I'm always worried about pulling something.
You still jogging?
I'm jogging, as I said.
Okay.
I'm doing the best I can.
Walking.
No. Yeah, I don't lie to you.
Upload a video. Upload a video. Let me see.
I am not going to.
Give us a video of you jogging. Just give us one video of you jogging.
Who do you think I am?
I just want to see that it actually happens.
Do you have any idea how much I hate workout videos?
But just give me
Rise and grind.
Give me one selfie,
no.
One selfie jogging video.
Absolutely.
Come on.
Absolutely not.
Come on.
No.
Just one.
0% chance.
Just one.
I hate those videos. Back in the shop.
See, I used to, but I've become less cynical with my outlook.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really one to do that. I used to do the walk back, the 15 minutes back in the day. But I do feel like it actually motivates some folks.
When they see other people working out?
No, I think it motivates themselves to be accountable and do it. So it doesn't bother me as much.
To post something every day?
I look at it almost now as, okay, this person's motivated. They want the accountability sometimes. Now, I do get a little bit skeptical when you're putting up a workout video or putting a workout up and your body looks the same and you've been doing it for 5 months.
Yeah.
If you've been posting a workout video, and what are we doing here? Are we going to CC's after?
Yeah.
What's the deal?
Why haven't you changed?
Where's the
I've actually been
where's the progress?
I've actually been pretty good at it. What do they call intervals? So I'll walk a half mile just to warm up because I'm old.
I believe that.
And then I jog a quarter mile.
Don't necessarily believe that.
Then walk a quarter mile, jog a quarter mile.
Don't believe that.
Walk a quarter mile. You can see me. You can find. I'm not going to do a video, but you can go over to that track in the Heights. I do it almost every day.
Okay.
Yeah. I go 3 miles,
just
walk, jog, walk,
one
jog.
video.
No, you do it. I want to see you pumping iron.
Okay. Let me get right on that. For real, just a little bit.
No.
One lap.
No. One quarter mile. It's the pavement. You know, right there by I-10.
Yeah, give us a lap.
Yeah, I'm always. You can just, if you're driving home on I-10, just look to
What
your
time?
right. Usually about 4 o'clock.
Bring the cameras too.
Yeah, bring a camera. If you take a video of me, I'll wave.
Yeah. Get a video of Lopez jogging.
Yeah.
I got to see if this is really going down.
No, it really is.
Did you hear Roger Clemens acting hard today on the afternoon show?
I was confused by that a little bit. What did he say?
So Roger Clemens called into the afternoon. You know how I am with Roger Clemens. I love Roger Clemens.
Yeah, well, we both do. Yeah.
He's like one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But he was they were talking about injuries, and I guess Rocket's going to be out with the Astros this week.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, back in my day, we used to jog from the ballpark to I-10. Whatever happened to the 2-mile jog guys used to take? Whatever happened to getting you some good road work on there? Now these guys just ride the bicycle, and they ride it for 30 minutes, and they're not getting that real cardio, old school pavement work in. Mm-hmm. He went complete hardo. Ultimate hardo. It's Roger Clemens.
I was going to say it's hard to.
Hey, it's Roger Clemens. He pitched to. He was like damn near 45.
I was just going to say it's hard to criticize or raise an eyebrow because the dude would work too. Like I've been around Roger Clemens a lot over the years. Dude worked.
Dude, he went total hardo though.
He worked hard.
He went total OG hardo.
I really like that guy.
With T. Mill and them.
Yeah, he can be.
Should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. But I'm talking about that dude worked. So no criticism here.
He worked his ass off.
Yeah.
Old school. He made me want to go.
Mm-hmm.
Want to go jog.
We'll see there?
Yeah.
Yeah, but those workout videos, I don't know. They just.
You strike me. I'm surprised you're not a workout video guy. You strike me as someone who would be.
Why?
I could just easily see you as a workout video guy.
No
Figgy,
one would
could you
say
see
that.
him as a workout video guy?
No one would say that.
For sure.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dumbbells. Got my squats.
No. I really should lift weights, but I haven't done that in a long time.
Nah, you don't want to do that.
I used to.
It's not
pretty
fun.
regularly, yeah.
That's not fun.
It's just boring to me.
There's nothing fun
I like
about
to be
that.
entertained.
It's not fun.
You know, not entertained, but I like to get something out of it when I work out. It's just boring to me lifting weights. Okay. 9, 10. Now I got to sit for a while and then go do something else.
I think he does some workout videos. He's got a few. I've seen him on the ropes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Figgy on the ropes.
Yeah.
Shout out to Planet Fitness, man.
But he doesn't do it every day. Those are the ones that make me irritating.
Hey, if you're getting it in, get it in.
Yeah.
Post it up. It's all good.
Yeah. Well, all right.
Might mute you, but hey, just go ahead and put that up there.
I'm going to mute you, but you do you.
Yeah, you do you.
Mm-hmm.
Rise and grind, baby.
Oh.
R-A-G.
Oh, I hate that.
R-A-G. Coming up, Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
All right, La Michoacana. Here we go.
These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think the Texans, and especially Nick Caserio, are still high on Kenyon Green. Like, you know, we had to interpret what he was saying. Boy, if you heard, and Figgy has it, the interview this morning, it doesn't sound like he thinks Kenyon Green is anyone to give up on.
KG is probably as far along as he's been at any point. So, he's dealt with a lot. And I think he's excited about the offseason here. So I think this will be the first really offseason that he'll actually have the opportunity to train and actually go through an off-season program. So moving in the right direction, doing some things outside the building that are hopefully helping him become a better football player. So we'll do what's best for the player. We'll do what's best for the team with really the most important thing is kind of making sure that they're ready to go for training camp. Certainly encouraged by the progress that they're making.
I think he's high on him. To be fair, this is an albatross waiting to happen, hanging over Nick Caserio's back because he 15 overall. So I think he's a little biased, but I don't think he's given up on Kenyon Green yet.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Thought about C.J. Stroud last night, man. I was watching. I was basically binge watching Most Expensivest, which, by the way, is one of the best shows on TV.
Most Expensivest?
Most Expensivest. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 2 Chainz.
I've seen the promos.
Sick. It's hilarious. The graphics, all that's hilarious. They did like a nursing home. Most expensive nursing home. There's like a $13,000.
It looks pretty cool.
Yeah. There was all kinds of stuff. And then they did most expensive sex toys. And Amber Rose,
of course,
was on there. This was a clip of Amber Rose with 2 Chainz talking about the most expensive vibrator. And if you don't remember, Amber Rose, C.J. Stroud rode together. He gave her a ride to her hotel room, according to her.
Miss Sex Positivity herself, Amber Rose, will be sharing with us some of her favorite sex toys.
I'm a high-class bitch. I like only the best on my.
What the world is that, girl?
I'm a high-class beep. I only like the best on my bleep.
Yeah. I kind of caught the gist of that. Well.
Damn, CJ.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Damn, CJ.
Like, he's not one of the most expensivest yet.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think some people have disappeared. I really do. I think some people have just disappeared off the face of the earth. Remember all those people said, no, we're good at wide receiver? Haven't heard from them. The last couple of days. No, Nico's a number 1 wide receiver. They don't need anything else. Where are those folks? Now that the Texans are all
talking about the Keenan Allen mix.
Yeah, now that they're all in on they were all in on Keenan Allen, and it seems like they're going to be trying to get another wide receiver. The whole Tank Dell, Nico Collins, all that noise, it's gone. Where'd those people go? They get.
It was happy they signed Noah Brown back.
Abducted by aliens? Is that what it was, Figgy?
Yeah, Noah Brown.
Can they afford Keenan Allen and these other guys?
Who?
The Texans? Are they going to be able to? Well, they're going to be able to put a roster on the field?
They got to fill a roster.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So this is Lunchtime Confessions. We're as honest with our audience as we could possibly be.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little station-on-station crime here.
Oh, really?
I was driving around yesterday, and I was listening to the broadcast, the Westwood One college basketball broadcasts.
Mm-hmm.
They're elite. I'm not trying to take anything away from it, but I got to confess, I didn't know what was going on because I don't know a lot of these players. I feel like these broadcasters that are calling these games at least need to like slide in who has the ball or who plays on what team in like as subtle of a way, because it's hard to listen. I was listening to Wisconsin and Illinois, and they were just saying, yeah, Johnson at the 3 passes it to Rivers, blah, blah, blah. They got to say like Illinois on the attack or something like that more often, because it really confuses me.
Well, as someone...
It's not like saying, oh, Curry with the shot.
No. It's not like saying Draymond Green gets the rebound.
Well, that actually ties in with my next confession, too, so I'll say it now.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I really miss calling the Southland Conference game with Mark Vandermeer. Like, we did it like 9 years, something like that, 8 or 9 years. And it ties in with what you're talking. He's the master at that.
Yeah.
SFA with the ball and all that stuff. I didn't think, I mean, it was always fun, and I loved college basketball, and I loved that conference, and they were great, and it was always entertaining. Man, I texted Mark on Wednesday. I was like, dude, I miss this. And he's, so do I. It's just cool when you get in it. It doesn't matter how big the conference is. When you get in a tournament in a setting and the winner goes to the NCAA tournament, man, I miss the Southland Conference call with Mark. But it ties in with what you're saying.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Say it.
I regret going and seeing the uniforms last week.
Okay. Why?
McLean has already mentioned that he saw them.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people mentioning that they saw the uniforms. I wish I would just decline the invite. Because I think it's a weird spot that we were put in where you go see something, but you can't say what it looks like. Like in our business, with where we're transparent, with how honest we are and stuff, I feel like we were put in a weird spot. Mm-hmm. And I don't get any satisfaction out of saying I've seen them and you haven't. So I wish I wouldn't have gone. That's my confession. I'm just being honest.
No, that's fair. And we've made a decision.
And I really wish McLean and them wouldn't have said anything.
It's weird. We made the decision independent of each other and then kind of came together and agreed on all our decisions. There's nothing we don't even want to mention it. I mean, we've mentioned it twice now, but we don't even want to talk about it because
it's out there. Someone sent me a picture of it.
No, that's dangerous.
Someone sent me a picture of the uniform, so I guess that's floating out there too.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, well,
there's no.
Yeah, that's it.
There's no win
about
for
to get
you.
a lot of people say, "Hey, send me that picture, Landry. Send me that picture."
There's no win for you, and there's no win for the listener or the reader.
Come on, bro.
I saw him, but I can't tell you. Okay, great. You're just trying to,
what are we doing?
You're just trying to flex a little bit. No, I get you. There's nothing wrong with that.
But it's already out there, so.
Yeah. And we got a month until it get unveiled officially.
Yeah.
A month and 5 days.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think almost every doctor in sports needs to be fired. Every training staff in sports needs to be fired.
That's bold.
You know why? Tank Dell is ahead of schedule. God almighty, that drives me nuts. Has there ever been an athlete in any professional sports league that had an injury, and when asked about it, he wasn't, quote, ahead of schedule? Who puts these schedules together?
See,
you need to rethink things.
You're bringing up an interesting point because, and I'm guilty of this. I think we're all guilty of
Tank's
this.
Way ahead of schedule. That was the news this weekend.
When an injury happens, it's, well, this guy missed this long with a torn ACL. This guy missed this much. People heal different ways.
Yeah.
You might get the flu. I might get the flu. I could work through it. You're out for a week. So
if we played for the Texans, we'd be ahead of schedule, guaranteed.
Yeah.
And it's not just I'm like every team in sports.
Like
if he's way ahead of schedule.
He rolled his ankle. He's still playing. He rolled his ankle. He's not playing. It's different people react different ways.
But they always say
different
the same
surgeries
thing
too
to try to make the players look good or themselves look good as a training staff.
Caserio's pretty good about not setting up expectations though, because Sean did a rapid fire at the end and he was asking for like injury updates, and Caserio was basically like, "Look, I'm careful about
but it's always out there. Somebody's reporting it. Oh, he's way ahead of schedule. Okay, never heard that before."
You hate the ahead of schedule.
I hate the ahead of schedule.
And I hate
I've never seen somebody that's not ahead of schedule.
I hate minor surgery.
Yeah.
They had a minor surgery.
I guarantee you at some point, Jose Urquidy is going to be ahead of schedule. Guaranteed. Verlander was ahead of schedule. McCullers was ahead of schedule. McCullers was ahead of schedule. No, but if you ask them, McCullers was ahead of schedule, then didn't pitch.
Is he coming back this year, by the way?
Aaron Rodgers was ahead of schedule. Didn't play.
He's throwing off flat grass right now.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Threw a bullpen.
Yeah.
Played some long toss.
Yeah. Hate ahead of schedule. I'd love just once. How's Tank doing? Boy, he's screwed. way behind schedule.
I tell you what, this guy's soft.
Way behind schedule.
That doctor, I don't know if he sharpened his tools before he went in there, but man, there's a little bit of swelling.
Yeah, and the schedule. Like if there is a schedule, like they're asking some doctor,
give me the schedule.
Like
we need a schedule.
I want to see the schedule.
The next
when
time
he's
a player
injured.
gets hurt, give me the schedule.
I want to see the schedule.
I want the exact week 1, week 2, month. I want the schedule. Let me see the schedule.
March 18th. I want to know what it said about March 18th. Like, yeah,
it was ahead.
Or are they just like giving him all this leeway? Like Tank Dell gets hurt. What's the schedule you're giving me? The doctor gives Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans a schedule. 2029 is when he's coming back. So by default, he's going to be ahead of schedule. He won't be back till 2029 at the earliest, Coach.
Like, what's the ACL schedule? You expect? Oh, they'll
7
be back
years.
next year. They'll be back next year.
7 years.
They'll be back next season.
Is the schedule they put him on.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. And then I find myself, I do this too, and I think players do to a certain point, so I don't think it's like barbaric or anything, but it's like, guy gets knocked down and you're like, oh, thank God they didn't need to cart him off. Oh, he's walking.
Yeah.
Oh, good, okay. Not that big of a deal. Okay. And then the cart comes out, oh, damn.
Somebody said Verlander literally said he was behind schedule. That was his preparation, though. And also, we understood
that's
2
years
because
ago
he's 40.
He was ahead of schedule.
Yeah, that's because he was 40.
Remember
and he
when
knows
he was
going to
play in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Or he's potentially going to pitch in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, his schedule was his, preparation schedule, not his injury schedule. Like, injuries, they're all ahead of schedule. How does that happen?
No idea. Coming up, what a difference a year makes. How are we going to take this all in? Because it dang sure isn't going to be the way it was last time around. In the Loop continues next.
Area 45 with Bajor.
Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
We've been through a lot, man, and this time of the year, I think it's perhaps been the biggest roller coaster when it comes to following, covering, discussing, observing this Texans football team. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. This time of the year, we've had times where the Texans, and let's just go back to the Nick Caserio era. First year, he didn't have a first-round draft pick, or a second.
Mm-hmm.
So this time of the year, I mean, what are we really doing with the draft?
Right.
I mean, what am I supposed to? Am I supposed to be excited?
What are your expectations?
None.
Yeah.
Then the next year, and the year after that, you have first-round picks. And in 2022 and 2023, you had 2 first-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
You also had bad football teams, bad football situations. This is the first time in the Caserio era where you feel like you're going to have a good football team.
Yeah.
We don't know how good, but you're going to have a good football team. You're also not going to have a first-round pick. You're going to have multiple day 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your mindset like taking this in? Are you relaxed? Is the stress level lower? Like where are you at right now when it comes to how you're feeling and just the overall transformation of this offseason compared to past off seasons?
Man, I told you when this all started that I was more excited about free agency than the draft. That's only grown. Like, it's not like I'm not excited about the draft, because I am. And especially with the second round picks, you can find some value there. You can find some players that don't work out. But for sure, I've been more excited, and I'm more excited now about this offseason, the acquisitions and trades and such, and even more so lately, because I know they're still looking at a wide receiver, although I'm not exactly sure where they're going to get one. Maybe a trade. But the draft, I'm kind of like Figgy. I'm just going to, you said this too, kind of enjoy the first round, but in the back of my mind,
I don't even want to get into it.
Like in terms of like breaking it down.
No. I'm saying I don't want to get into the first round.
I don't either.
I want a day 2 experience.
Yeah.
I want to just be able to assess what the other teams are doing. I want a day 2 experience.
I would be fine if somebody slide down far.
Yeah, and they will.
And then they just come out of nowhere like Stone Cold Steve Austin music and then come in and pick that person. I would be excited for that, but
yeah,
it's a stress-free day for me.
Yeah, I get what Figgy's saying, and that would be cool. But I'm more like, let's absorb what happened in the first round, sleep on it. There's going to be at least 3 or 4, they were sure first-round picks.
That Friday, we come in, we're going to be like, oh, this person available,
this guy,
that person available.
Titans, Jags took this guy.
Yeah.
Colts, what'd they do?
And you know people going to overreach.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody going to be in the second round.
There's going to be a receiver. There's going to be a cornerback that we were like, damn, and maybe he could move up. No, I'm excited about the second-round picks and all that in the draft. But this is when it's happening, and has been happening. I mean, we just, we've seen all the stuff, all the moves they've made.
And then you go into day 2. Man, day 2's badass.
Yeah.
Got the 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Yep.
Make the move.
Big time.
And they know what they're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I that was the most transparent thing from Caserio, was talking about the clusters and the draft day trade.
That's what jumped out.
The draft day trade with Minnesota. Here was Caserio on the draft day trade with Minnesota. I mean, he's basically confirming a lot of the theories that we've had, and at the end he kind of sprinkles in, well, anything could happen. But here's him breaking down that draft trade that he made with Minnesota last Friday.
We received a few calls about that pick. We looked at the information, and D'Amico and I, and again, we talk about everything, so no decisions are made in a vacuum. So based on the discussions that we had, and then based on the discussions that we had with Minnesota, when that opportunity was presented, we felt it made sense for us. So some of this is really just about positioning, pools of players or clusters of players. So probably anywhere from 25 to 40, you're going to probably have a very similar type of player. Would we have players that we feel comfortable with? Probably the answer is yes, but by the same token, if we were to move out of that, what's the opportunity cost of moving out of that pick? Moving back 19 spots or whatever it is to the top of the second round there in the 40s. When you go back specifically to, let's call it that area, over the last few years, guys like Petrie, Maffei, Brisker, even last year, Laporta, Mayer, Bergeron, Musgrave, Branch, Jaden Reed. So I would say you look at those football players who have really made a significant impact on their football team. But if we happen to stay at 42, we're hopeful that we're going to be able to find a good football player or two that can help football team. So when you take all the information on face value, in the end, we felt comfortable with the decision that we were making. Does it maybe potentially eliminate a certain pool of players? Potentially, but it doesn't mean we can't come back into the first round. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be good players available to pick. The discussions that D'Amico and I had throughout the course of the week and specific to this situation, we both felt comfortable. And so in the end, we made a decision that we felt made the most sense for us, and we'll kind of keep moving forward.
I mean, you said it right there. That was the most transparent and most revealing comments that he had all day. And I don't think it was even like they got the opportunity to move back. I think they were looking to move back, if you judge from what he said.
Yeah, and I think they have their sight on someone. The most popular name right now is T'Vondre Sweat of Texas.
Yeah, me too. I agree.
He's being the one that comes up because it's that 2-down crap that people talk about. Well, going to be on the field the whole time. He's not that bad of a pass rusher, but maybe not a first-round guy, but a guy that falls back. That's a very popular name among Texans fans.
I would love it. They've got some players at the defensive tackle position, but they don't have that guy. They don't have that monster that you can just fill the. But you know what? I mean, now I'm getting caught up in like actual names. I think what we're looking at is they have this cluster, as he talked about, of players that they just think that is about as good a value as you can get them right there in the second round, and I'm with it.
Who do you think makes these calls? Is it a team effort? Like if D'Amico's against it, can Caserio do it?
No, I really don't think so. It's in his contract. No, no, I really don't. And he gave us hints. Like we were talking earlier about
McClain was so obsessed with it. It's in his contract.
It's in his contract. No.
Where do you think he picked that up? Was it because B.O.B. was such a slime ball?
I can tell you exactly where he got it from Rick Smith.
Okay.
Because there was always a Rick Smith, Gary Kubiak thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he had the final say.
Yeah, he had the final say. That's not the case here. And he actually gave us hints in the interview today with Sean and Seth about like the way he talked about Danico Autry versus the way he talked about Danielle Hunter. I think, let's just be clear here, they work really good together. He could not have been more complimentary of D'Amico Ryans and about how well they work and what a great guy he is and how good a guy he is and all that. They didn't know each other before they got hooked up here, but I think they work really, really well together. That said.
So if D'Amico says no, it's no.
It's no. I think it's no. I absolutely do. I think it's been no. I still think the trade last year was more D'Amico than anyone. I really do. And I'm not breaking any news here. I just really think that. It was so out of character for Nick Caserio to do all that to get the 2 and 3 picks. But again, I don't mean that as a criticism. I think it's probably a compliment to how well they work together and how much respect D'Amico has from Caserio. Like, he has his opinions, maybe tries to convince D'Amico. He did convince D'Amico on some of these players, like Joe Mixon maybe. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm just using that as an example. But if D'Amico says can't do it, well, then they're not going to do it.
They can't do it.
They're not going to do it.
So D'Amico's calling the shots.
Yeah. It's in his contract. Come on, man.
Do you think Rick Smith ever pulled out his contract? Hey, Gary, look right here. Look what it says.
I don't know if he actually did that, but I actually think it was very important to Rick Smith to have the final say. And that's where that came from. In fact, I know it.
And it just kind of carried over.
If we're being honest.
And it just kind of carried over?
Yeah.
Because then it turned into B.O.B.
Yep.
Then it turned into Brian Gaine. Then it turned into Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
It's in his contract.
Yeah.
I mean, can't we just be adults? It's in my contract.
It's in my contract, people.
Gary, it's in my contract.
Okay, cool.
According to my contract.
Yeah.
I don't have to do this. Has there ever been according to my contract where it's not just usually just a complete DP talking about it? A DP's just sitting there being just a total weasel about it.
Well, according to the contract.
According to my contract. Now, sometimes you do need to look at the contract, but according to my contract, I don't have to know this.
Yeah.
between this time and that time.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever there's a disagreement, the final say goes to me according to my contract.
Let me answer one text.
Has there ever been someone who says that is not just a complete piece?
Well, John McClain isn't.
But he doesn't say it about his contract.
Yeah. No, I think there's always that element of unless it's like a legal thing that's important.
Yeah, unless you in court or something like that.
That's fine.
You should not be saying that.
That's fine.
And let's talk about one of the texts that I just saw.
If you look at page 30.
Because I think it's probably a common thought out there. I don't think winning organizations function like that. They texted us. They both probably talk potential of player and teaching capacity, et cetera, until they come to a consensus. Here's the thing about that. That in theory,
well, obviously they do that.
In theory, that's accurate, and in practice, that's probably largely accurate. But if there is not a consensus, then somebody is going to say the final word.
If
somebody's going to say nope.
If you're emphatically, if D'Amico is emphatically against something, I find it hard to believe that Nick Caserio would just say, "I'm doing it."
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if Caserio is emphatically against something, I don't know. Like if D'Amico really wants something,
I think D'Amico has enough respect for him.
Yeah, they'll talk it. I think they'll talk it out. I wish I could see some of these conversations.
Yeah.
They probably had to have a discussion to come with agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're not used to healthy discussions when it comes to this organization.
No, God, no.
Like a Rick Smith, Gary Kubiak, a Rick Smith, Bill O'Brien, a Bill O'Brien, anybody.
Yeah.
We're not used to the healthy banter, healthy back and forth.
Bill O'Brien would pull out his contract.
Oh, God, yes.
It probably just blow up.
Yeah.
He probably had it on his phone.
Where people kind of had to force themselves to take whoever he wanted.
Make real awkward for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think this just circles back to how we started this segment off where we're talking about, just the difference in the vibe and how we're taking it in. But like the difference in the dialogue and the conversation, I think I imagine Bill O'Brien and Rick Smith, Bill O'Brien and Brian Gaine, and then Bill O'Brien and whoever the hell else answered to him. I imagine them inconveniencing Cal McNair a lot. And asking like Cal, you imagine Cal awkwardly having to settle a B.O.B. scream fest with Brian Gaine.
Oh, God.
Guys, do y'all not want to talk this out? What do we think is best for the team?
Bill O'Brien probably would have gone to Cal McNair about somebody parking in his spot. All right, who owns the Tesla?
Guys, can we just talk this out?
Yeah.
Look at this hardo.
That's what he was saying.
B.O.B. Coming up, let's go around the NFL. There were a lot of moves, and the Texans lost another starter. It's kind of an under-the-radar thing. Is it a big deal or not? We'll discuss next.
What are the Texans getting? Station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Denzel Perriman, he gone. He's going back to a place where he played before. He's going to be a Charger. Perriman started last year for the Texans. Pretty solid. Liability at times in coverage, but Denzel Perriman, one and done. He gone. Enjoyed. I mean, I thought it was a good addition. For better or worse. Did have the suspension, though.
Had his moments. Had the suspension, but
Pretty rough.
Had his moments. Like, he's one of those guys that, you got to be able to find you got to fill a roster to get back to that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you got to fill a roster.
Oh, wow.
I think he's eminently replaceable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. Keenan Allen, speaking of the Chargers, the Texans were close with Keenan Allen, according to Diana Rossini. She said that the Texans were close. In the end, the Bears made the decision to send him, or the Chargers made the decision to send him to Chicago. Aaron Wilson got a little bit more specific. He said Houston was offering a 2025 third-round selection with a pick swap return. Ultimately, he went to the Bears for a fourth-round pick, 110 overall. Said the Texans were willing to take on Keenan Allen's contract as currently constructed with $18.1 million base salary and a $5 million roster bonus, and then work on an extension. Ultimately, it's a moot point as he went to the Bears, an NFC team. I can already see what you're doing. The Texans took a big swing at trying to land him. Get it out of your system there, Mr. Smirky.
What's that?
Go ahead.
Well, what'd you think I was doing?
No, just go ahead. Get it out. It's not going to die. Just get it out.
What? Say it, because I don't think you're thinking about what was really thinking there.
Oh, how they were going to pay like $20 million for a receiver on top of everything they've already done?
No. Actually, I was thinking if I was a Chargers fan, I'd be pissed. Like, the fans should be upset with this. First of all, you're not showing a lot of confidence in yourself if you're saying, "Oh,
but they're in the same tier,
not in the AFC."
What if Jim Harbaugh just didn't want to help the Ohio State quarterback?
But I like that theory. But you're taking a fourth-round pick instead of a third?
Yeah.
I'd be ticked off.
I think it's smart.
I don't.
Okay, so you're telling me if the Texans, let's say the Texans decided that they were going to trade Nico Collins next year.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that they're going to trade him. You're telling me that if Cincinnati's offering...
Same deal.
If Cincinnati's offering a round earlier than, say... Atlanta.
You take the Cincinnati deal.
Come on.
You do.
Come on.
Do you have any confidence in your quarterback, first of all? They got Herbert, for God's sakes. And who cares about tiers? Have a little confidence in your Jim Harbaugh. You know, you've got a squad.
What the does that mean? You're Jim Harbaugh.
You're a successful coach, proven coach, confident coach. Some would say cocky. Like as a Chargers fan, I'd be a little upset about this. I mean, that's a big difference.
It's one round.
It's one round.
It's third and fourth.
In the NFL draft. That's big. We're sitting here talking about how awesome it is to be in the second and third round. It's a big difference.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I do. I'd be a little upset.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
You don't want to make the Texans even better. That's scary. Keenan Allen?
Dude, I mean...
Well, then you think...
You might see them in the playoffs,
well, how soft are you? Not you.
It's not soft.
Yeah, you're soft.
Strategy.
SAWFT.
No, I think it's funny when we were talking about Deshaun Watson, it was like, you don't want to trade him to the Colts. That's asinine.
Yeah.
Because we're talking like big value. We're talking about a third and fourth, though.
And that was also...
We're not talking about a first and second. We're not talking about a first, second. We're talking about a third and fourth.
Yeah, but also...
At that point, all bets are off.
Yeah. Also, the Colts thing was, you didn't want that thrown back in your face twice a year.
But I didn't, But I would have done that. Because you weren't a threat.
Yeah. Yeah, but I
in that situation, you weren't on the same
I'm not
caliber.
saying that it's an enormous deal, but I'd be like, damn, man.
So you think the Bills, if they shop Stephon Diggs, you think they should trade him to the Texans if the Texans have the best offer?
Yes.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not.
That's the same tier that
the
you're competing
Bills
in.
are responsible for the Bills. The Chargers are responsible for the Chargers.
But they're competing with squads.
Yes, but you're responsible to put the best team you can out there. And you put the odds in your favor if you have better equity.
What is the price for Stephon Diggs?
What does he make? It's pretty significant.
He wants a new deal.
Well, he's going to be looking for a new deal. I'm not as down on that idea as you, because I feel like Stephon Diggs might be one of those guys that feels like it's run its course in Buffalo and doesn't like Buffalo necessarily, and maybe feels like he needs to be re-energized or whatever. So I think it'd be. I mean, he's been productive, like he's consistently productive.
What is it? Second?
Yeah, probably a second.
Second, maybe.
Yeah.
For Stephon Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
He's an unhappy guy, man.
Yeah.
Charlie Heck, John Lopez's favorite player.
Never said that.
Has agreed to a 1-year contract extension. J-Lo, you do not have to throw away your Charlie Heck jersey. He is still here, so you can rock that Heck with pride.
I don't have a Heck jersey. All I said was they got a guy that started a game last year that has been a teacher's pet, so to speak, a favorite. And so there you go. You got your depth. I mean, that's nothing wrong with that.
This is a good call out, the 832. Come on, Landry. You're the one who always says you shouldn't be afraid to trade a player within your own division. Now you're saying you should take the later round pick out of conference. Come on, man. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I think this situation's different, though, because we're not talking about ignoring max value on something like the Deshaun Watson trade, and we're not talking about the Texans, who are the laughingstock of the NFL, all of a sudden worrying about other teams that are, at the time, ahead of them in the division. We're talking about a third, fourth-round pick, that much of a difference, and you're competing with the squad. So I think this is a little bit different, but that's a good listener right there.
Yeah.
I just think it's a little bit different of a situation.
All I'm saying is you want to get the most you can. You're selling your house, you want to get the most you can. Now, I get that some people will go with, for whatever reason, a lower bid on your house because they like the people or whatever. They like the family. But I'm talking about just in general, you want to get the most you can for your house when you're selling your house.
Yeah.
You want to get the most value in return when you're trading a player. That's all I'm saying.
Now, on the text line, 0061, not a Caserio fan, by the way, talking about how the Texans were going to give up a third next year.
Mm-hmm.
He is leaning towards the theory that if the Texans would have given up a pick this year, then maybe they could have had Keenan Allen, and he says Caserio's a moron for that.
Yeah. I think, who knows? Who knows where it would have ended up being. But I just feel like that's where you are. Like you're competitive. You want to get the most you can.
They're definitely drafting a receiver, though. I mean, I think that's safe to say.
Somewhere.
The Chargers are drafting a receiver.
Oh, the Chargers.
Yeah.
I thought you talking like later down.
No, I'm talking about the Los Angeles Chargers.
They are definitely
drafting a receiver.
Yes.
At what are they at? Number 5?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they're taking a receiver. Mm-hmm. The end.
Yes.
There's a theory now, and this would impact my wallet. Brock Bowers could go number 10 overall now to the Jets. Now, they might lean defense, but the Jets signed Tyron Smith over the weekend, the Cowboys left tackle. Now, Tyron Smith in the last 4 years has missed 30 games.
It's been 30?
30 games.
Damn, I didn't know it was that many.
In the last 4 years. This was one of his first relatively healthy seasons in a long time. He's missed 30 games.
Yeah.
He's one of the best in the league when he's in there, but 30 games. I'm not sure that this makes you ignore the offensive line here. This is, I mean, if you're going to look at this as he's going to be on the field all the time, that's cool, but I mean, 30 games is nothing to kind of just yawn at.
No, but and they may well, but later in the draft. And you're saying because of that, they feel good about a guy like Bowers being more of a receiver type, even though he does block, but being more of a receiver type.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett. This is weird. Apparently, Kenny Pickett requested a trade after he was led to believe he would compete for QB1 spot with Russell Wilson, but then was told Russell Wilson was the front runner and would get the first reps. So Kenny Pickett apparently upset. He asked for the trade. He got traded to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, good. There's no competition there. What was he doing?
I mean, what did he think?
Why would you
did
do
he really
that?
think he was competing?
He had a better chance to play Russell Wilson being there.
Yeah, instead of Hurts?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess he just wanted out.
Yeah, that's all it was.
So then the Steelers traded for Justin Fields. Justin Fields, for a 6th-round pick, could turn into a 4th based on playing time.
And the thing with Fields there is I don't know if anybody – like he couldn't have been in a better situation. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be able to do anything there. It's the same situation as Pickett. You're going to be in competition. And I know he's young and he's got some talent, but all these people, and you've talked about this, all these people comparing him to the situation of Lamar Jackson, and he could thrive in the right situation with Tom. That's all true. He could thrive with Tomlin. Doesn't mean he's going to be a starting quarterback. You know?
I think Pittsburgh's done a good job of handling their quarterback room. Like, it's gotten better.
Mm-hmm.
But this love for Justin Fields, it's wild. I'm going to try to get to the bottom of it when the internet goes nuts. I think I can remember the exact time when this happened, but it's insane when you hear people talk about Justin Fields.
Yeah, like it's just going to be a flip the switch and he's good to go.
Yeah, I don't
see it. I mean, I hope. Good for him, but yeah, I don't see that happening.
It's actually pretty weird. I feel like I'm in La La Land because the league clearly doesn't value Justin Fields. Jimmy Garoppolo, your guy, John Lopez's favorite quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo,
also false,
is going to the Rams. It's gonna be a backup.
Yeah, that's good
Matt
for
Stafford.
Noah. Yeah, that's
He kind of has an LA vibe to him.
Well, and, you think, and that's also a move that is a good football move for him. He'll have an opportunity, perhaps. Who knows with how durable they are out there. So yeah, now that one I get and I like for him.
Have you been following Antonio Brown on Twitter?
This guy is
CTESPN is what he calls it.
He's like so far over the ledge. It's like he's
pretty damn funny.
Oh, I think he's like deranged, but he does make me laugh. He said one last week on Friday that I was just like, all right, this guy's nuts.
He put up a graphic earlier today. He said if CTESPN didn't say it, then it's just an opinion or rumor. He has Cracker of the Day.
He's got Cracker of the Day?
Yeah. And he's like he'll put up he's putting all this stuff up. He's a wild dude, man.
No, he's deranged, but like sometimes I just laugh out loud.
He's on the Deshaun Watson. He put a picture of Deshaun Watson with a bunch of masseuses in like a Predator costume. What is he going to start a podcast or something? Is that where are we going with this?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll start one, but it's not going to last.
Where's this?
I don't think he can stay with one thing very often.
Look at him with Shannon. Look at him with Shannon Sharp.
Who's that on the bottom?
It's a porn star.
Oh God. He said something this morning that made me laugh, and I'm like, you are a crazy man. I never want to be around you, but you make me laugh.
He's making the CTESPN thing go.
Mm-hmm.
Go. You can never bring someone on that just walks off the field.
Yeah, because he does that with everything. Like I said, he might start a podcast, but it's not going to last. Right?
I mean, it's not going to be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
He's not committed to it, to say the very least. Going around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Nick Caserio was talking about good second-round picks. He mentioned Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, he was right there with him.
He can't quit Jalen Petrie, can he?
Well, I mean, he's got reasons.
I mean, I'm not saying you need to quit, but between one of the last times he was with Payne and Pendergast, he said, if we had 50 Jalen Petries, we'd be pretty damn well off. And then, he's mentioning like Sam Laporta, Branch, like key pieces to making an NFC championship game.
Yeah.
Notice he mentioned the Lions.
He did.
And then he throws Jalen Petrie in there.
The thing about these guys, whether they have this fancy title and they talk, real pretty like Nick Caserio, and they talk about all the data they use and the checks and balances and the processing of information, they're still people. He's defending himself there. They always want to make their own picks look good. That's why I think there was a factor with the Kenyon.
I don't think he cares.
Everybody does. Everyone does. Doesn't matter who you are. Everyone wants to, if they put themselves out there like that, they want to go as far as they can to make sure that pick is good. So I think that's a factor. Like the Kenyon Green thing, he was convincing. He convinced me. Like I said, I thought they really haven't given up on him. And then you think about it a little more. It's like, okay, well, he's got a lot on the line with Kenyon Green. So he is going to be bucking for Kenyon Green to be successful. And I think there's a little bit of that with Jalen Petrie, too. Everybody, you do it, I do it. I'm not excluding myself. Like when you go out and make a big decision that affects a lot of people, I'm not saying that we ever have.
What do you mean?
But like he made a big decision to draft these guys. You're pulling for that decision. You're pulling for you, you know? So I'm just saying it's human nature. And so maybe is he a little biased? Absolutely, he's a little biased. Because if he's not,
but I think he just likes Jalen Petrie. Period.
Well, yeah, that's why he drafted him. And now that he's a Texan, he really likes him and he wants him to be successful.
But I mean, to mention that as like a success story of
it's not like Sam Laporta and Jalen Petrie,
picks.
same successful.
Well, how about Nico Collins, Christian Harris, and Tank Dell?
Yeah.
Why is those were day 2 picks?
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to hear about Jalen Petrie. That'll make me feel good.
No.
Let's see what happens with Jalen Petrie, but let's just say Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Will that work?
That would work.
Thanks.
Yeah.
No need for the Jalen Petrie stuff.
No need.
Get over the love fest.
Yeah, exactly.
Goodness gracious, Nick. 40-minute man lost his mind.
42 now.
42 minutes. Nick, how you doing on time?
They did a good job. Shout out to Sean and Seth. Because it started out with a whimper, and I was like, oh, Lord, this is going to be all.
Started out with a whimper?
It did. I'm just being honest. I'm like, did you hear the first 5 minutes of that thing? I was like, oh, no. This is going to be Nick Caserio dancing and dancing and dancing and saying nothing. And then we got some meat on the bone. They did a good job.
Seth asked the Malik Collins.
Mm-hmm.
Sean asked about Joe Mixon.
And they got some good stuff on Kenyon Green. They got some good stuff on the draft and why they traded that pick. And no, it was excellent.
Yeah, Nick Caserio doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of in his zone right now, I would say. Definitely didn't celebrate St. Patty's Day yesterday.
How do you know?
I just know.
By the way, Captain Scott texted me the exact meaning of St. Patrick's Day. Did you know it, by the way?
I didn't. I don't know what St. Patty's Day is.
I knew it was about the Irish. I knew that much. So St. Patrick's Day was the day St. Patrick died. He brought Christianity to Ireland. The story that he drove the snakes from Ireland is actually him drawing the idea of pagan ideas from Ireland.
Okay.
There you go. Meaning of St. Patrick's.
So what they celebrating?
Well, it's honoring one of the great
Christianity arriving?
Irishmen. The guy who helped bring Christianity to Ireland died on March 17th.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
Let's drink a green beer for Jesus.
Green beer for St. Patrick.
Yeah, I'll just have them on. Yeah, We can celebrate. We can drink. It's all the same.
Yeah.
Don't need your green beer. Thank you. Appreciate Scott Knoll for his contribution.
You know, Kane's got green lemonade for St. Patrick's Day.
How about that?
Good for them.
I ordered a Arnold Palmer, and it came out green.
That's actually kind of cool.
Just
celebrate.
I didn't know what was going on.
Why can't you just embrace a holiday and its traditions?
You can celebrate it without drinking green beer.
But just
there's a reason.
Embrace the tradition of green beer. You embrace putting up Christmas lights.
Yeah.
Just embrace it.
No.
Did you wear a green shirt?
No. Did not. It's around the NFL here on In the Loop Sports Radio 16. Coming up, I think I have the moment when Justin Fields became the people's choice, plus a very awkward moment with a baseball legend. Next. First, I want to talk about Orchard. It can be awkward when you're
goes here in H-Town.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Stuff that broke the internet. Justin Fields got traded, and I've never seen more of a disconnect between the league and what they think of a player and what the media thinks. And I think it all goes back to the draft process. And Dan Orlovsky, I think, got bullied into changing the way that he talked about Justin Fields. I think Ryan Clark, Mulligetta, and those guys, they kind of bullied him into leaning in a certain direction. This was the initial, and I'll go to the tape. This was the initial Orlovsky thoughts on Justin Fields.
He was the definitive number 2 in this draft class for a long time. I asked Tom Pelissero about that. Yeah. He said once he transferred from Georgia to Ohio State, there was reports that he didn't want to be friends with his teammates. He just wanted to win the starting job. Didn't go to his birthday party. Yeah. That's what it sounded like with Tom. Is that why Justin Fields has dropped down?
Yeah. So I saw the whole thing, like they want to know if he could read defenses, right? People who say he can't get off number 1, once they say that, stop listening to them. The Justin Fields thing, and because I've made a couple calls about this, why Justin Fields, why is he falling, this and that, and I can just share. These are not my opinions. These are the things that have been shared with me.
Okay, smart.
I have heard that he is a last guy in, first guy out type of quarterback, like not the maniacal work ethic. And I've heard that there are some questions with Justin Fields' work ethic. Okay, and then the second thing is, like how do I phrase this the right way? Like where is his desire to go be a great quarterback? Okay. I think that there's a desire to be a big-time athlete from what is expressed to me, but where is his desire to go be a great quarterback?
All right, that was the initial Orlovsky comment. He got drugged. Drugged by Ryan Clark, drugged by Mulligetta, like just completely drugged.
It's funny he said that's what he heard, though.
Yeah, and look, maybe you talk to other guys and you hear other stuff, but I don't think Dan Orlovsky's some slimeball making stuff up. So, and I'm not even saying whether that's true. The aha moment for me, though, and this might be why it seems like, despite the fact Justin Fields is there's some fantasy stats, and clearly the league doesn't value him as much as media. Orlovsky went and watched tape, supposedly, of Justin Fields after this. And you heard how he just assessed him there.
Yeah.
Look at how this changed after he got drugged on the internet, and tell me this isn't a little bit of overcompensation.
Yeah.
I want to have a conversation about Justin Fields yesterday and what I said on Pat McAfee's show. So Pat on yesterday's show asked me, like, hey, sounds like Justin Fields is dropping. Why do you think that's the... I said, I don't know, but I had done some digging, and teams had told me that there were concerns with his work ethic, how great he wanted to go be. And I said, that's what I've heard, Pat. And then obviously it created a big conversation and narrative yesterday, firestorm. So that forced me to do even more digging over the last 24 hours. And I've had 2 conversations that I want to put out there to kind of clarify the situation or put more out there about the situation. One conversation I had is with an offensive coach at Ohio State. And he said, tell them that's absolutely not true, that Justin Fields' work ethic is spectacular, that he's a guy that has great football IQ and he's always studying tape. And then the second conversation I had is with John Beck, who's kind of trained Justin as he's headed into his pro day. And John's had a really positive experience, saying that, like, listen, this guy's always working incredibly hard on the field. And even after we're done with our field drills, he's the guy that wants to stay after and work on different footwork or different throws. And so he's had a very good experience. So the reality is that I have heard those things from teams. And they might feel that way. And this is also a season where teams are trying to say things to potentially get a guy to drop to them.
You know what this is.
And then he did a film study, and it was, you would have thought that he was watching an AM1 mixtape tour.
Yeah.
You'd have thought he was Duke Tango in the AM1 mixtape tour, just yelling, "Oh, baby!" Yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting to me, and I'm not even like if the Texans needed a quarterback, I would be down with Justin Fields. Just the raw athleticism, kick the tires type of nature of it. I just think it's really, really weird the way that some of the most respected guys speak on him, and the league, clearly, quarterback-starving league, They just don't value him the same. It's weird.
Well, I just as it pertains to Justin Fields and that particular thing, and I remember when that happened, of course. And
remember his film watching where he's like, "Oh my God, look at this! Well, watch this! Watch this! This is some of the best film ever." It's like, where was this before you got jumped on like a trampoline for criticizing?
Well,
him?
let me tell you, like you pair what we just heard that was a while back to why the media seems to be so in on Justin Fields and how smart this is and how he'll thrive and all that. This is very irritating, but it's a reality of the world we live in. Agents have so much power over the media.
Yeah.
Like agents control the media. That didn't always used to be the case.
Yeah.
So they say, don't you dare say this about my guy or you'll never get another story.
Right.
And so I don't know what to believe, but I can tell you that that's what's going on here.
Right.
Like the media, why was he just worth a 6th-round pick? Because the league believes that's all he's worth.
Yeah.
But why is the media, on a national scale especially, the people that get the most stories, why are they defending him and saying it's a great move? I mean, because they're afraid they're not going to get any other stories.
And Orlovsky and Orlovsky, like even the Watson thing, like with the way that Ryan Clark covered the Watson thing, it was like you wouldn't have done this.
Yes.
You wouldn't have done this the same way if it weren't a Mulligetta client. There would have been a little bit more of an opinion.
Exactly.
But it was like completely tiptoed. And look, to David Mulligetta for getting that, but like this Justin Fields thing, it's weird. Like it's weird that there's that much of a disconnect.
The way the media is manipulated, or they try to manipulate the media now, is really kind of sickening. Because you don't know what to believe. It shortchanges the fans. It shortchanges the information stream. Like you don't know what's real and what's not anymore. And now I know I'm on a soapbox, but the reality is, I would believe. How many times you heard me say this? Watch what they do, not what they say.
Yeah.
What they did was give him away for nothing.
6th-round pick, John.
They gave him away for nothing.
And this is a league where Kirk Cousins is getting $100 million guaranteed at 38 coming off an Achilles. This is a league where Deshaun Watson has all these allegations, and I'm not saying he did or didn't do anything. 200 guaranteed, fully guaranteed, and 3 first-round picks and stuff. This is a league where the Carolina Panthers are basically trading their entire fate to move up and get Bryce Young. This is a league where quarterback is it's the most desperate position, and he's going for a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, watch what they do, not what they say, because David Mulligetta is going to get these guys. He's going to pull their string. They're puppets, a lot of them. The national guys, especially. Now, the local guys can maybe work a little bit, you know.
And you follow it with Ryan Clark and Mulligetta. That they're public with their relationship, but you're not like. You remember when Ryan Clark called Tua fat?
Yeah,
wasn't even that big of a deal. He made it a big drama thing or whatever. That would have never, and he apologized or whatever, kind of backtrack, whatever. But that would have never even, and I don't think he should have apologized. He was kidding.
Yeah,
but that would have never even happened.
Yeah,
if that were a David Mulligetta client.
Never.
I got the internet going nuts.
Blake Snell, and on a lesser degree, Jose Urquidy, the internet's going nuts. I think Blake Snell's still trending #1 nationally in sports. And so the Astros are in on him, I think. They're already over the luxury tax.
I heard Nightingale with Jody Mack yesterday when I was driving to Pluckers.
Okay, I want to hear your Jody Mack.
No.
Come on, how did it go, Nightingale and Jody Mack?
Nightingale is so boring.
Yeah, he is.
So I think like the part that was interesting me with like baseball's biggest name could end up on one of baseball's biggest teams. Blake Snell, apparently he is on the market and the Astros appear interested. Let's bring in Bob Nightingale of USA Today and Odyssey Insider. Bob, what's the latest on Blake Snell potentially going to the Astros?
Well, there's a discussion between the Astros and Blake Snell. Apparently, he's willing to take $33 million with an opt-out for the year after, and we should see if the Houston Astros are going to trade for Blake Snell.
That's the. What about the Yankees, though? Garrett Cole's out for 2 months. What about the Yankees? Where are the Yankees at in this whole thing? Well, I don't know if the Yankees are really interested in him. They got Garrett Cole. That's all I heard.
That's about the best of it.
That's all I heard.
Oh, let me finish.
I got the internet going nuts.
Sorry, Figgy, we got sidetracked. But Blake Snell, I guess it's down to $33 million a year for 2 years with an opt-out after 2024.
Yeah.
And my point there is, especially with if you needed any, not apples to apples necessarily, but you got a pitcher that's down and looks like it's going to be an elbow because they're calling it a forearm strain.
Urquidy.
Yeah, Urquidy. If you needed any extra motivation, that's it. Go get Blake Snell. Worry about the rest later.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so Sammy Sosa, he was back in Chicago. He has not gotten any better at getting cross-examined, has he? Remember when he forgot to speak English? Remember when he was basically writing full novels during the home run chase, how good baseball was to him, and he probably could have wrote a novel, and then he goes to Congress, he can't speak English? This was Sammy Sosa's return to Chicago, and it got a little bit awkward for the former Chicago Cubs slugger.
Is it time for you and Tom Ricketts to sit down to get back into their good graces?
Well, like I say, I'm a mature man. I think that it's a possibility that we can do that. I'm open. I don't have a problem with that. Like I said, I had a lot of misunderstanding in the past, but now I'm a real man. I feel great, so I recognize my mistake. So, hey, why not?
Are you telling me that you recognize the fact that maybe you did do steroids?
This is like I say, this is not a question that I expected from you.
He is so mad. He is so mad.
That came out of nowhere, man. I didn't expect that.
How was that?
Oh, so you cheated. I'm just trying to answer a question.
Just trying to get back with the Cubs. So you're saying you did steroids?
Yeah. There's something making the internet going nuts that I actually don't know how we can approach.
I got
You got to do it now.
going
You got
nuts.
to do it now.
So there was a jersey swap yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
There was a jersey swap yesterday that kind of came out, speaking of coming out of nowhere.
Grady Dick from Kansas. Grady Dick.
Yeah.
And then who do you exchange with?
That kid Black.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So how do we do this? Because the internet is going berserk, and I think largely with good reason. So they traded jerseys. They did a jersey swap.
Yeah, Anthony Black. Grady Dick and Anthony Black.
Yeah, and then they did the
they switched jerseys. Yeah. And you know the last names on the jersey, so
yeah.
Grady Dick had Dick on the back of his jersey, and then appropriately Anthony Black had Black on the back of his jersey.
And they swapped, and they took the
swapped,
obligatory picture.
And Anthony sat in front
well, he
Grady.
didn't start out there.
Yeah.
He started out on the left.
They
switched
over.
him to the right.
Yeah.
For the sake of the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his good side.
Yeah, that was
Is
his
that
good
what
side.
it was? See, I thought maybe I'm overreading.
So you see the back, you see the jerseys right there.
Yeah. So
what did it say?
I'm just misjudging this, is what you're saying? I'm misinterpreting this, Figgy?
Yeah, he was just trying to get on his good side.
It's a heck of a jersey swap.
Yeah, they were just chilling.
The internet is going nuts about it. I don't even know if they knew each other before.
They knew each other.
I don't even know if they knew each other other than facing each other.
You know what he's got to do now, right?
No, I don't want to hear it. I'm worried.
No, you know what he's got to do now?
What?
He's got to find, there's got to be an NBA player last name White.
Please don't.
He's got to have there's got to be an NBA player last name White. There's definitely one named Long. Long. There's a Long in the league, right?
Oh, yeah.
In the spirit of St. Patrick's Day, he should exchange with Jalen Green on St. Patty's Day. He's just got. We got to find all of this.
Anywho, so that's that's how the internet is going nuts over that. And I thought we handled that pretty well, to be honest.
Yeah, think about all the possibilities here.
Oh yeah.
There's all kinds of. Let's see.
Billy Circumcised?
That's not a last name. now you're just being weird.
You haven't heard of him?
No.
He's a shooter.
Yeah, he's got to get with a guy last name White. There's White, the dude for the for the Celtics.
Yeah, yeah.
With the
What's his
receding
name?
hairline. With the receding hairline.
He went bald now.
Yeah.
Bald.
Good choice.
Yeah.
He's got to get White.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to get
Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown. So he's got to do 2 jersey stops. He's got to go with White and Brown with the Celtics.
Oh, man. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open the old text board because I know our people never disappoint us.
Jalen Green.
Green. Yeah.
Is there a Harry in the league? Is there?
I don't know.
There's a small.
There is a small.
Mm-hmm. There's got to be a small in the league.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's just got to run with this.
Own it.
Yeah.
And just put them all in his house.
Yes. Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, Nick Caserio has favorites, and he let us know who they were earlier today.
All right, Lance Loken and the Loken Group at Keller Williams Platinum. How about another success story? I love getting these. This one is Deidre. Needed to sell her property up in the Northeast Houston area where I sold mine with the Loken Group. Sold mine. I was very, very happy. She was very, very happy as well because Lance and Karina Loken, they've got it down. I mean, it's terrific. On the market for just 2 weeks, the Loken Group expertly delivered Deidre's goal sale price. And if you're looking to sell your home on a strict timeline, you got to go with the Loken Group. They can actually, guarantee to sell your home at a date and a price that you or else just buy it. And that's why the Loken Group at Keller Williams Platinum is consistently ranked as the best in Texas and across the country. You got to call the only agent in Houston I'm going to call the next time we need to sell or buy a home. That's Lance Loken. 281-861-4624. 281-861-4624. It's thelokengroup.com. Go with the Loken Group and start packing.
What did Daniil Hunter see from the Texans that brought him home to H-Town?
Just being able to just go after the quarterback. And the Texans, they showed that they were able to do it. And that's been in my DNA since I came into the NFL. And I'm happy to be able to go out there and just play for my teammates and bring that to the table.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute.
861-0000.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Nick Caserio, he's got some favorites, man. Let's hear Nick Caserio first talking about that D-line strategy. What exactly are we doing on the D-line, Nick? What is the plan?
Yeah, I think what we try to do is just create some front flexibility. So we have some guys that can play on the end of the line of scrimmage. We have some guys that are specifically interior players. We have some players that maybe have some outside-inside flexibility. So I'd say we have a lot of players that have a lot of experience, that have played a lot of football. I mean, even on the inside. I mean, Fadakasi has started 33 games over the last 2 years for Jacksonville. I mean, Settle played 400 snaps last year. Khalil gave us some, 200 or 300 snaps last year. And then we have some guys that could kind of float inside, that play on the perimeter as well. As a matter of fact, we're kind of working through free agency. Let's say there might be a player or two that pops up where we can add them to the group. So we're going to play 8 or 9 defensive linemen. D'Amico has said this. It starts with the front. So we're just trying to create as much flexibility and optionality in front as possible.
All right. I mean, and he was kind of ho-hum about even Daniil Hunter. But I don't get a sense that they're that concerned about the overall absence of Malik Collins.
No, and I think a couple things. And also, I think we're going to see Danico Autry, float inside a lot more. And I also think they're still in the market for maybe a mid-round, premium round defensive tackle that can kind of learn from all these guys. There are some good players that in terms of veteran presence that they can help with.
By the way, I have made an itinerary for Grady Dick jersey swaps.
I've been watching it on Twitter.
Well, I got an itinerary.
You have an itinerary?
Yeah, I just put it together. You want me to give you the Grady Dick jersey swap schedule?
Yeah, just to rehash, it's got the internet going bonkers, much less nuts, because he did a jersey swap. Was it Andrew Black? Was it his name?
Anthony, right?
Anthony Black. And then the internet's going nuts. So you're saying
I got a schedule.
All right.
No, I'm not just throwing
jersey swap schedule.
I got a schedule.
Okay. What is his jersey
with the rest of the Raptors games? You ready for this?
I'm ready.
And they have to sit to the right of him, right? To his right.
Yes.
When they hold it up.
Yeah.
All right. March 20th, De'Aaron Fox.
All right.
March 22nd, Josh Giddey. March 31st, James Harden.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Giddey and Harden.
Yeah.
April 2nd, Christian Wood. April 3rd, the Amber Rose special.
Oh, no.
Wendell Moore.
Yeah, well, it would be Amber Rose.
April 5th, the St. Patty's Day special, A.J. Green. April 9th, Isaiah Wong. April 10th, Dariq Whitehead.
Gross.
And then 4/14, because he respects the OGs.
Yeah.
Kevin Love.
Does he play Steph Curry? That'd be a little spicy.
So I got the schedule laid out for you, man.
Yeah. Oh boy, the text board is going nuts. Rudy Gay.
The text board's going what?
The text board's going nuts.
Oh, okay. Rudy Gay. Now we're pushing. All right, now we're ruining it.
Oh yeah, that's what did it.
I think Nick Caserio loves him. Some Shire.
Yes, he does.
Big fan.
Yeah, he does.
This was Nick Caserio talking about one of the newest Texans linebackers.
I'd say Azeez is a football playing Jesse. I mean, what did he have, 160-some tackles last year? I'd say, and this is out of, respectfully, Zaire Franklin is a damn good football player. I'm just saying there's some similarities, their play style, how they play. Azeez has a lot of leadership, has a lot of toughness. Obviously, he has experience playing in this defense and playing for D'Amico. I mean, this was a guy that if we had the the opportunity to add to our team. Quite frankly, like we tried to add him to the team last year, and it didn't work out, and then we had to play against him, and I think he made every tackle in the Tennessee game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, awesome dude. Like his story, I mean, not to get into his story, but like his story coming out of Florida Atlantic, undrafted, kind of how he got on campus. I mean, the more time you spend with him, matter of fact, the coach that recruited him to Florida Atlantic is Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio and I were together in New England. I would say the fact that Azeez is where he is, I mean, honestly, it's a credit to him and his toughness and his resilience. The guy's a good football player, and we think he's, going to be a big asset to our team and our program.
So what does he mean by football playing Jesse? What are we doing here?
I still don't know. I actually looked it up. Like, there's a positive and a negative. He was talking about the positive side or inference with the football playing Jesse. But have you ever heard Nick Caserio talk about any player like he's talked about Danico Autry and Alshire?
Well, let's hear the Autry.
Like,
I dang sure haven't heard him talk like this.
Keep this in mind. Have you ever heard Nick Caserio talk about or sound like this about any player?
No. Danico Autry, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I would say specific to Danico, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, like, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, and a really good football player who cares about football. And we've had to play against him over the last couple of years and, Tennessee, and then he was in Indianapolis. But glad he's on our side, and, we're excited about what potentially he could bring to our front.
That's like, was he talking about Tom Brady? I mean, he never even said stuff like that. But it got real clear to me that this is one that was a Nick Caserio special, man. Danico Autry is a player that he wanted to bring in, and clearly, D'Amico Ryan signed on. But man, compare that to how he spoke about Daniil Hunter. Like, it was just like Daniil Hunter was like
normal.
Some guy off the waiver wire.
Yeah, he loves him some Autry.
Yeah, he's a good
Got
player.
me kind of excited about him.
Yeah, he did, but he is. I never heard him say like he's a badass. He's an MFer. I mean, damn.
Yeah, good to go.
And he wasn't far behind on Shire either. Alshire.
What's a Jesse?
I don't know. I looked it up. Did you look it up?
I don't even.
We kind of went through this with. I think David Culley said it before.
Oh no.
I think he said something like
He did.
Jesse and the Joes or something.
Yeah, he did. You're right, Figgy. That rings a bell. Maybe Clint knows. He's been in that circle.
What is that? What, a Jesse?
In the football Jesse's stuff. Maybe he would know. But I
smart, tough, selfish.
Some things never get old. Some things just never get old.
All about being a Texan.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And what's the most important part of the game?
Football playing Jesse. Huh?
Yeah.
The most important thing about football is the football.
I did. I Googled it, and I saw two definitions. One is like positive connotation. One is a negative. But I've never really heard that. I guess David Culley said it like a football playing Jesse.
Okay.
That's not an expression.
Means you do everything or what?
I don't know. Clint, have you ever heard that? What's a football playing Jesse?
Yeah, I've heard it.
What is it?
Somebody just loves the game and is really, really good.
That's what I figured. But it's just not that common a thing to me.
I don't think it's that common a thing in the
period
2024.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there was a day and age where some of them old heads probably used it pretty often.
Yeah.
I've always heard it Johnny, not Jesse.
Yeah. No, I've heard Johnny's and Joe's, and all that stuff.
Jimmy's and Joe's.
Jimmy's and Joe's. Yeah, Jimmy's and Joe's.
But I've heard football playing Johnny. I've heard. I guess I've heard it all. I wouldn't personally choose that phrasing, but whatever. I mean, we got Nick out here talking about dark alleys and football playing Jesse.
I brought this question up right before you walked in. Has Nick Caserio ever been that effusive talking about a player? Ever. Like, I don't even know if he talked about Tom Brady like that.
Yeah.
The way he talked about Autry.
Yeah. Well, he better sell him.
It's clearly his guy.
Well, he better be.
Yeah.
He better sell him hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard you guys talking about that defensive tackle position, man. It's a problem, man.
Well, yeah, I think
if they're going to get better. If the goal is to get better from last year, and ultimately, I'm just talking about better overall in terms of playing more dominant at the line of scrimmage and being a better overall defense, and then competing.
Well, they're clearly not done. They can't be.
I mean, yeah, you can't be, but I mean, you've gone backwards.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? You've gone backwards. I just don't know, just from the sheer bodies of how do you How do you line up right now and keep from happening what happened in the second half against Baltimore?
Football playing Jesse's.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
He seems to like the rotational guys, though. He seems to like Settle, and then he seems to like them.
That's what.
Yeah, man. If you got to get on here and tell me how many snaps a dude played last year,
400,
or how many starts he's had in the last 2 years, you ain't selling me on him. You ain't selling me on him being the reason that you get by Baltimore or you get by. In my opinion, I just that is to me that's the. I mean, because if those guys aren't worth a damn.
Mm-hmm.
They may be good for 13 games this year, decent for 13 games this year, but against the teams that are more dominant teams that got it together up front, if your defensive line is playing in the laps of your linebackers, I don't give a damn what you pay them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If that's the case, it's impossible. If those guys can't push the pocket when they're passing, I don't give a damn how many sacks Hunter had last year.
Yeah.
He's going to have a hard time in critical situations getting to the quarterback. So is Will Anderson, if those guys aren't getting pushed consistently. So it's – I mean, if we're comparing them to 25 teams around the NFL, okay. I mean, those guys can get it, whatever. But if we're really talking about this year with the Texans being
next level,
hey man, it's time to mention them with them top AFC teams.
Yeah,
I just don't know how you get it done
Jesse's, baby.
With them guys you got right now.
Yeah.
Football playing Jesse.
Football playing Jesse.
That's when he sat down with Cully and said, "You might have something."
Football playing Jesse.
I guarantee you he said that in that interview.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm looking for football playing Jesse. You too?
You too? You're hired.
That's what he said. Look, I like this guy. Big Nick.
Big what?
Big Nick.
Oh, okay.
Not Grady.
All right. I thought you were talking about Grady Dick, jersey exchanges.
Man, that's if I'm Carmen, right, and I met Bart, I met Bart Dick. He's got to be a hell of a guy. He's got to really sweep you off your feet, because that would be if I were a female, that may be a deal breaker.
Yeah.
Your last name is what? I gotta go from Carmen Jaspers to Carmen Dick.
How many of y'all didn't have Carmen when he first started that story? When he first started, I'm thinking, the hell is Ron talking about?
Where's this going? You're listening to KILT-AM, KILT-HD2, The Drive. It is live.
Swept her off her feet. The Drive is live, baby.
I mean, look, if you're running around named Bart Dick and you're, I mean, you got to have some kind of. You got to
bring it home.
You got to
think about that, man. Your last name is what?
Oh, Bart.
Like I gotta go. I gotta
this something frisky.
This what my kids last
Say
name.
My name. Say my name. Say my name.
Bart, the other one.
Yeah.
Michael.
Big who? Big who?
No, you know it ain't Bart. Say it. Yeah, got it. All right, the Drive is live. We're back together as Clint's in the building, Tyler's in the building, wiping them off. If you're looking at us on YouTube and Twitch, hello, you can see us all.
Yeah, no, they can't. They cannot see me.
His camera was broke last week, so he came in here and showed the people his nipples.
Your camera's broke?
Yeah, it happened during In the Loop before we got on the air last Friday.
Damn, Vicky.
Engineering still hadn't got to it, I guess.
That's all right.
Did you submit a ticket?
It didn't break during my show.
All right, guys, let's not get ourselves in trouble here. But you might want to submit that.
No, they're aware. They're working on it.
You might want to submit that ticket. All right, the Drive is live. You can see everybody but Tyler, and that stuff. Only, damn, man, his name's not on the show, and now you can't see him. All right? If you didn't know it, Tyler's been really pushing for the Drive. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. ... And T-Mill. He's been pushing for a show change. The Drive. That's what he wants to hear. Ride home on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. ... T-Mill.
And T-Mill.
No, they ain't gonna give you the and. Just ... T-Mill.
Take what you can get, man. Take what you can get.
No, man. It's yesterday's my favorite time of the sports year. I know I'm alone on this. Maybe not many. Selection Sunday really does it for me.
Does it?
Oh, it's my favorite one. Selection Sunday. Get the brackets out, and I don't like to do mine on the computer. I mean, I will, but I like to have a fresh one.
Yeah.
I like to have one in my hand.
I can relate.
I like to keep one in my wallet. Don't have it yet. Haven't filled it out yet. But this is my favorite time, baby.
Come on.
Brackets is out, baby.
Favorite of all year, huh?
Yes. My favorite sports day of the year, Selection Sunday.
I'll be damned. Well, what do you got?
You didn't know that?
I mean, did you?
Yeah.
I mean, I knew you would.
It's my favorite one.
I mean, I knew you were definitely the college basketball guy around these parts to go to, but I didn't know it was like I didn't know it was like turn me on Sunday kind of.
I felt like a complete ass yesterday. Courtney really drove it home on me. I saw that Greg Gumbel wasn't a part of the coverage, and I celebrated. Like I'm over seeing Greg Gumbel. I don't think he cares anymore. His hairpiece is getting worse. And then I found out that he had a family emergency and sickness,
you know what?
and that's why he was out.
Good for
He's
you.
Been out.
Good. I hope you feel terrible.
I felt like a complete ass.
See, that's why you two jacklegs shouldn't be celebrating stuff. But Tyler does that kind of stuff too. Even if you don't let the guy, let him go in peace, man. You got to celebrate it.
No, Tyler celebrates it generally after he finds out the news. For me, I looked up, I saw Adam Zucker, I said, hell yeah. They done moved on from Jim and Greg. And then about 5 minutes later, and we want to send a shout-out to Greg Gumbel, who's been the face of this since the late 90s. Greg is dealing with a family emergency, and he is not going to have coverage. I said, damn. There goes Courtney. See, you over there celebrating Greg Gumbel.
I agree, Court.
I felt bad. I was able to move on.
You should feel bad
after they unveiled the bracket.
I mean, you should feel bad.
I did.
And what y'all should do is stop celebrating people's downfall, man.
Anybody heard about Garrett Cole lately? How's that?
How about that one? I mean, injuries and people losing their job, man. Anybody that celebrates that, man, you're a real POS, man.
Listen, Greg's fine.
And now here you are celebrating deaths in the family.
Fine.
That's real cool, man.
I didn't think he lost his job. I thought he retired, like Jim. Yes, that was good to not hear Jim yesterday either, for me personally. But no, man, it's my favorite time. My favorite time of the year, baby.
Well, I mean, did you see that? Did anything stick out to you that we really need to get into? I mean, I know my boy Rob's going to come on with us here.
Rob's coming on with us.
323.
Yeah, field of 12, field of 68. He's going to come on with us, coming up at 323. But that second round meeting potentially. Come on, Tyler.
Let's go.
Get your Aggies to beat them damn Nebraska Cornhuskers. Don't let Tommy Frazier get out there and get after you. Don't let Lawrence come out there and get you.
Watch out, Cougs. That Maroon's coming, baby.
Hey, listen, man. I don't know how the Nebraska Cornhuskers basketball team has passed up their football program, but here we are. That's where we are.
And we just stole their AD, too. How fun is that?
Yeah, you did. Come on, get that W because that second round, baby.
Be fun.
What are the odds? Y'all steal their AD and then you catch them in the first round of the playoffs and get a chance to send them home.
As long as old Longwood doesn't give Houston any trouble, that second round matchup in Memphis, Houston versus Texas A&M.
Yeah, gum.
Oh yeah, that sets up, baby. And I know. And listen, I think Wade Taylor the fifth or the fourth, whichever
Fourth.
Roman numeral he is. Hey, he could give U of H some problems. I do, and I'll say this. I know some people. I hope Kelvin can get them kids to the Final Four. I think Jawan Roberts and Shed and that group, they deserve to get to a Final Four. I think they are vulnerable, though, and not just because they got just shellacked in the Big 12 final by scoring 41 points, the lowest amount of points by a number one ranked team in the country since the 80s, early 80s. But that is a interesting matchup if A&M can get there in that second round. I talked to Rob about it, but that one day, they can get it done. That could be an interesting matchup for Kelvin Sampson and crew. I'm excited, though. Let's go, baby.
The way you're over there tapping on that damn table, I can tell you're excited.
I get amped. Brackets are out, baby.
Let's go watch the Aggies after the show Friday somewhere.
That could be an option.
Son of a...
That could be an option.
I hate you.
Could be an option. It could be an option. Might. Depending. Now, listen. The reason why I say that could be an option is I may be in the tank if something at 9 o'clock at night, the previous night, doesn't go right. If Kansas gets bounced by Samford,
I get that. That's understandable.
I will at least need until the next weekend before I'd watch college basketball again. I would need.
Oh, so like the Selection Sunday is the biggest day on your radar. But if Kansas loses in the first game in round one, you're done for a week.
I'm just done for the rest of the weekend.
Oh, for the rest of that
Friday
weekend.
and Saturday and Sunday, I don't think I'd have it in me.
I mean, as like turned on as you are right now, like you're giddy. Like you have tapped the hell out of that table over there since we started. Like you should be You should be over at Coshada at the sports book or something for that first round. You should be in Vegas.
I know it, right?
Absolutely. I mean, anybody that loves it that much, you should be knee deep somewhere.
I'm going to be. Just not in Coshada.
You right over in that seat next to me.
Yeah, I'm in knee deep right here. Right here, baby. No, it's gonna be fun, man. I can't wait. I do.
Now that I'm thinking about it, Ron, there's no reason we shouldn't do our show live from Coshada Casino Resort, from the old Rez Sportsbook. I mean, that would be.
That makes a lot of sense.
Not only would it be fun, it makes a hell of a lot of sense.
A lot of sense, Tyler.
I'll hang back.
No, I think I
Yeah, you got to keep it together here, Bob.
Oh, I know it.
Could you imagine doing our show and like literally getting up in a break and going? They have 18 convenient betting kiosks right there in the Rez Sportsbook. I mean, we could go place a bet literally in a break. Can you imagine how much fun that could be?
I'd do it. I would do it while you're talking.
It's probably not legal. I am long-winded. I know you could have just told me.
I'll run over there and get it while you're talking.
I mean, we could literally be on the text line or on Twitch or YouTube and get a message from somebody. Hey, Ron, put me $25 on such and such. We could take Twitch bets.
I mean, I can do that right now.
You can do it. Okay.
But I'm talking about like physically getting up and going and doing it.
You could do it legally.
Not having to track you down afterward. I can literally show them the ticket they
right
just
here.
bought,
There it is, right there. Got you right here. There it is. Yeah.
We could get it. I tell you, what would be a great idea. We could get us a Twitch ticket. We could get us a YouTube ticket. We could get us a text line ticket.
I like that.
That actually, yeah, that's
good. Put it together, Coshada. Let's go, Bill. Come on, put it together. Let's go.
Where you at, Bill?
Let's go. It's just Monday.
I mean, I think that'd be kick-ass. And we got Thursday morning. We could drive Thursday morning. No, we need to be there because the games start Thursday. What time games start Thursday?
11-ish.
We could get there by then.
We can get there. Yeah. Be on the air for it. Play some bets. I'm with it. Great idea. I think I love it. I love it. We got people already on YouTube and Twitch said they'd be down.
Think it's a hell of an idea, huh?
A hell of an idea. They would love it. They would love it. All right.
You think we can get it sold in 3 days?
I think they can put anything they put their mind to. Just because they can't see you, Tyler, doesn't mean you get to just do whatever you want to do back there. All right. All right. If you missed it, Payne and Pendergast had the general manager, Nick Caserio. He was on with them 7:30. I know I was taking the kids to school today, listening to it as well. There were a lot of nuggets we will touch moving forward throughout the show. But if you missed
people enjoying nuggies.
Thank you, Andy. And then you'll be able to listen to that in full if you go to the podcast page, 7:30. You can hear he joined the guys 30, 40 minutes there. But I did want to play this, Clint, Tyler, Drive family. Who you think Nick was talking about? Who you think this? Because I feel like Nick is talking about somebody in this offseason. But this is him talking about, some of the issues they've had in the offseason thus far with free agents and guys around the league potentially changing their minds on different places they were going to go in free agency.
This year, it just seemed like there was a little bit more, while the player seems like he's going one team, and then actually it's a little bit different. And it's never done until it's done. So, but I would say, in all fairness, once you have an agreement in place, I mean, we work with a lot of really good agents, and there's a mutual, I would say, understanding and trust that's in place. But in the end, if a player has a change of heart, despite how mad or emotional you may feel, in the end, the player has to do what he feels is in his best interest, and we have to be respectful of that. So I wouldn't say that it happens all the time, Sean. I would say this year it just seemed like there was a few more situations where that popped up, and you just have to be prepared for it. But in the end, the player has to make the decision that they feel is best for their individual situation, and we're certainly respectful of that. And if that's the case, then you have to move on to the next player.
Who do you think he's talking about?
Sounds like a Saquon Barkley.
That's what I was thinking. It sounds like that's what I was thinking. It sounds like he's talking about old Barkley.
That's the only one I can connect the dots on, because to me, Saquon, I mean, I could see Saquon really wanting to be here, but then going, wait a minute, man, Philly, is offering me a little bit more money.
Close to home.
Which, obviously, if I went to Houston, I could make that money because the tax situation is different, but now it's close to home. I went to school up this way. The Eagles are legitimately a Super Bowl contender already. You're adding you're joining an established crew. I could see where Saquon Barkley probably weighed his options and ended up going from wanting to be in Houston more than anywhere else to wanting to be in Philly more than anywhere else. So I'd say Saquon.
I thought it was Saquon. Tyler said it might have been Armstead. Eric Armstead potentially changing his mind, or maybe he was the one who held up the trade from going on because there was a potential he could get something, I guess, more than what he got in Jacksonville. But I thought it was Barkley too when he said that. You just said something. I didn't mean to go here, but that's interesting. The Eagles and the Texans went further than the Eagles last year. The Texans won their division. The Eagles were a wild card. They lost, and the Eagles looked really, really bad against the Bucs in the playoffs. And the Texans won their game, blew out the Browns, and then lost in Baltimore, which many people felt was the best team in the league during that time. You think the Eagles are more of a championship contender than the Texans?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yes, without a doubt.
Even with how it ended last year for those two teams, you think they are more of a like if you're sitting there weighing a lot of different things, if you're Saquon Barkley, and then it came to, all right, who do I think I can win a championship with or have the best chance to win a championship with? With the coach, with everything, you think the Eagles are more equipped?
Without a doubt. I mean, you just look. I mean, they've got a strong core of players, or a strong foundation, if you want to talk about put it that way. They've got superstars across the board. They've done it somehow with paying their quarterback a boatload of money. I firmly believe that the Eagles are more of what we saw through 12 weeks of last year and the year before than they are what we saw at the very end of last year. Depending on how somebody sees it, but to me, either way it goes, I think the Eagles are
really
absolutely.
So, do you think the Texans are a better football team now than they were when the season ended? Like we look at it, obviously that's almost not fair. Let's look at it. The healthiest part of the Texans, when they've got Tank and they got Nico healthy and everything. You think that right now, like I do, I think they're a better team right now than they were last year. Even at the healthiest point, the team that did what they did, I think they're better. Do you think they're better right now?
No, the Texans?
You don't think the Texans are?
No.
Really? With the additions they've made defensively, Hunter, I know they've had some losses, but you don't think overall they're better at running back?
No.
I think they improved over Blake.
You had a double-digit sack pass rusher when the season ended. You had a linebacker that was covering folks vertical in the pass game and was capable of getting 19, 20 tackles in a game. You had a number 2 corner that was dependable. I don't know. I think now again I'm gonna continue to lean into this. I think the Texans are incomplete. But right now, if the season started right now, they do not have a starting defensive tackle. We can get into this given the situation right now when D'Amico talks.
Give you that.
And when D'Amico talks and Nick talks, they're going to tell you about how many snaps this guy had and how versatile this guy is and how many starts this guy is. That's you have to do those things when, like, I guarantee you they ain't got to tell us how many snaps Danielle Hunter had. I bet you they ain't telling us how many games he started in the last 2 years. No, because he's a game changer. I mean, he's a legitimate take your defense to the next level, take your organization to the next level sign. I mean, that's who he is. The only reason we're hearing those things from Nick, and I'm sure we'll hear it from D'Amico as well, is because those guys, they know as well as we do. They ain't got a starting defensive tackle in the room over there. Now there is a there's a chance that what's the big boy that came in from the Titans?
Nico
Autry. He can slide down there and be effective at the defensive tackle position. But if that's your answer to bulking up this defense, let Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins bounce, and Danico Autry, and
if they're healthy, the offensive line, I think, should be better. And I think there is still a question on what we get there, but I think the running game is better with Mixon. And then, Cashman, I think they probably had an improvement there with Al-Shazier. And Hunter is better. I would say better, but I give you that. Grenard, it's not like Grenard sucked. I mean, this is a guy that got a better deal, like a more long-term deal than Hunter did as well. So he got big money in free agency. They lose Steven Nelson. Right now they got Jeff Okudah, so we're worse there. That is see. I didn't think that was one I had to think about. I felt like they're better. And I get that now the only part with the defensive tackle thing is, like you said, they're incomplete, but it's hard to kind of visualize where they're going to get a starting defensive tackle, right? You know what I'm saying? Like they're going to have to make a trade of something to give up assets. Now they've traded down in the draft, so the thought of maybe getting one of the D tackles in the draft is probably gone as an option. Is it that important, that D tackle, to swing everything else they've done improvement-wise? Let's jump on that. 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Do you think the Texans are a better team than they were last year thus far? They've made moves. A lot of people seem to be really impressed with the moves that the Texans have made in the offseason. I've heard some people say the Texans may have the second-best roster in the AFC. I think that's a little much. But your thoughts. Have the Texans improved this offseason? Are they a better team than they were last year? We'll continue to discuss that coming up next as we continue to roll through right here live on a Monday as we're back at it here on The Drive. Coming up, you can continue to roll with us and get those thoughts. Are they a better team than they were last year? We'll continue coming up next.
All right. Some of the best times to watch live sports in the year, that is when that old basketball tournament starts. I mean, consistent action, rocking and rolling, days on days on days. Whether you're a huge fan or you're just a casual fan, it doesn't matter. Guess what? Best.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Clint, man. I think I still stand by it. I'm with you. The defensive tackle thing is a real issue. And the passing game is the same. Basically, I'm talking about the receivers with the exception of Joe Mixon. Their top three receivers right now are still Nico, Tank, and now Noah Brown, who they brought back. And I guess Robert Woods is still on the team. So their top four receivers, and obviously they brought back Dalton Schultz. But that's what we're discussing. Are they a better team than they were last year? And I'm talking healthy. That group, are they a better team than they were last year? I think upgrades at running back, upgrades at linebacker, upgrades, I even say at defensive end opposite of Will Anderson. But I think right now they took an L at their second corner if they're not bringing Steven Nelson back, which it looks like they will not. Most people on here, which is not a surprise, think that they are a better team. You've been accused of drug use on here on YouTube and Twitch, or at least explain yourself a couple of times, which I like a little bit better. Explain yourself. Talked about the guy in Jacksonville. He was able to start in Jacksonville, but he's not good enough to start here for us with the Texans. I think they're slightly better. Now, I will say I don't think they've made a lot of efforts in competing with the top of the AFC, especially with the top of the AFC. A lot of those teams starting to add to their rosters as well, with Derrick Henry and Hollywood Brown going to the Chiefs, and then being able to retain some of their top players in Matabike and Chris Jones. But a little bit more, because there are some people here who just completely disagree with you and think like if those guys are healthy, they would have led the league in passing last year. Someone said not only no, but hell no, they're not better. Kind of going back and forth. You're a little bit more here on if you're thinking, because Tyler, do you think they're better? You think they're a better team than last year?
Right now, today?
Yeah.
Honestly, maybe.
Really?
I think it's almost a toss-up in my mind.
Really? Okay. All right. Yeah, people are wondering, Clint, explain yourself, as someone said, and it seems like you're really honing in on that interior defensive line that really concerns you, that kind of pulls him back from last year.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a reason why DeMeco Ryan stood up there as soon as the season was over after getting just embarrassed by the Baltimore Ravens down the stretch in that ball game, and said, hey, we've got to make big-time investments in our defensive front. And I don't know how you make big-time investments in your defensive front without addressing the defensive tackle position. I don't know how you've accomplished that. There may be folks out there that believe that they made big time investments, that may think that there may be people out there that think that they're better. I don't know how you get there, but that's fine if you want to get there with that. You want to say they're better, okay? Explain to me how they made big-time investments in their defensive front based on what they had last year. I just don't – I think when you talk about defensive, like being a really, really, really good defense, it starts in the trenches. It starts, I believe, at the defensive tackle position. Pass rushers are going to struggle getting to the quarterback. They're going to struggle impacting the game if you don't get interior push from your defensive tackles. Teams are going to be able to consistently run the football against you if you don't have guys inside that can at least hold the line of scrimmage, if not push the line of scrimmage.
And you're not confident this group that they have right now?
No.
They got Kurt Hinish in there. They got Khalil Davis, Timmy Settle.
Foley.
Whatever
his last name is from Jacksonville.
Foley F.
Yeah. No, look, I mean, can they field a decent defense? Sure.
And as you said, they're incomplete.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everybody on the text line. I'm sorry. I thought that we're talking about the Texans taking the next step. I thought we were talking about the Texans.
But the hell with next step, you don't even think they're better than what they were last year.
No, they're not right now. They're not. I mean, you're not.
And the Joe Mixon and the improvements of Hunter, that is not overshadowed.
Joe Mixon has got a chance to improve this run game. I don't believe this is ever going to be this dominant downhill run game with the guys when you've got investments in Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil. That's just where I'm at. That could change if Kenyon Green becomes a stud at left guard, a first round type of guy at left guard, and if Juice Scruggs is the center that you think he is, and he's ready to be that dude right now, and they all stay healthy, maybe they run the football. I'm talking about like significantly better, dominant. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about just the running back they just signed. My mind went blank again. Mixon. Joe Mixon all of a sudden is, he is going to make them a better run football team. No question about it. But are they?
He's not one of the top.
Are they a dominant downhill, able to run the football when they want to run the football and control games? I don't think this offensive line has the ability to get there. But I mean, to me personally, I don't even think we're at a part where we need to split hairs. Like, do whatever you want on the offensive side of the football. It doesn't matter. Defensively, if you can't stop the run, if you can't rush the passer, pressure the passer, push the pocket, collapse the pocket, then you're going to have a hard time winning in the playoffs. You're going to have a hard time beating. You're not beating Lamar Jackson. You're not beating Patrick Mahomes.
No, I don't think they're good enough.
You're not beating Josh Allen. You're not beating those teams if these guys are just able to sit back there in the pocket and pat the football.
Yeah, I don't think they've improved yet. I think they're better than last year. Almost letting you get me a little bit here. I think I'm probably with Tyler. I think it's slightly. I think they are better than last year, but I don't think they have done enough to get to ultimately what we're talking about.
Yeah. That's where I thought we were, Ron. I thought we were. Are they better than a 10-win? Division-winning, second round of the playoff football team? And for me, it's a resounding no.
Yeah, I was excited when they brought in Hunter with the thinking that Malik Collins was going to be a part of that D line. But you take him out, that does look weird. Like someone texted and said, their last two texts, Clint is 100% right, especially if you factor in the schedule. And then another person texted in, Danico Autry and Foley at DT with Hunter on the outside and Will Anderson isn't better than last year?
No, it's not. It's not. I mean, Foley, nobody, there ain't a caller, there ain't a texter, there ain't a person in the city of Houston that had this guy's name. And now all of a sudden they sign him and say he played 300 snaps last year, and he's the starter. This you trying to tell me this guy's not a starter? You trying to tell me this guy? No, man. I thought we were beyond signing rotational players from a team that didn't make the playoffs last year.
I would rather have Malik Collins than him.
Absolutely. Would you rather have Sheldon Rankins than him?
I would.
Yes. Everybody in their right mind would. I mean, it's not even like that's like that's like talking wide receiver play and somebody throwing John Mechie out there. I mean, what are we doing? It's not even. The only like where I'll give a little bit is where the Danico Autry inside-outside thing.
Yeah,
where Danico can slide down there in critical situations.
But the inside-outside thing, like if you're to this person, what this person is saying is he is the defensive tackle, and I don't know that I love him just being a defensive tackle.
Even if you know what I mean? Even if you do that, even if what they said is right, he is the problem is he is the defensive tackle.
Yeah, and he's 283.
That's
you know what I mean? That's like I like Charles Omenihu's ability, even when he was here, to slide down and be able to do things in pass. But if you were to say, all right, Charles Omenihu's going to be our 3 technique. I don't, and all right, we're going to run at him repeatedly. Just when 3 techniques are guys that are 320, 3 something, like pass rushing downs, love it. But if teams, as you said, are going to run the football like that, I don't think Autry's best served if he is playing the tackle. the whole way. So, as you said, it's incomplete, and there are still some time for them to add something. Probably not going to come in the draft. We'll probably have to see, trade or something that.
I'm going to tell you. Let me put it to you like this, Ron. I am as concerned as I've been about a position and about a defense. I will be shocked if D'Amico and Nick don't make a big time trade to bring a guy in here.
Well, they wanted Armstead. That was clear. They thought they potentially had that. And that would have made sense. Malik Collins out, Armstead in. Yeah. All right. Now you got one of the best defensive fronts. But it is just crazy. One move, because right now, I wouldn't have thought when he said we got to improve this front seven that it would be Foley and Tim Settle and Danico Autry as the D tackles. All right, there's still time, though. As I said last week, and they found Hunter. There's still time. All right, coming up, news coming out. Our guy, what we call him, hotel lobby.
Bobby?
2 chain wearing Bobby Nightingale had him a report about Blake Snell. The numbers of what he has told the Astros it will take to get him. Hell, now the thought is, do they actually need him to win a championship? We'll discuss Blake Snell coming up next.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors. The doors are wide open.
our unique chocolate bunny and a cute basket, all from just $4. Add in some fun with a 6-pack of bubbles, 50-piece sidewalk chalk, and super soft stuffed animals, all from $5. And get great family picks with new Easter looks. It's easy with women's and girls' dresses for only $20 and under. Low prices on everything for Easter? Now that's Target.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You know what? I really love what I do. And I love most of you. And I even love you, Victor. All right, I like you, Victor. I don't know you, so I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hold on, so
I like you, Victor. I enjoy going back and forth. But you can kiss my ass on this, Victor. Internal pessimist, as usual, Ron. I think I'm the one who said it. I was the most convincing one of the three of us who said that I thought they were better.
That's what I was gonna say.
As usual, Ron never failed. What?
Open your ears, Vic.
No, Clint. Ron's pessimism is wearing off on you. Nothing they did short of bringing in a freaking big name would suffice for either of you. Shaking my damn head, Victor. No, Victor, I'm shaking my damn head. Don't put because of Clint's thoughts. It's my fault because Clint's got a big-ass brain of his own. I didn't mean that as you got a big head like Tyler, but Clint's got a brain of his own. All right? He's watched the game for 40 years. This is his fault. It ain't because of me. And I'm the one who said they're better.
Oh, damn. So
I'm shocked this is that difficult.
Why am I getting blamed for it? It's rubbing off on you. You know what? Clint said some stuff that are eerily close to what I say a lot of times, and you all just don't hear it.
Piece of positivity.
Out of here. Sorry.
Yeah, it just man.
Appreciate that, Victor. My bad. I apologize. Thank you, Victor. Victor it was just a black. Oh, of course. It was him. All right, man. What'd you say? Just don't get what's that difficult?
No, look, I get once again, I'm shocked at the response, which is the second time this year I've been shocked. Like, I'm shocked that like even your casual Texans fans aren't like, damn, what are we gonna do inside? Like, I'm not gonna look. I mean, I just don't. I don't know how anybody that watched the team win 10 ball games last year, win the division, go to the second round of the playoffs, and clearly be outclassed by the top teams in the AFC when it mattered the most, Buffalo. You go into the offseason, you got $60 million to spend, and you go from Jonathan Grenard, who was on pace to have 15 sacks, still had 12 and a half, to a guy that's great, better upgrade, no doubt. Daniil Hunter's an upgrade. But you're talking about the same smaller framed, pass rushing, edge rusher, sack, which is great. I love it. And a rotational guy that can play inside or out that had 11 last year in Danico Autry, who I like, and a linebacker that I think big picture is better, but you had a very, very productive linebacker play in that spot. So is he as a player an upgrade overall? Sure, but is the defense going to be significantly improved because that guy's there and Blake Cashman's not? No. Like, it's not. And then you look inside, and you lost Sheldon Rankins, a guy that clearly was good enough to go get $18 million somewhere, and a guy like Malik Collins, who was your highest-paid player on your defense last year. And people and like, I'm shocked that people are like, oh man, they upgraded. They're all right. They're going to be okay. Man, it is. Whoo! It's going to be hard. It is going to be tough sledding for the Houston Texans if they try to play an NFL season with what they have right now at defensive tackle.
They can't. John Lopez said earlier they can't be done.
Oh, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
But I will say this, Clint. I wouldn't be surprised if it still isn't up to what you're wanting them to get, because that it seems like it's going to take a lot to
Ron,
get that done.
is there a guy? Think about this, guys. Just ask yourself this question. If you're a fan, just ask yourself this question: is there one dude not named Will Anderson in this front right now that you don't believe is going to get pushed around in the run game? One dude. Give him to me. Who is he?
I haven't seen enough of Tim Settle.
Oh, you ain't seen? Well, the other teams have. I think he started 6 games in 6 years. If he was that good of a run stopper, his ass wouldn't have, he'd have started more than 6 games.
Heinisch.
That says enough. That says
Khalil
enough
Davis
in itself.
he had 350 snaps last year.
There's not one dude. Like, I am convinced that Will Anderson ain't going to get pushed around. No pass or run or pass. I don't give a damn. Run at him, run away from him. Put 2 guys on, slide the protection to him where a guard can help the tackle. I believe Will Anderson is going to be violent as hell. He's going to cause problems. Give me one other guy in the Houston Texans front right now that opposing offensive lines are concerned about as it pertains to the run game. One guy.
Someone texting Khalil Davis and Foley.
Get the hell exactly. Khalil Davis and Foley. I mean, are you kidding me?
Victor is coming back at you. You act like Collins and Rankins were awesome run pluggers.
Well, one of them just went and got $18 million. The other one you were paying $11 last year, and the NFC champion, NFC champion from last year in the Super Bowl said, "Yeah, we'll take him." I mean, I just don't know. And by the way, Victor, there's a reason why your head coach sat up there and said we got to make major investments in our front, because those guys weren't good enough. So while we're sitting here having a conversation of are they or are they not better, it's really a moot point. It's really a moot. Were they better than? Yeah, I expected them to upgrade over Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins, or at least keep them and add a game changer. And we're sitting here having a conversation of are they or aren't they better?
You'd feel a lot different if it was Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins inside.
You give me Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins, now we can talk about Danico Autry sliding down in situations. Then we can talk about Foley being a guy that's a situational player and can help you on 3rd and short and goal line situations and all that. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, I could literally sit here and say and answer your question, Ron, of are the Texans better right now? I can sit here and say, yeah, they've added pieces. They kept the main 2, the key cogs. And Malik Collins, and I'm not sitting here trying to tell you that Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins are just the best defensive tackles that have ever played the game. But if we're talking about upgrading from last year, adding guys in that defensive front along with them obviously would have made them better. You subtracted a bunch of dudes across there, and now you're left with voids, and folks want to bring up some guy named Foley. I mean, I just don't.
He's gonna kill it this year. Watch.
Mankind.
He's gonna be Nico Collins this year.
Well, I said that. I think you were out, Ron. If they decide to take
a safe bet,
if they decide to play this season with this defensive line,
I can't be.
And this defense,
they're not doing it.
No, look, but hear me out. If they play with this defensive line, and this defensive line plays well and is the upgrade that D'Amico Ryans wanted up front, it'll be more shocking to me than what Nico Collins did last year, which has come out of absolute nowhere and go for 1,300 yards and 8 touchdowns, whatever the hell it was.
I do. I mean, but like guys, like I see this on the text line, but I haven't even checked YouTube and Twitch, see if they're feeling themselves too. Like, listen, as I've said, I think they're better overall, and I do think they will. They're not going to go in with just this. I don't think. But guys texting in like someone texted in yelling in all caps. Khalil Davis was a lot better at the end of the year than you're giving credit.
Man.
Listen, I went to high school.
I'm not discrediting Khalil Davis. He's great.
I love Khalil. We went to the same high school. Shout out to Blue Springs. But
I tried to put y'all in high school together last week.
No, we weren't.
I think Ron's a little older.
A little older. But I mean, let's just come on, let's calm down here a bit. Like, he's a good rotation piece.
Bro, he was playing. He was playing UFL football or XFL football last year.
Many of you were not like. I'll just be honest. Like, I think many of you are liars, including you, Victor. Like, and I'm not saying this will happen, But you wouldn't have been straight with, yeah, man, we're going to go Tim Settle and Khalil Davis and Heinisch and Foley. Like, any of those four are going to be the starters.
Those are going
to be the four.
Ron, if the season ended after DeMeco Ryan said it, they said, man, our interior, we're going Foley.
And I know, Victor, you know the game. I know you were thinking when they signed Danico Autry, full-time D tackle.
Vic got them rose-colored glasses on, man.
And others. It's not just Vic, but Vic is the one who's really getting after it.
Yeah, man, I can't. Sorry, I'm just being honest with you.
I do think they're better, though. I'll figure something out. I think we do maybe need to really sit down and look on what available D tackles are there. Because they're going to have to be a trade, like for them to.
It's the top two right now that I've seen is Tierre Tart, which he may have signed this weekend, and then what's Big Boy's name, Tyler? We were talking about last week that was in Atlanta. Ah, man, not DeForest Buckner, but
is it deep voice?
Calais Campbell, I believe is who it is.
Calais would be.
He's about 38.
Yeah, but he feels like at least a legit starter.
He is a problem. He is more of a problem than anybody that in terms of detail.
He feels like a legit starter, but it'd have to be trade or something like that. All right, news from the Astros as the pitching staff continues to be an issue. Is there a potential answer to that? We'll discuss that as well. And Caserio spoke and gave some nuggets about some of the moves in the offseason. We'll let you hear if you missed all of that coming up next. But before we get to that, Clint, me and you, man, you got.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
It is that time, 3 o'clock. A lot going on here sports-wise in the city. And I want to start with the Astros real quick. A little bit of the pitching, man. The pitching is starting to become something to really watch. Some good, some bad news. The bad news, the latest. We know, obviously, already that Justin Verlander is going to start the season on the IL, and he is going to now be joined by another starter in that rotation, Clint, and that is Jose Urquidy. Astros manager Joe Espada announced this morning that Urquidy has been diagnosed with a right forearm muscle strain, and he will start the season on the IL as well. Good news here, though. J.P. France got on the mound, and he had his first spring start. Now he's talking about ramping things up to try to get ready for the season. But Clint, it is looking interesting with that starting rotation, especially when you look at yesterday. Apparently, we'll just say Framber was working on pitches again yesterday as he gave up 4 runs in 82 pitches. And 6 hits and a couple of walks as well. He did strike out 8, though. But he did that against what was mostly the starting lineup over the St. Louis Cardinals. But a bit of a struggle there. But this pitching staff, Clint, is something that we are really going to watch. And it is already having injuries to start. 2 guys going to be on the IL to start the season.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're already thin, and then Jose Urquidy obviously comes up with an injury. Now you're razor thin. I mean, you're at a spot where you need help desperately, at least for the first month of the season or so. I really hope this spurs Dana Brown and Jim Crane into going after Blake Snell aggressively. Yeah, look, I mean, you just mentioned it. You just mentioned Framber, and it's not like this is on the heels of a great year by Framber. The back half of last year was not good for Framber Valdez. It was not good for Christian Javier. I mean, I do believe that it would take a lot of bad for an extended period of time for the Astros to not have a legit shot at a World Series without Blake Snell. Like I think it would take. I know right now it is a serious storm in terms of these injuries. I'm a firm believer I'm a glass half full guy. I believe that a good chunk of these guys are going to get healthy. The rotation's going to be fine, and I think they're going to have a shot to make a run. If you add Blake Snell to the mix, then there's no I think to it. Then all of a sudden, what Framber does in terms of whether he corrects whatever he's got going on or he rights the wrong, or if Javier takes the next step, or if Hunter Brown takes the next, all of that stuff is really a non-factor as it pertains to potentially winning a World Series if you add Blake Snell. If you don't, boy, that first month is going to be hell, and you worry about the hole that you could dig at that point in time, because then on the backside of it, you're going to have to strain some of your better guys that have been injured to dig yourself out of that hole. So I don't know, man. It's definitely a major issue in Houston right now with this starting rotation. And I did not think we were going to be here given how many arms they have that can just chew up innings throughout a regular season.
And see, and my thought, I felt like to me a little bit of the Blake Snell wish was a little aggressive, right? I thought like, even at Framber, we've talked about it, even at if he's bad, he's still going to be near like 200 innings and be a top 20 pitcher. Maybe not, second right now as he's looked at in the Cy Young Award, but he wasn't going to be terrible, right? You didn't think that. And Verlander, you figured he'd get back. He just had arms, but now you're having injuries and just maybe you're not concerned, but there is nothing that Framber has really done during the offseason and during spring training to make you feel more confident that he's going to be back to the guy you had before, and that is without the other questions of other guys back there. Now, I'm telling you, 2 years, $66 million, which is what Blake Snell is, according to Bob Nightingale, told the Astros he's seeking. That is a ton. But for them to get to where they want to get to, at this point, it may be something they have to do. I mean, they may have to do that to get through it because you just like Urquidy. I mean, I'll be honest with you, just judging by his track record, I don't think this is the last time he'll hit the IL. And then you can't sit there and trust Lance. And you got other guys and then Justin's older. You just can't sit there and trust some of these guys. So now maybe they want to try to get that down because 2 years, $66 million. I think Blake's just a little. But now you start looking at demand and things of that nature. It might get it done, but it feels like he is a need now.
Well, I mean, think about it.
We talked to Will. I didn't think like, I don't know, Will. That's a little aggressive. Now, I don't know.
Well, look, I mean, yes, he's expensive, but you ain't paying anybody else in your starting rotation. I mean, Verlander, hell, aren't the damn Mets still paying the majority of Verlander's salary? I mean, you got him dirt cheap, relatively speaking. So, I mean, yes, he's expensive, but boy, Ryan, you talk about an ultimate insurance policy because whether it's Verlander, Father Time, Framber, and Christian Javier, wheels coming off, no middle rotation, Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers Jr., and now Jose Urquidy not being available. I mean, there's a lot of issues, and I believe that the majority of them are going to be figured out, and guys are going to at least contribute. But you want an insurance policy that you put at the top of the rotation, and you push everybody down a starter, and then all of a sudden you've got Christian Javier is a potential move to the bullpen if you need it for a long rotation, if Hunter Brown steps up and if J.P. France can do his thing. So, I mean, you've all of a sudden, man, I think the real issues with the Astros that have to be on the radar, again, Verlander and Father Time, Framber and Christian Javier's wheels coming off late last year, and the middle rotation, that bullpen is the back end obviously is absolutely beautiful, but that middle, how do you have answers in all those different scenarios? I think it would come by way of Blake Snell if you're able to get him in. Yeah, they're paying a lot in their bullpen and things around. Yep. Speaking of Josh Hader today, he gave up 2 home runs and recorded 2 outs today. But there you go, Josh. Get him out of your system, bud. Yeah, get him out of your system. Yeah, Framber, stop getting it out of your system. Can we get? I would feel a lot better if he had a real solid quality start. Yeah. I mean, Framber,
10,
right?
12
I mean,
days away.
Look, I know most like really strong-minded pros could kind of weather the storm, but Framber is a young and appears to be fragile, mentally and emotionally. I mean, I don't know that Framber's not in need. I don't give a damn if it is spring training. Like, I think he's probably in need of a good outing
before he takes the mound in the Bronx?
I mean, I got to believe in his mental space, Ron. He's at a spot where he's like, yeah, I just got to see a little success. 8 strikeouts is nice, but like I got to go out there. We're not talking about J.P. France here. We're not talking about Hunter Brown here. We're talking about a guy that that, I mean, we've thrown the word ace around with his name. I mean, this is a guy, he's probably at a spot where he needs to see and feel a really good outing.
If he's not, I think there's some fans that are.
What?
I think there are some fans
that need it.
That need to see him.
Yes.
And put it together. So
yes.
We'll keep an eye on that Blake Snell thing. If they add him, now it feels like, I felt like it was a thing to kind of, the luxury, it feels like it may be becoming a need.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint, Nick Caserio, he spoke earlier today, but things that happened this weekend before we potentially get to some of the things that Nick had to say. Clint, I found it very interesting, the news this weekend about Keenan Allen, where there were thoughts that the Texans or reports that the Texans were involved in trying to get him before he ultimately made the move to go to the Bears. This was Keenan Allen himself talking about and confirming that the Texans were a team that were interested in him.
You went on record in January, I think it was during the locker cleanout, just saying that you didn't want to go anywhere else. Did the team, when they were trading you in this process, did they approach you and say, where do you want to go? Or was it just that you found out you were going to Chicago?
There was a couple things. There was a couple teams that they would allow me, I guess, to say where I wanted to go. I only had like 2 teams. And
you said there were 2 teams that you wanted to go to?
That had interest, yeah.
Okay, what were they?
Jets and Houston.
All right, Jets and Houston. So clearly, the reports were Keenan Allen is confirming him that the Texans were into that, trying to make that move to get Keenan Allen. I'm gonna tell you what, Clint. I love, if I'm a Texans fan, I love hearing that. I love hearing that they are looking at the offense and saying we need more juice, we need more punch, and clearly, to them, Nico, Tank, and Noah Brown isn't it. So I think it's clear to see they maybe missed out on Keenan Allen, but it is clear to me that they think they need some upgrades somewhere in the receiver room, and I'm at least happy to hear that if I'm a Texan.
Yeah, look, man, I love the thought that Nick and D'Amico and the Texans are associated with guys like Keenan Allen when they're moving from one place to the other. Now, I would ride with Mike Williams. I would ride with a bigger-bodied wide receiver that can do some complementary things. He's out there, but Keenan Allen, I mean, that's a different animal right there. I mean, you're talking about one of the better route runners in the game, clearly one of the more cerebral receivers in the game that is just time and time again. I mean, it is – he's got as convincing a product as there is in the league right now at the wide receiver position for what it is he does. And so the fact that the Texans and Nick Caserio and D'Amico, and they're even in the conversation for a Keenan Allen, as a fan, I absolutely love it. I said it when the season was over, and again, it's a hill that I'll die on. I believe they need to add another weapon offensively.
Oh, I do too.
And now that may be,
and I mean more than Joe Mixon.
Oh yeah. No, I'm higher on Joe Mixon than a lot of folks, and I love the ad of Joe Mixon here. But I mean, it's clear what you have in C.J. Stroud. It's clear what you have in Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard. It's clear that this needs to be a pass-first football team. It needs to be a team that throws the football to set up the run. It needs to be a team that their tight end and their running back are more than just run game type of players, downhill run game type of players. They're guys that can help you in the pass game. And obviously Dalton Schultz and Joe Mixon are that. So I would love to see this offense add another weapon, man, and let C.J. cook in year 2. I mean, you're looking at this, boy, the next 3 years, 4 years of C.J. cooking on a rookie contract, man. If this organization is willing to pull the trigger and surround him with guys like Nico, Tank, Dalton, Joe Mixon, and a Keenan Allen type of player, or they're at least flirting with it, come on, man. That's money right there.
Yeah, it is. I just, the thought that they understand, which to me, if I see you're going after Keenan Allen, to me, it says we not only need to get better than Noah Brown. They said we need to go for a bigger fish. So I do expect a really, really good top 3 receivers if that's what they're trying to do. If that's what they're trying to do, and we know they traded back in the draft, so that may not come there. I'm intrigued on the weapon that they want to add on offense, because they clearly made it known we got to have more of a punch, and I completely agree with it.
Big 3 Big 3, number 3.
All right, maybe one of the biggest stories in the NFL finally came to an end during the offseason, Clint, and that is Justin Fields. Justin Fields has been traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That happened over the weekend. Obviously, Russell Wilson is already there. They've continued even after the trade and named Russell the starter, even after acquiring Justin Fields from the Bears, and they got him for cheap. 6th-round pick that could turn into a 4th-round pick, conditional 4th-round pick if he plays a certain amount of snaps. But Ryan Poles, the general manager of the Bears, weeks ago said, we want to do right by Justin Fields. Do you think they did right by Justin Fields, him ending up with the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Well, I think allowing him to go elsewhere and not handcuffing him there and play the game with him and a number 1 overall pick and keep that wouldn't be right by Justin Fields or Caleb Williams, in my opinion. So yeah, they did right by moving him in a reasonable time frame so he can get down there wherever he's going, learn the offense, and kind of get accustomed to how the Steelers do business. Yeah, the Bears did right by him. I'm glad they moved on from him. Justin Fields has to be great that he's been able to move on from the Bears. It was a awful situation for him personally as a quarterback, and an impossible situation for a quarterback. So moving on, clean slate, start completely over, was really the only way.
Behind Russell.
I mean, it was the best thing that could happen. Now, look, I don't necessarily like the move to as much as it seems like the national media, man, is just they are just loving this go and sit behind Russ thing. I mean, let's be honest. What Russ has been paid to leave the last 2 organizations that he's left. Let's be honest. Last year the Steelers were a mess. Had receivers that weren't blocking and weren't giving effort, and you watch some of this Kenny Pickett getting moved to Philadelphia, and you watch the Kenny Pickett highlights from the Steelers, and I mean he didn't have much of a chance. And I'm not look, Kenny I never thought was going to be a starter in this league, but at the end of the day, it's not like it's an ideal situation in Pittsburgh. It's not like it's an ideal situation to sit behind a guy like
Russell.
A guy like Russ. I don't, and I'm not. It may turn out great. I'm just not one of those that's like, oh hell yeah, this is it, man. This is perfect. This is the way.
They should at least definitely use Justin Fields though.
Yeah,
and his skill set.
I just wonder. I wonder how you do that, Ron. I wonder. Like teams in the league don't do it well when he's the full-time guy. I mean, you can argue the Bears. That's all they did well, but I mean, teams don't know how to do it when you have.
But look at that Sean Payton. See what he did with.
Yeah. What's his name with the BYU kid?
Yeah.
That's where I thought that the best move for him would have been to go to Denver, and start under a guy. I don't care what anybody thinks about Sean Payton. Like Sean Payton develops quarterbacks and would have the ability to at least give him an opportunity to develop as a passer, as well as would be able to use his legs. But to me, it was going somewhere and starting and playing and having a supporting cast that embraced that dude, because he's got 2 years left before he comes up. I mean, you play well 1 year of the next 2 years. If you get a chance, you probably don't get a chance in Pittsburgh. If he plays well over the next 2 years, Ron, all it takes is 1 year. With that skill set, that dude could sign a monster deal.
Yeah.
Can't do it if you're sitting behind Russ.
All right, coming up, the tournament and the brackets are out. Rob Doster, nobody outworks him in the game of college basketball. Covering the tournament, covering college basketball all season on Field of 68. He'll join us next. We'll get his thoughts about, is he worried about the Houston Cougars after that poor showing in the Big 12 championship game? We'll discuss that with Rob coming up next.
All right, if the last couple of years have taught us anything, y'all, it's we got to value the things that we can.
draft. Inside information, in-depth analysis, and behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. And it's tournament time, baby. The brackets came out, baby, yesterday.
Hey, Tyler, he's going to tap the gray out of his desk over here.
I might.
You've been tapping the hell out of that desk over there since we started it, too. I mean, it's like a giddy kid at Christmas morning or something. He wanted them open Christmas gifts or something. I'm telling you, man. Settle down over there, man. You're going to go home with raw palms. Courtney's going to be like, what have you been doing at work?
I can't, man. This is my favorite time, baby. Selection Sunday does it for me. It really does. It really does. And it's a big time around here with all the Texas schools in it. Houston getting a number 1 seed. So let's talk tournament here. Rob Doster, founder, and you can catch all of his great work. And Clint was just telling me how many people y'all had rolling through there last night. It's serious over there at Field of 12, Field of 68 as well. You guys are doing great work. Many people around here are excited. Many people are a lot more excited before that Iowa State ass kicking that happened for the University of Houston. They still get the number 1 seed out there in the South and the nice road of Memphis to Dallas potentially. How concerned should U of H fans be, Rob, after what happened with Iowa State?
Not as concerned as I am that Clint's not excited about this NCAA tournament bracket, man. It's the day after Selection Sunday. Can you let my man live?
Hey, Rob, don't, Rob. You know I'm not a giddy man. You know I'm not a giddy man, Rob. Hey, you know what I mean? I'm excited. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to placing a couple of bets, watching Field of 68. Checking y'all's numbers on a nightly basis, but damn, he been tapping this. I ain't bull jiving. This desk is gray. He's got over there where he's at. It's gonna turn black.
Rob, he's just struggling because of
the Must Bus, man. The Must Bus blew an engine.
Oh,
the Must Bus blew an engine. That's the problem right now. That's why.
It blew more of an engine.
I was gonna say that season in Fayetteville didn't quite go like they thought it would, did it?
We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that on the phone. We ain't gonna bring that to the air now.
That's another type of drama right there. All right, no, but really, your thoughts. Listen.
Houston. Yeah, I'm not worried at all, man.
Really?
I'm not worried at all. They were a little banged up at the end of the Big 12 tournament. Like, it's the Big 12 tournament. I think that it was more of a thing where they got down a little bit. Jawan Roberts is dealing with the knee thing. They got a couple other guys on that roster that have been beat up a little bit. They're already missing 2 dudes, right? Like, JoJo Tugler's out, Terrence Arsenault is out, and now you're missing the kind of the heart and soul and the guy that makes everything else work in Jawan Roberts, who's not himself. So I think it was the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, you know what, this isn't our day. It's cool. It's fine. Let Iowa State get what they're going to get. And if anything, it kind of adds a little bit of fuel to the fire now for Kelvin. So one of the things you worry about with teams that win their conference tournament is they get to the big dance. They get to the NCAA tournament, and they're feeling themselves a little bit, right? They're saying, look, we just ran through all these dudes over here. We got this, no problem. Overlook that first-round game. You find yourself caught against the mid-major that gets hot, you get beat, right? Houston's not going to have to worry about that because I promise you that Kelvin's probably had that 69-41 score up on the scoreboard in their practice facility every single day since that game ended. Nah, I'm not worried about Houston at all. Jamal Shedd might be the best point guard in the country. Kelvin Sampson's awesome. Like I would have a very hard time seeing them not make it to the Elite Eight with the teams that are in their region.
All right, Rob. You said you'd have a hard time seeing them make it to the Elite Eight. I look at that potential, and my man, our producer Tyler, gets excited. That potential A&M matchup in the second round, that one is intriguing to me. I know the defense they can play. That one, if A&M could get past Nebraska, they've got a player that can take over the game that I don't think will be that affected as others are with the pressure that Houston's guards can apply. Your thoughts about A&M if they could get there? Would you think they could give them a lot of trouble?
Yeah, they got to get by Nebraska first, and Nebraska's no joke. They got a kid named Keezy Tominaga who's from Japan, who's this lefty, who's the shooter, who can go on these runs. Well, he'll score like 23, 25 points and a half and make like 4 or 5 threes in a row. He is a lot of fun to watch. That Tominaga Wade Taylor matchup in the first round is going to be a lot of fun. I don't think that they can beat Houston. To me, Texas A&M, for them to be great, they got to have Wade Taylor go for like 25 or 30. And I will tell you this: there is no way Jamal Shedd is going to let Wade Taylor go for 25 or 30. Right? I hesitate to say things too definitively when it comes to the NCAA tournament, but I do not see that matchup working out. You can't beat Houston doing what they do, right? If you're going to beat Houston, you got to do something other than play tough and play physical and get on the glass and get some offensive rebounds. That's not going to work against them. They're the best in the country at it.
Rob, let's talk big picture here, man. What with the bracket that's got Ron over here tapping the hell out of the desk? What big picture stood out for you? What did you not expect after what you saw yesterday?
I did not think that we were only going to get 3 Big East teams. I thought that we would get 4, maybe 5. I think that the Mountain West was underseeded a little bit. Like, there's a lot of – I don't think they did a horrible job putting the teams in the field. I think Virginia should have been out and Seton Hall should have been in. But that's really the only beef I have with who's in the field itself. The seedings for some of these teams, man, it was like – you know what it was like? It was like the two of us after a night out in Houston, right? The Final Four last year, going out and trying to put this bracket together. That's what some of it looks like. So I don't know why the Mountain West is seeded as low as it was. I don't know how Duquesne got an 11 seed over some of these 12 and 13 seed teams that are really, really good. But I will tell you this. The 12-5, that's always the upset that people love. There are 2 that I wrote it in pen as soon as I saw them come out. I didn't even see the whole bracket get out. I told you right then and there.
Oh, I know.
Grand Canyon is going to beat St. Mary's. McNeese State is going to beat Gonzaga, and James Madison is going to beat Wisconsin. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I'm tapping my desk right now as I'm saying all that because I'm fired up here too, all right? We're going to have 3 12-5 upsets. And here's the scoop. I'm going to give you a little insight. You could drop this with your friends, make yourself seem smart, make yourself seem cool. Grand Canyon's got the guy that's going to be the NBA draft star to come out of this. They got a kid named Tyon Grant Foster. He's 6'8". He's 220. He's a guard. He is absolutely different. He started at JUCO. He went to Kansas, right, in the 2020-21 season. Then he transferred to DePaul, scored 15 in the first half of his first game at DePaul, has a heart attack in the locker room, has to go to the hospital. They revive him. He has 2 heart surgeries, misses 2 full years, comes back this season, WAC Player of the Year, averaging like 21 points a game. He is a pro. And when you watch him play and you watch the way that he moves on the court, it is different. St. Mary's has nothing for him. They're going to win that game. I think they get all the way to the Sweet 16.
Yeah, Rob. Every time I see him, I think to myself,
got a KU fan over here, Bob.
We could really use him right now on the wing, right now. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad to hear those upsets. As long as you're not one of the crazy ones who are saying Samford is going to get Kansas.
Look, man. I'll be honest. Don't do this. I'll be honest. I have it written down as one of the ones you got to watch out for. Simply, the only reason I say that is because McCullough's dealing with that bone bruise in his knee, right? And Hunter Dickinson's got the shoulder thing. We don't know what they're going to be. That's already a team that doesn't have a ton of depth. Samford wants to get up and down the floor, play as fast as anybody. Buckyball, man, it's different there. And they're going to be playing that game at elevation in Salt Lake City. I'm worried about Kansas's depth. That's the only reason I can see it happen. If you're going to tell me that Kansas is 100% and we're going to get real Kevin McCullough and real Hunter Dickinson, then they're going to win that game by 15. They could play for 60 minutes. I don't care. But that's the only reason. They don't have much depth, and they're already dealing with a team that's banged up, and you want to play a lot of possessions. That's the only thing that worries me. I think at the end of the day they probably get it done, but that's not an ideal draw if you're a Kansas fan.
Okay, I don't like the way you're talking, Rob, right now, but that's fine. Fortunately, we have run out of time.
Hey, look, at least you're in. In.
Real quick, hey, before we let you go, Rob, what do you have? What's your Final Four look like? Who you got winning this thing?
So I got UConn winning it. All right, UConn is the best team in the country. They're going back to back. I'm not just saying that because I'm a UConn fan. Well, part of it is because I am a UConn fan, but they're the best team in college basketball. I mean, they are. They go 5. Their starting 5 is better than any starting 5, and it's not close. They're just a machine at this point. I have Arizona in the Final Four. I think it's going to be Arizona, North Carolina playing in LA for the right to get to the Final Four there. I have Houston, and I'm not 100% sold that I'm going to be taking Houston, but I think it's going to be Houston or Kentucky. One of those two is going to make it to the Final Four there. I think that's going to be one of the most interesting games that we can get. That it'll be Houston, Kentucky, Elite Eight in Dallas for the chance to get to the Final Four. And then I have Purdue, beating Creighton to get to the Final Four. I think we're going to have a UConn-Purdue national championship game. The team that lost to a 16 seed last year going up against a team that's trying to repeat as national champs. You guys know who's winning it, man. I don't even need to tell you. You know, Clint.
All right, Rob, we appreciate you. We'll have to have you again throughout this tournament season. We always love catching up with you.
As long as Clint gets fired up for this dance, okay? As long as he gets fired up for the tournament, I'm in whenever you need me. I'll come on tomorrow at 4:23 again. You just let me know. Clint, I need a little excitement out of you, my man.
Hey, I can get myself good and worked up overnight if I know Rob's coming again tomorrow.
All right, man. Have a good one.
All right, fellas.
All right, that's Rob Dashner. Go check him out. Field is 68, as they do. Seriously, nobody outworks them. They cover this thing at a great rate. Him and Jeff Goodman do a great job covering college basketball all season long, and especially during this time. All right, we've talked a lot about the Texans, and I think there's one thing. Well, there's several things, but one thing here of late in this offseason. If you're a Texans fan, you should feel absolutely great and excited about your team. This one thing, we'll discuss that coming up.
Selection varies by location.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. As we keep rolling through on the drive, I got to say something, fellas. I'm a bit disappointed. I feel like this should be focused at Tyler. Tyler,
what?
Yeah, shove your what? Tyler is, as we've said, the second best producer in all of afternoon drive, not in New York or Los Angeles. He's great at what he does. A lot of things that I don't agree with him about his lifestyle or what he does, but the producing thing, I'm with it.
What's up, T-Money?
But I go on vacation, I leave, and I'm gone just 3 days. Just Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Could have taken Monday and Tuesday, but I did it for you all.
We appreciate it.
As well as wanted to save those days for later on in the year. But I leave for 3 days, and somehow Bun B and Roger Clemens slide up in here as guests.
They killed it too, man.
And as I said, part of being one of the greatest producers of all time and second best, not in New York and Los Angeles, is your guest booking. And I get in here, and you get Bun B, and you get Roger Clemens when I'm not here.
Well, hold on now, because that just isn't true.
That's just how
we had Hannah McNair coming too.
Oh,
she was Hall of Fame. She's a Hall of Famer.
Well, she probably
Friday.
Yeah, I saw that. She probably shout out to you, Hannah.
Quiet 100%. On offense, loud on defense. Yeah. Let's go.
I wasn't ready for that for all of could just see her face saying it. Every time we have Hannah here, I think she wants to give me the bird. I think she wants to toss me in a very friendly way, not in a Jim Nance way, but I feel like she wants to shoot me the bird in a very
That's probably fair.
Like, in a nice way. But yeah, man, you go out there and you get. I mean, Bun B, you know how I feel about Bun B. Yeah, y'all get Bun B on.
Well,
he probably brought some burgers up here too.
No, he didn't.
He was supposed to.
Yeah, that's
Roger.
That's a different story.
You've talked to Roger. We've had him on multiple times.
I mean, I want to be on every time. Well, he's in some Hall of Fames. I want to be on every time that guy's on. Roger, Bun B, damn, Tyler.
I didn't schedule Bun B, dude.
All right.
That's your partner in crime in there.
It didn't have a shelf life, man.
I mean, it should have just said you did.
It did. No, he ain't gonna do that. He's gonna throw you. The bus is coming now.
Why would I do that if I didn't?
Somebody texted and said Jim Nance came on the show too. Did he?
Now that would have been a good idea. We need to get him on while you're not here.
I'd have fought you. I'd have came in here and fought you.
I just got the red carpet. We wanted to get into a controversy.
I'd have drove up from San Antonio. I don't care what time it was on that trip. We'd all gone. I'd have come down here and just driven the 3 hours to give it to you.
You just shut up and let me.
Yeah, man. I mean, with Bun, there was a little bit of a shelf life there, man. He was fresh off the rodeo, man. I wanted to be able to.
I'd have called in.
Yeah, you should have. Why didn't you?
I didn't know.
Oh, okay. Next time, man.
Wow. That's all right. That's all right, guys.
Well, I still hadn't got my burger, just for the record. So we may have to have a little fun with this. You know what I mean? Keep this thing alive.
Next line. Well, Ron, if you change your name back to show, they might would have waited. But who wants to talk to Ron? Bun does.
The showman.
I bet he asked. But he asked about me.
He did not.
Well, damn.
I didn't want you to go back and search for it or anything. I'm just saving you some time here.
I wasn't going to do that. It's gone. I just saw. I know. I'm sitting there. I'm sure I was on the toilet or something. But I'm sitting there, and I look up. Got me a daiquiri. Sitting there, look up, and I say, "Hold on, Bun B is on today." I got real selfish with it. Bun B is on my show today.
I knew you'd like that one, man.
I said, "Damn, I want to know what Sean asked him." So I want to know what was Sean Bajani bringing to the table.
Sean did a good job.
I bet he does. Sean seems like a guy who bumped a little Bun B at this time, a little UGK action.
Now that I can't vouch.
Nah, I bet he did.
I don't know. I don't know if he had UG. I don't know if he ever bought Rodden Dirty.
Yeah, I bet he did. Seemed like a guy. Maybe not some of the songs I like. Seems like he may. He
definitely got Big Pimpin' in his past, right?
Yeah, he got Big Pimpin'. He maybe had a little Riding Dirty. Maybe he had that. No, don't think so. Don't think so.
5 years younger than me. Boy, he looks a lot younger. By the way, Bajani, boy, he is 80.
I think we're like the same age. He's a little older than me. Yeah, he's a little older.
Isn't he 41, Tyler? Didn't he say he's 41?
Yeah, he's in his 40s.
Good for him. Good for him. Shout out to Sean Bajani. Hey, I did want to say this. With the Texans offseason, fellas, I at least like exactly where their head is. And I think Texans fans should feel really good about this. I think, Tyler, you should be through the roof about this. Victor, Larry, Ocho, all of you out there. Gus, Trey. Where's crazy-ass Trey? I ain't heard him in a while. I think y'all should all be excited about this, Clint. And that is, I just like where their head is. When you look at who they've been connected with, when you see they've been connected with guys like Saquon Barkley, and not just connected, but from reports, they tried to get Saquon Barkley, knowing, hey, let's get a difference maker somewhere. They tried to go after Derrick Henry. Christian Wilkins, their name was connected to. Now here recently, Armstead and Keenan Allen, they were connected to, and not just connected, really trying. Like those two, we're hearing they tried to make deals to bring them in. Now, they didn't get any of them. They were able to get Hunter, and that was big. They didn't get any of them, but I at least like where their head is. They are clearly understanding by guys they're going after, and not this ain't just, hey man, we're just doing fillers. They've tried. They've offered contracts, deals to. They at least know, hey, we got this window where this kid's not making the money that he will make. There's a great chance that CJ is going to be the highest paid player in the history of the sport when it is his turn to come up. We know we got this window, and they are trying to get these dudes. Now they are losing out on these guys, and maybe there's a thought of, man, let's nail down a couple of these or one of these. But I at least like where their head is in terms of we got this window, and we are trying to swing big. They may not be getting all the big fishes.
Yeah.
But they trying, and they at least understand that they are trying to do that. It isn't just the small mid-level name guys. They've tried to go and get big guys, and that's at least something I'd be happy about if I'm a Texan.
Hell yeah! Look, I mean, at the end of the day, I expect my team and want my team when you're in the position that you're in, that the Texans are in right now. I just want you to be in the conversation. It's just like my alma mater, University of Arkansas. I know you're not going to win a bunch of recruiting battles. Even when things are going good up there, I know you're not going to win a bunch of recruiting battles. But I want you, when you do win a recruiting battle, I don't want you to brag about it being because you beat Louisiana Monroe and Southwest Louisiana. Nothing wrong with those schools, but like I need a Texas, an Alabama, an Auburn, a Georgia, an Ole Miss. Like I need those schools mixing there every now and then. When I'm looking at the Houston Texans right now, you got money to spend. All I can ask is that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans are in conversations, in negotiations, making offers to these top-tier players that'll take this team from winning a division and being so proud of that damn division championship to, hey man, we're trying to get into an AFC championship. We're trying to get into a Super Bowl. That's all at this point. That's where I'm at with the Texans. I believe they need those guys to continue winning. I believe that's what it's going to take the next step is game-changing type players. The fact that the Texans have been in on several up to this point is all I can ask. Now, like you said, I'm a little concerned that they missed and created a hole on the defensive side of the football. I'm a little more concerned about that than most. But overall, what D'Amico and Nick, what they're doing right now, hey man.
But their mind's right. They're not.
Yes, indeed.
They're not going after mid-level people.
Love it.
right? You know, and I've gone back and forth with some people about, hey, man, you don't build this way. They're trying to conserve. They're going to save their money. They're going to do it smart. No, clearly they offered money to Saquon. They offered money and had a trade that fell through for Armstead. They tried to go get Keenan Allen. They tried to go get these dudes. Wilkins, they were connected to him before the Raiders went crazy. They tried to get those dudes, and I think it's huge that they recognize that that's what they need.
Absolutely, and that should leave no, like, the what you're responding to right now is talking about building the foundation and rolling money over to next year. And that's great, and that's smart business, and Nick's going to have that part figured out. I'm not worried about that. But the fact that Nick is in on these guys and even in conversations and even mentioned with these big money guys tells me that Nick's going to be willing to spend that money if and when it's the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah. All right, what you got coming at the 4?
Speaking of Nick joined the fellas this morning, Payne and Pendergast, 7:30. If you want to use that Odyssey app, go back and listen to it. I think he was on for 42 minutes, they said. It was a beautiful thing, but there's he addressed a couple of things. In fact, there's one of them that we're talking about right now, and I want you guys to hear this. Nick Caserio on Payne and Pendergast this morning addressed the defensive tackle position for the Houston Texans. We'll have that audio for you. We'll cuss and discuss next. Before we do that, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics, man. This time of year, when your family
Lowest prices for over 30 years. Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Well, let's start this thing off with a little I don't know if it's called breaking news, but apparently there's been a photo that was leaked about the Texans uniform, one of the Texans' new uniform. How does that happen, by the way? I mean, this has been top secret for 2 years now.
People act like asshats.
I mean, that's got to be an inside job, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's got to be somebody in the building leaking this picture. Nonetheless, as Texans fans, it's
looking at it here.
It's fun. I appreciate it, and I really like the way that Cal McNair has responded. As I said, there was a leaked photo out there. Not real sure. When we saw it, wasn't real sure if it was real or not. But apparently it is, because Cal McNair on Reddit, he went ahead and posted the real picture. He said, "Leaked pic ? How about a real photo of Nico and Tank? Way more to come in April." So now here's the deal. This isn't obviously the extent of the uniform changes, but y'all, this is money. This is better than I thought they were going to be. Now, I'll be honest with you. I'm a simple man. When it comes to unis, I believe trying to do too much is very, very dangerous. In fact, I don't know that I've ever seen it work. I think the Texans got a really good thing going with their logo in general, so I don't know that there was ever a need to change that. We'll see what they do, big picture. I personally, be honest with you, I haven't seen them, so I don't know. But this deep steel blue, it's a deep steel blue helmet, deep steel blue pants, obviously white shoes, white leggings, white jersey, deep blue steel number. The piping around the number is red, and the city, Houston, is written on the chest. I think this is beautifully done, boys. Tyler, how you feel about it?
I like them a lot.
Bro, it is sharp.
I mean, this is only one set we're getting, like you said, with the white jerseys, but they look, I like the way these white ones look. They look icy. They look sick. That blue is back to the blue they started with, a much deeper, a much darker blue color.
That is noticeable.
Which I think is beautiful. That close to black colored blue looks freaking sharp. I love it.
And it looks like you really can't see on Tank.
I want to see the design of the shoulder that goes to
you can see it a little bit on Nico. You can see it a little bit on Nico. Clearly, it's the bullhorn that cups the shoulder pad a bit.
Like. Yeah, that.
And I'm telling you, man, but it's clean because it could be like, obviously here we know it's the damn Texans, so we see it as a bullhorn. But if it wasn't the Texan, then it looks like the color on the outside edge of the pad is kind of disappearing into some seams or into some piping. So it's very subtle. It's very clean. I'm going to tell you, that right there to me is that's the way you should do a uniform.
You like
the
Houston over the –
I love the Houston across the chest. Absolutely. I mean, every fan is going to absolutely love that. There's something about being – Tyler, you said you used a term there that these youngsters, maybe they've even come up with some other ones, but icy.
Mm-hmm.
Like that right there to me is just – it's clean. It's like you could screw that up by putting a stripe down the pants. You know what I mean? You could screw that up by. I mean, it is deep steel blue pants, deep steel blue helmet, white jersey, white leggings, white cleats. I mean, that is any. By the way, I'm gonna say this right now. Any player that doesn't wear white cleats with this uniform needs to be fined.
I want to see him with the white pants.
See, there you go. You want to put white pants on now.
Well, I like
that
all
would
white.
Be that would all be
white.
clean.
Yeah, I mean,
that would be clean.
That icy white, white all the way down with the white cleats.
Yeah, but they got to be white though. You don't put no stripe down the side. I don't need no bullhorn on the hip. I don't like just straight like you're talking about. That is that's the way you're supposed to do a uniform. Well done, Doug Vosick.
I like the numbers.
Omar.
I like the numbers better. The design of the numbers. They've changed like the font.
Yeah,
of
the font
numbers.
of the number. There's a slight change on that. That 3 looks a little different.
Yeah,
I like just the solid number with your accent color piping. That's clean, man. Well done over there. Version number 1 is out. I mean, what are they going to have? 4 different? You have 4 different uniforms, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I wonder if this is going to be one of the alternate unis.
I feel like that's going to be the road uni.
Or is that like even when you tweak it back to your? I guess. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see exactly how it all comes out. But that is well done. Get over to all the social medias if you want to see. If you want to see that,
the Sports Radio 610 official Twitter feed just put it out. So
good,
go check
perfect.
it out.
Yeah,
there.
go check out Sports Radio 16. By the way, when you're there, go ahead and follow, subscribe. Whether it's Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, all that. Make sure you're subscribing. Make sure you're following. Make sure you're commenting. Make sure you're getting involved. We greatly appreciate everybody out there, and we want to feel your presence. We want to see you. We want to talk to you. We want to communicate with you. And again, we appreciate everybody out there. All right, man. Them unis, good Lord, them suckers are clean. That gets me good and worked up, boys.
Yeah, I got the little Southern blood flow there on that.
Come on, man. That gets me good and worked up when something like this, because so often, and again, I'm gonna go back to my alma mater, Arkansas. They've had about 2 or 3 different tweaks to uniforms, and they have completely screwed it up. They done ran them hogs out there one year in some anthracite.
Some what?
Some gray. It's like a charcoal gray.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know what the hell
and
that
I'm
was.
like, they call it anthracite.
Okay.
I'm like, who did? And then one year they roll out. One year, Ron, they roll out there and they got the numbers, like literally the numbers on these dudes' chests. The bottom of them's gray. The top of them's like I believe it was white, and it faded.
Faded in.
You literally watching the game, you could not tell what number was what, like because they were so fake. I mean, it's one of those. So many times people just screw it up, and you're just like, man, it's not that hard. Not this time. These boys got it right, man. That was well done. Well done. White 80. All right. To me, biggest topic in Houston right now, without a doubt, is the defensive tackle position or the defensive tackle problem for the Houston Texans right now. I am blown away with the responses that I've received for being concerned or voicing the issues, the voids that are there. I'm blown away with I heard the In the Loop guys talking about it earlier. I'm paraphrasing here, but not a big deal that Malik's gone. Not a big deal that this guy's gone. And I agree, it's not a big deal. But the problem is there's nobody to replace him. I am shocked at how this isn't a bigger hot button topic. This isn't more of a concern because I do believe the Texans aren't done. Problem is the free agent market's drying up. The problem is you traded away your first round draft pick. Even if you had one and you drafted a defensive tackle, I still think you'd be short at that particular position. And so I just believe this is a major concern. Here's Nick Caserio when he was asked this morning, because as I said, he joined Payne and Pendergast. Great interview. Those guys do a tremendous job with him. Great rapport with the general manager. He clearly lets his hair down and breaks bread with the fellas. It's always must listen. He was on at 7:30 this morning. But here he is talking about the defensive tackle position specifically.
Yeah, I think what we try to do is just create some front flexibility. So you have some guys who can play in the end of the line of scrimmage. We have some guys that are specifically interior players. We have some players that maybe have some outside-inside flexibility. So I'd say we have a lot of players that have a lot of experience, that have played a lot of football. I mean, even on the inside. I mean, Fadakasi has started 33 games over the last 2 years for Jacksonville. I mean, Settle played 400 snaps last year. Khalil gave us some, 200 or 300 snaps last year. And then we have some guys that could kind of float inside, that play on the perimeter as well. As a matter of fact, we're kind of working through free agency. Let's say there might be a player or two that pops up where we can add them to the group. So we're going to play 8 or 9 defensive linemen. D'Amico has said this. It starts with the front. So we're just trying to create as much flexibility and optionality in front as possible.
How'd that make you feel, Ron?
Made me feel the same way I felt before.
It didn't move you, huh?
Is that it? Well, listen, it is. What he's saying makes sense if they add a starter, a legit to me, a legit, real starter that can be a disruptor up front. Because to me, the Hunter move, like, hey, let's go. When you talk about the front seven, the Hunter move makes sense. You're going to tell me, hey, yo, we got Hunter on one edge. We got Malik Collins on the inside. Not the best defensive tackle in the league, but I think an above-average defensive tackle in the league. And then you add one of your guys, Settle or something. Hell, I was still hoping maybe a young guy in the draft that they may bring in there too as well. But you add your guys in there, and then Will Anderson, that made Khalil Davis or Heine, if you like him, that made sense. But when you lost Malik Collins like that, it just feels a lot different now. And it feels like if you go look at the depth chart and you start looking at different position groups,
yeah, like
that one, defensive tackle is a clear one where you look at it, you're like, to me, my opinion, well, they don't have a legit starter there. They have guys that could start, that will, but they don't have a legit starter there.
Ron, the Houston Texans have a major issue at the defensive tackle position. They don't have a legit starter. They don't have...
Not for a team trying to get to where they want to get to.
They don't have a disruptor. They don't have a guy that's going to create problems versus the run. They don't have guys inside that are going to create opportunities for the defensive end that you drafted number 3 and the defensive end that you just paid a boatload of money to. There's a problem on the inside for the Houston Texans. And this Nick Caserio audio tells me as much. The fact that Nick Caserio, we're talking about a 10-win team that just won the division, that went to the second round of the playoffs, and were completely outclassed by the Baltimore Ravens. And really, I think that's indicative of what the upper 3 or 4 teams in the AFC and even the NFC are going to bring to the table. And that's what you're stacking up against. And when your general manager is asked about the defensive tackle position or the front in general, and he brings the fact that a guy that nobody knew the name of, and I still can't say it, Foley Badasaki.
I like it.
How many games he started? If you got to tell me how many games the guy started the last 2 years, he's
36.
not the game changer that ain't nobody counting starts that Christian Wilkins had. Ain't nobody counting starts that Eric Armstead had. Ain't nobody counting starts with the level of player that I'm talking about. If Nick has to tell me about how many starts one guy has and then mentions Settle and tells me how many snaps he played last year, that tells me all I need to know. You don't have the horses in the middle. You don't have the horses in the middle to take the next step, and that next step is winning 11 or 12 games, not just winning the division, but competing for the AFC Championship, competing to get into a World Series, a Super Bowl. You don't have the horses inside. That is the number one thing. I'm shocked we got it from Nick, to be honest with you. Good job, Sean and Seth. That's the number one thing I wanted to hear from Nick was about that interior defensive line, and I heard what I wanted to hear. I do believe that what he said is really his only option at this point in time about the entire front. But what he said, I do believe is very spot on, and I love hearing it about what he did at the defensive end position. Because we talked about this when you were gone last week, Ron. I don't know exactly who Will Anderson is, but I know he's violent as hell, and I know he's going to be, elite against the run, and I know he's going to be a great pass rusher with the potential of being an elite pass rusher. He's going to be on the. He's going to flirt with or get double-digit sacks. He's going to be hell against the run. He's going to be one of the hardest dudes in the league to play against because of how hard he plays. Don't know where he's going to land yet. But on the other end, you got an elite pass rusher that can do it with anybody in the game. and then you've got a guy in Danico Autry that can come in behind him and rush the passer from all four positions on the D-line, but can come in at the defensive end position, play the run at a great level, and get after the passer. I like what he said and agree with what Nick said about how they've handled the defensive end position, but that defensive tackle position, Ron, is a major issue. And
it's a major issue they wanted to fix. Their plans clearly was move Malik Collins out and get a top 15 defensive tackle in the game.
Yep.
That was the plan was to get Armstead. That was the plan. And clearly, like, come on, Clint, there is no chance in God's green earth that he would have said to himself, you know what? I'm going to come out after this year and tell you, we got to get better in the front seven. Got to. Up front seven, we got to. There ain't no way in hell, Clint, that he said that. And as I pull up ESPN right now, it has Tim Settle and Khalil Davis as your starting defensive tackles. There's no way in God's green earth that he'd come out and say that, and that would be the move. So I don't think that is what is going to look like. I refuse to believe that D'Amico came out and they tried to go after Eric Armstead and that they are going to get with Tim Settle or Khalil Davis. Hell, ESPN doesn't even have Autry as an inside player. They don't even have him listed in there with the tackles. I can't believe, Clint, that that's what they'll do.
Well, look,
I don't know how they're going to get it, but I can't believe it.
I mean, you made the comparison earlier. Look, I mean, Danico Autry's a really good player. He's a defensive end, guys. Can he slide down inside? Yeah. But look, here's what we'll do. We'll find out how serious they are about Danico Autry playing inside when we see what he clocks in, what he weighs in at camp at. If he weighs in at 280, I doubt he's going to play inside. He's going to be a rotational player. I'm not rotational, but a guy that can play inside or out is what I'm trying to say. And he's going to get a lot of running. He's going to be an important part to this team. We're talking about DTs, man. We're talking about from Christian Wilkins to Eric Armstead, DTs, man. And y'all bringing up Foley, who signed a one-year deal. I mean, that's the caliber. We signed a one-year deal.
A good one-year deal. I think. All right, coming up.
Well, they're all good one-year deals. I wish I had one more.
Do the Astros need to go get Blake Snell? That's the question. We'll discuss that coming up.
610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's the question. Where are you fellas at? All right, let's get this out. You can jump in on this. The text line 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Are we in a position now where the Astros, like, it's not just a, hey, go ahead, look at it. Hey, let's potentially do it. Really bolster the rotation. It's kind of a luxury. Let's go ahead and go after it. Have they moved to they got to go get Blake Snell? Have they moved to a place where Blake Snell is no longer just he'd be a really good ad. That'd be a nice move to really take him over the top. Or have they reached the point of they gotta have this dude? They gotta have this dude. And I will say they do have now 2 starters. Because if you've missed it, not only is Justin Verlander going to start the season on the IL, Jose Urquidy will as well with the right forearm muscle strain. So he will start. So 2 starters. I'll be honest with you. Maybe the 2 starters that you feel comfortable knowing the most about of what you're going to get game in and game out. Maybe not your 2 best, but at least I got a pretty good feeling of what you're going to get from JV and Urquidy. Maybe more than Christian Javier, Hunter Brown, and Framber. Do you think we're in a place now where the Astros have to go get a Blake Snell who is seeking 2 years, $66 million, according to Bob Nightingale, who writes for USA Today? Is that where we are? Is this a need?
I don't think they need to, in terms of have to, Ron. But I think the current situation that the Astros are in, it is making it real. Like, it's adding some clarity. Like, before you go, well, we're kind of thin. If an injury happens, we could be in a bad spot. Worst case scenario, you lose another guy and you don't have 5 starters ultimately to start the season in a rotation. And boom, Urquidy hits you square in the face. And now you could be sitting around going, oh, man, I think we'll be able to survive this storm. We better weather this storm, man. Framber will get better. Javier will get better. J.P. France will make it back for his first start in the rotation. JV will be back before you know it. Lance and Luis Garcia, they're going to be okay. And then that problem we have in that middle relief in the bullpen, we'll be able to overcome that because we have a surplus of starters. Like, it's easy to sit around maybe and be patient, Ron, with that. Like, just sit around, we'll be all right. We'll be all right. And then all of a sudden when boom, 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 things just start hitting you in the face, it gets real. So I don't know that the Astros wouldn't be able to survive this, weather the storm. I'm a believer, Ron, that I think I'm a glass half full guy with the Astros right now. Like, I just firmly believe it would take an inordinate amount of bad for the Astros to not be making a run at the World Series and not being able to do that because of health and not enough arms in October. Like, I know a lot of people look at it and like, boy, it's going to take a lot of good for guys to get back. I just look at it and say, naturally, a lot of these guys are going to get back. Naturally, they're going to be at least average, if not better. And if that's the case with this lineup, that many arms, that bullpen, the Astros can make a run. I look at it a little different. With this injury, Ron, I can't help but look at it like –
Urquidy injury?
Yes. I can't help but look at it like – I don't know where Dana Brown and Jim Crane's head was at, but if they were cool with being patient and they were cool with letting this thing play itself out and cool with just kind of riding the wave or hunkering down and weathering the storm, boy, this Urquidy injury's got to move the needle in a sense of like maybe we should go ahead and make a move.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a need thing. I thought it was maybe something being a little aggressive, especially for – the cost, because the cost obviously is not a salary cap sport, but they will jump the luxury tax higher if they go and make this move. But now, man, when you look at this, Clint, I mean that's 2 starters. If you add Lance to it, that's 3 starters right now that are on the IL, and Lance could be there. Who knows? Forever. Hopefully not. But right now, you're dealing with Framber. and Javier and Hunter Brown and now Ronell and Belak. I mean, maybe J.P. France can get back, but he had his first start this weekend, and he's going to try to rush back to get there. But right now, I mean, you're looking at it. If J.P. France isn't ready to go, and by the way, folks, it's March 18th. The first game of the year is March 28th.
We're inside 2 weeks.
Like, I mean, that is now looking at some desperation here a bit. And I didn't think it was a need to get Blake Snell, but boy, you're looking at this when you combine the injuries. And I'm sorry, Urquidy, this is not going to be the last time I believe he hits the IL, just judging by history. You got Verlander, who's an older pitcher that you probably want to take your time with. So you have questions and injuries. You have like yesterday, Framber. As you said, we're 10 days away, inside of 2 weeks, and Framber again had another weird outing in 82 pitches. You know, he gives up a bunch of runs, gives up walks in this thing. Had another tough outing 10 days before he is on the mound to start opening day. They've already announced in New York. So you have questions with starters and injuries. It feels like Blake Snell is a need, like a need right now with this things.
Ron, I believe
the person texting Trevor Bauer. You didn't want to give that on up. I'd rather pay $66 million.
It all boils down to this. Does Dana Brown and Jim Crane want to sleep well this season and know, hey, man, you're one of the front runners? Or
we've done all we can.
Or do they want to toss and turn, stress all year long, not know who's going to be healthy, not know what, not know what you're going to do with the middle relief in that bullpen, not knowing what you're going to do if Father Time does end up jumping on Verlander's back, or if what we saw the second half of last year is more what Framber and Javier are, if J.P. France and Jose Urquidy and Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers are all just injury prone and for the most part done. It's just one of those, like, you going to toss and turn, stress all year, or do you want to sleep tight knowing, all right, we've done everything we can and we are a front runner? You go out and get Blake Snell, you put your toes up, and you can sleep deep at night now.
Yeah.
You don't? Woo. It's going to be a rough month at least.
We talked about the middle relief. The Astros are going to be pulling some of those guys up to start.
And some of them, hell. I mean, Belak and Blanco got to at this point.
Wow. All right. That's the latest there. That's one we're going to keep watching as Blake Snell is out there, and we've heard over the weekend and into last week that there is serious interest from the Houston Astros on Blake Snell, the big pitching prize out there left. We'll see if something happens with that. All right. Nick Caserio, he spoke about the offseason moves, and it got us to thinking. We'll let you hear what he had to say. But you think the Texans, are they definitively a better football team right now than they were last year? We'll discuss that coming up next on The Drive.
All right.
Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, very simply, and I see people on the text line rolling through, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, we appreciate you joining us. Nick Caserio, he was on with the fellas, Payne and Pendergast this morning. Check it out on the podcast page. It was at 7:30. You could hear he was over 40 minutes and broke down so many different things concerning the Texans and their offseason. If you missed it, you want to catch that with Payne and Pendergast. But this is what he kicked things off talking about the offseason and the moves they had made up to this point. Here's Nick Caserio discussing with the fellas free agency and the additions and losses to this team.
The goal in the offseason is to, as best you can, just try to improve the football team and whatever that entails. So I'd say last week was really the culmination of effort of a lot of folks. The coaching staff was invaluable. The conversations that D'Amico and I had on a daily basis were incredible. And I think the one thing we all have learned, especially in free agency, you have to be flexible, you have to be adaptable, and you just have to be ready to pivot. And you just want to make sure you're prepared. The reality is you can identify X number of players that you hope to have the opportunity to have to your team, but the reality is you're not going to be able to get everybody, and you're going to lose players.
All right, they've made some moves. This team has been a different team. I heard Landry say it today. They had 16 moves, different moves they made last week, adding from the low part of the roster to the high part and losing some guys. Right? We saw some guys they lost, Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman at the top, but they've made some big gains. Adding Joe Mixon to this run game, and as well the big one, Danielle Hunter, adding him as the pass rushing replacement of Jonathan Grenard. So they've made some moves. The thought is this team better than they were last year? And I'm thinking to myself, Clint, they're fully healthy. You talk about Tank, Nico, when they were fully healthy last year compared to this team. Right now, I would say I think they're slightly better. They're slightly better than last year's team. Now, I don't think they have added enough or changed enough, and there is still room with the draft and other moves that could be made through free agency or trade. But I don't think they have gotten to a place where they have reached the point of where the Chiefs or the Ravens are or some of the other top teams in the AFC. I don't think they have done enough to get to that point yet. But, as I said, it is not over. So I think they are a slightly better team right now. I think the run game is improved. I think their linebacking core was fine last year. I think it's improved with the additions. I like some of the moves they made. I think their offensive line, just purely by health, hopefully, will be better than they were last year. So I think they're better. Someone on the text line, Clint, said, no, Ron, we are not a better team after losing Collins, Rankins on the D-line. I feel like that left a hole that needs to be replaced by quality players just as good, if not, of course, better. Your thoughts out there, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Do you think that the Texans are a better team than they were last year? Clint?
No, I don't. And right now, look, the Texans, they get an incomplete for me. But right now, if you're asking me to decide whether they're better, right now, if they start a season tomorrow, the answer is no. I mean, it's to me, it's a blatantly obvious, pretty significant advantage to last year's team. Last year's team had a twitchy edge rusher, sack specialist that was on the verge of 15 sacks. Missed a couple of games, or I believe he would have got there. He damn sure flirted with it anyway.
Pretty good against the run, too.
You had you had an $11 million, I believe it was, defensive tackle, Malik Collins, highest paid player on your defense. And you had a guy in Sheldon Rankins at the defensive tackle position that just went and I believe signed a 2-year deal for $18 million, I believe is what it was. We've talked about a bunch of different contracts, but
went to the Bengals. Yep,
went to the Bengals. I believe he signed a 2-year, $18 million deal, $9 million a year. I think that was right. You've replaced him with a guy that the general manager tells me how many games he started, and another guy that tells me how many snaps he played last year. I think it is a And a defensive end that can also play interior at the defensive tackle position that we've got to mention, because that's really all we can do at this point if we're talking about interior defensive linemen, is mention the player that can go in and out, and he's flexible in terms of where he can play, Danico Autry. So, yeah, look, you don't have a starting defensive tackle. You don't have a legit starting defensive tackle on your roster right now. You went from having two middle-of-the-road, I'd say middle-of-the-road defensive tackles that could get the job done, and the only way you're going to get better is if you get a monster game-changing defensive tackle in there to replace one of those guys, and then you support that monster defensive tackle the same way you supported those two interior defensive tackles. And they haven't done it. They've gone backwards. They didn't sign the monster game-changing tackle. Malik Collins got traded, and Sheldon Rankins was a free agent, and he's now in Cincinnati. You've got a major hole inside, and I don't care what scheme you play. I don't care how good you are around that position. If your defensive tackles can't hold the line of scrimmage, a lot of times dominate the line of scrimmage, teams are going to be able to run the football against you. If your interior defensive linemen, your defensive tackles, if they can't consistently get really good push versus guard, center guard in passing situations, there's always going to be a soft spot for the quarterback to push up into. It's going to make it harder on your number 3 overall pick, Will Anderson, that's got unbelievable expectations laid at his feet, and the all-world defensive end edge rusher that you just signed that's a sack specialist. His job's going to be significantly more difficult because you don't have anybody inside that can push the pocket. This team has got a problem. This team this year's got a major problem that last year's team didn't have.
And you don't think like the additions, because to me I feel like the additions of Mixon, the additions improving with Hunter, with the linebacker, I feel like those, and you don't think those at least outweigh or at least evenly weigh the whole. Well, I agree with the whole at D tackle.
No, I don't. I personally don't think they outweigh. But the fact that we're even comparing those, we have to get there to where we're comparing those to see if one outweighs the other. Answers the question ultimately. This team was in a position that they needed to get significantly better if they're going to take that next step, and we're trying to figure out if no D tackles is better or worse than an upgrade at running back. You know what I mean? And retaining your tight end. Like maybe Ron, I guess if Mixon goes out there and goes for 1,500 yards total next year, it's going to be easy to say, well, that was obviously that outweighed the D tackle, the need for that D tackle, but
right now you don't see that.
Right now I don't see it, man. I mean I'll argue that being now we're talking about being soft. We're talking about being like as it pertains, like the conversation about the Houston Texans is no longer about the division. The conversation about the Houston Texans is about winning a Super Bowl, AFC Championship, Super Bowl stuff, right? And when you don't have anybody that can affect, maybe not impact or disrupt was your word earlier. If you don't have anybody that can impact the game from a D tackle position, if they're just there occupying, holding space, then you're going to have a hell of a time competing at that level. The guys they have right now, 17-game season. 12 games, you'll be good. 12 games, you'll be good. But there's going to be you're the 4 or 5 more physical run teams you're going to struggle against. The teams that have elite quarterbacks and you're going to just give them that nice soft pocket to push up into, you're going to have a hell of a time impacting them with the guys that are there right now.
Yeah. For the text line, I don't understand why Ron wants to measure the Texans' defense against Baltimore. I don't care who the Texans have on defense. If they have to play 75% of the game on the field against a very good running football team, that is a no-win situation. Listen, I'm just comparing it to the team from last year. And I'm not even talking about the team that played Baltimore. I'm talking about the Texans, even the Texans at its healthiest. Yeah, give you a tank, give you everything. Do you think they're a better team? I said I do. I said I do. I think the moves, to me, offset the hole that I agree with you that sits right there at D tackle. And I do think these guys not going to be great if they had to go with it. I'm not saying I think that's just what they're going to go with. If they had to go with it, I think these moves will offset it. Now, I do not think And I thought that was what the goal was to try to get to the level of those other teams that you got to beat to get to a Super Bowl. I do not think they have hit that mountain. I don't think they have climbed that point yet. And the thing we are seeing is they don't either, because they have gone after guys that I think add to that. They have gone after the Keenan Allens. They tried to get Armstead. They tried to get Saquon Barkley first, right? They were in the Wilkins conversation. So they don't think that also. And listen, I don't want to poo-poo away the defensive tackle position, because I think the linebacker position could be one of their strongest positions. But hell, Nick said it himself today earlier. Like you want to have two big dudes up front that can at least keep them guys out of your linebackers' laps. And I don't know that they have that right now. So I think they are slightly better right now than they were last year, but they're not to the level of what I think we expected them to try to get to. And there is still time to get there, right? There are still moves out there. Now, to the point you've made about D-line, especially interior D-line, there's still time. Hell, it's what, March?
March 18th,
but
baby.
It is becoming more difficult to try to gain those guys, right? Not saying it can't happen, but there aren't a lot of guys that are just now in free agency out there. There aren't a lot of, like, you might have to make trades, right? You move back in the draft right now, so that's probably even more difficult to get up to where you need to get, a Murphy from Texas that could be up there. So it's going to be one to watch, because I think it's more difficult to get there. But overall, I think they are slightly better. But I do think the issue you're talking about is one that's understandable. All right, coming up, the Texans, the new uniforms were leaked. If you can go on Sports Radio 610 on Twitter, you can see those new jerseys. I'm going to get people's thoughts, 1 to 10. 1 to 10, how you feel about these new jerseys. And, hey, how about Jalen Green? Had him a big week and got awards for it. So that's great as well. Tournament coming up. We'll get you caught up on that as well. All of that coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire right here live on The Drive.
All right, what's good, Houston? Clint Stoerner here, and I got a pretty simple question.
delicious flavor of DayQuil Severe Honey. DayQuil Severe Honey flavor soothes your symptoms with a delicious taste. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty the DILF.
The big DILF.
And Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is first, we ain't doing rodeo tickets tomorrow, are we? You closed it out? Did you close it out yesterday?
I closed it out last night, boys, and it was a good time. It was a good time.
What's that, Eric Church?
Eric Church, man.
I know you're a little disappointed after Whiskey Myers. Eric Church, they pick it up?
Eric Myers.
Eric Myers,
yes,
too.
Whiskey Myers. One, I'm sitting there last night. I told my wife, I said, whoever that texter was or caller, whoever it was, wanted to push back and talk about how Whiskey Myers sounded like hell. I've talked to multiple people since then, whether it was technical difficulties or the lead singer changing up the phrasing of the main lines of multiple songs, it wasn't it. And then Eric Church last night.
None of those issues, no technical.
Oh, no. I understand every word my man said. Every single word. Had me a good old time. My only complaint is it's too damn quick.
How long was he on? You say about an hour?
Well, look, it's an hour to an hour and 10 minutes typically, but last night all the rodeo stuff went over because they had to decide all the champions. They were giving away boatloads of money last night, and so it was a little bit of a different approach. They had to finish all their brackets per se, and so they were probably an hour. He probably came on an hour and a half. Hell, maybe 2 hours later than Laney. Laney Wilson went on last Saturday at 5:15. And you look at Eric Church, I bet he didn't go on last night till 7, which was fine. But, when he went on, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, he's saying, I'm going to sing one more. Close that thing out with Springsteen, y'all. It was a hell of a show. I tell you what, he left me wanting more. When I left the place, I was thinking about finding my way back to an Eric Church concert in the future show.
Huh?
There you have it.
Well, he should be happy. His Tar Heels are a number 1 seed, so good for him. Good for him. Close that thing.
Don't schedule any concerts, Eric.
Because Eric's out. Eric don't give a rip. He is out. Then when you put together a show like that, I could afford to skip some of these suckers. All right, so rodeo is over. Good season, good rodeo season. I enjoyed the time I went out. You didn't make it, did you? You sorry sack of joy.
I was supposed to go to Whiskey, but I was sick.
Yeah, a.k.a. sick. Yep.
All right.
This means he was a.k.a. sick, folks.
That next day when he came
also
in.
known as sick.
That next day when he came in, he looked sick.
Disheveled. All right. Cal McNair said to hell with it because there was some awful person who leaked, or at least I'm not saying the person's awful, I don't know him, but a leaked photo of somebody who looked like they were being held captive in whatever building that was.
In a random garage.
It looked like an old school that it was green bricks or something in the background. It looked like a video of, hey, we got this guy here and we need, $2 or $3 million for you to come on back. It's like a ransom photo is what it looked like.
You won't ever see him alive again. We're going to need $2 million wired to this account.
Watch that guy in a full helmet and a jersey, a replica jersey at that. So that was out floating around. So Cal McNair, the owner of the Texans, said to hell with it. I'll go out and show you the real thing. So there was a uniform leaked. If you go to Sports Radio 610 on Twitter, you can see that uniform. It's Nico and Tank Dell sporting the new white uniforms, blue pants. And I said for people, give me a 1 through 10. 1 through 10. Clinton Tyler, because I want to make it clear, I don't know what you think the best jersey is, and I hate this team's guts, but I think they got a clean-ass look. To me, I think the Raiders have the best jerseys. To me, I like the classic look, and they've updated them well. That silver and black, when they roll through here, that's a clean-ass jersey. To me, if that's in the 10 range, how would you judge the new Texans jersey, the one we're seeing, the one we've seen right there? If the Raiders are at the top, in my opinion, they are. Maybe you feel like somebody else. The white Bengal jerseys when they do that and with the helmets, whatever.
Good call.
Like the whatever. But to me, I think the Raiders have the best jersey. I think that's a 10. Where would you rate the Texans? I see somebody saying an 8, a solid 8, a 10 coming through. 6.5, that's a low. 9 out of 10, somebody rolls through. Where are you at in terms of 1 through 10 on this white jersey that we could see?
Oh, man. Golly, Ron, why you always phrase stuff like that?
It's good, man.
You're right. I mean, the Raiders silver and black is just, I mean, that's impossible. My favorite alternate uni is the Bengals all white. That is super clean. I'll go, as it pertains to all of those, if those are 10s in my opinion, I'll give this a 9.
Oh, it's a 9. You like it that much?
I do. I like this a lot. I mean,
9.
Look,
wow.
Look, I mean, you can't silver and black. There's nothing. You can't obviously. That combination of those two colors is, along with the history and the logo doesn't need to be changed and the colors don't need to be flirted, with and all kind of stuff. Yeah, I'd go 9 on this. This is about as strong as you can get with the deep steel blue. And white, this is about as strong as you can get, I believe.
Yeah. I'd say to me, I want to see more of it. I want to see more of the side there, the horns there that looks like I want to make sure the pants don't have nothing down the side. I do think, I look at it, I can imagine it with the white pants, with the white, that would be a clean look. To me, it feels like a 7.5. This one right here feels like a 7.5. To me, shout out to Ocho. I'm with you on that. The Chargers, especially their powder blues, that's a hell of a look too out there.
This is in the league with the powder blues.
You think so?
I think so. And
Tyler,
I really do like the powder blue Chargers.
I know you're buying jerseys. Where are you at on this?
On what we know so far in just these white jerseys, I mean, I like them a lot. I'd give it a 8.6.
Here's the thing. I'm with you, Ron.
You were digging for that.
I'm with you, Ron. I'm looking at this, bro. I can't necessarily see the side. I'm assuming this is a solid blue pant.
Yeah, the solid. I like the solid.
I don't need no stripes down the side. I like the NFL shield on one hip, and it looks like maybe the Texans logo in white on the other hip, like up high.
That blue's darker, right?
It appears to be. It appears to be as dark as the helmet.
Yeah. It's the OG blue. That's what they started out with in 2002. They're returning to that deep steel blue.
That is absolutely money. I'm assuming the pants are solid blue. There's no piping down the side or anything. If that is, that'll change my opinion. I love, you mentioned the horn on the sleeve. It's subtle. It's unassuming. If in fact, looking at this uniform, if you didn't know it were the Texans, you may just think that's design and not a bullhorn actually, which I love that. The red piping on the only red outside of in the helmet, the only red is the word Houston across the chest, which I love, and the piping around the numbers. And that just subtle, just a little touch of red. The subtle horn on each shoulder, that's clutch, man. This is very, 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 very well done. You could have very easily got carried away with the red in the horn or on the shoulders or down the side of the leg or something, and you could mess this one up. They didn't, man. They did a perfect job with these, bro.
Yeah, seeing a lot of 9s, 7s, 9.3. It seems like most people feel good. See a couple of people who are saying meh. 9.5. I've seen this. Brandon Scott said this too, fellas. Someone just texted in, reminds me of the Falcons jerseys. Another one that looked just like Atlanta's jerseys. I mean, I can kind of see it. I'm not catching that as much.
I never thought it until I saw B. Scott's tweet. Like I never even. I guess the darker blue that's almost black, and then the red and the white. I guess that's their color scheme, maybe. But that blue pops to me, man. That is. Whew. I like that right there.
Yeah, so we'll see what the rest of them is. I'm interested in seeing, because this looks like that may be the road look for them, the predominant road look for them. Interested to see what the other ones, I guess, as Cal said, more to come in April. This is probably a little early, but more to come in April, so it'll be interesting to see the rest of them bad boys. But I think from what I'm seeing, at least social media-wise, YouTube, Twitch, which is obviously all that matters.
Well, Ron,
and the text line, most people are happy with.
Needless to say, they Nico and Tank look a little better in these unis than the
024. Is that what Derek Stingley?
Who, by the way, and the reason I looked, you showed me it again. He's got black shoes on. The model had black shoes on. Any player, and I'm dead ass serious about this. Any player that wears,
like he had black soccer shoes on too.
Yes, any player that doesn't wear white tights, white socks, and white shoes with this uni should be fined immediately.
I hope the league don't make them,
and heavily.
I hope the league don't make them slide some blue in them socks.
If I were in that locker room, with no real responsibility on game day, being a backup quarterback, that would be my job. Any player that was in warm-ups had black shoes on, I would hammer them. I'd make them feel so bad they'd go in and change them.
I hammer them. I feel like you've done this before. I feel like you've walked out there and said, "You gonna wear those?
Are you serious? That's what you put together?
This is what we have. These are your options right here. You're gonna wear that
many a time. Many a time. You think? Do you really think that looks good? That's the best you can do.
That what you gonna go with?
5 o'clock fire.
Hey, shout out to Jalen Green, somebody we've talked about, much maligned this year. He is the Western Conference Player of the Week, averaging over 26 a game, 8.5 rebounds plus, shooting nearly 50%, 45 from three. Had a pretty good week as the Rockets are trying to make a run, and they've needed somebody to step up with Sengun out. With his injury, by the way, he is out of a walking boot now, so maybe closer to trying to get back. They're 3 games behind the 10 seed there to try to get into the play-in. So
let's go Rockets.
Good for him. Good week for him.
We don't have confessions on this here show, but I've been feeling this way for about, I don't know, it's been about a week. When I started, I told you a handful, maybe almost a month ago, I started watching a little bit more of the Rockets, trying to buy in.
Mm-hmm.
It is hard for me to watch Jalen Green, but I do watch and hope and pray that it works. Because he is clearly,
he does things all the time where you're like,
oh, he just pisses you off.
It's just like, oh my God.
But he is clearly, like, the ability to take one dribble and get by somebody and get to the rack, and the ability to when he cuts and cut into the bucket, and I mean it is tremendous, and I want it to work so damn bad, because you could see where him and Sengun and some solid vets would work really, really good together.
Well, it's just for him, man, and something you see a lot, and this isn't unusual for young players, is when he's not shooting the ball well, which has been an issue throughout most part of the season.
Yeah,
it affects so much other stuff. Like right here, he's averaging 8.6 boards a game in this stretch. When he's not shooting the ball well, sometimes it affects everything else in terms of, rebounds, assists, everything else. And when he is going well and scoring the ball well, he seems to be more engaged in everything else, which is, like I said, not uncommon for young players. But shout out to him. Congratulations. A big week, as they've needed him to step up with their best player being injured.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the brackets are out, and the 4 number 1 seeds, UConn, Purdue, Houston, and North Carolina. Somebody came at me earlier and said, Ron, you're the only one who's concerned about Houston. Listen, if that is, first off, that's not the case. Like, you can't go in and lose by 30 points and score 41 points in the Big 12 final and not have some level of concern there. And I think Houston is good. And I will say this right now. I hope Kelvin can get this group to the Final Four. Right? I love Shed. I love Juwan Roberts. I think they're a really, really, really tough team. LJ Cryer, I think they're a really good team. I think it would be awesome if Kelvin is able to get this group there. Tyler, you'll love it. And I saw Ocho tweet this in as well. I think they could have a problem with Texas A&M if they see them in the second round. Now, Texas A&M has to get by Nebraska, and Nebraska shoots a lot of threes. But they could be a problem with them. And I think there is I know Jamal Shead is really, really good and is going to be on some All-American list. But I'm talking about in a game, I think A&M realistically may have the best player on the floor. And Wade Taylor, the ninth, the fourth, he will not be intimidated. And they have played Houston before, and that game was tight. In Houston, it's had some injuries, and A&M had some injuries in that game. They only lost by 4 in that game and were winning a lot and played them well in the second half.
Who you got winning it all? Who you got winning it all? Beating around the bush with this U of H Texas A&M game.
I'm glad Rob's off when I could say this, but I think UConn probably repeats.
You think UConn repeats?
Yeah, they're pretty good, man. It's just they can play so many different styles in different ways. They can play fast, they can play big, they can play small, and then they can just cut people off defensively with their team. So I would say UConn, but as we've seen, I don't know how many teams have been number one. There's been stretches we've seen multiple top 10 teams lose this year. So this thing could be open, but UConn seems to be kind of pulling it together right now. We watched Carolina lose in their tournament to an 11 seed at NC State that they had no business losing to. Obviously, we saw what happened with Houston. Purdue didn't make it to the final. They lost to a Wisconsin team. So it could be open, but I would say UConn's the best team right now. All right, let's get to this because Clint I believe he said he has not been this concerned about a position group in his entire time here covering the Texans. And the Texans have had some interesting position groups. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, let me when I get concerned or when I just relax and I like to watch some live sports. Either way, I wrap my hand around a cold Coors Light, take my mind off of it, and simply enjoy the moment. It's pretty simple. If you're one of those folks out there and you're drinking cold,
sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Welcome back to The Drive. Let's do it. Because I see some people chiming in.
We giving away some tickets?
No, we ain't giving away no damn tickets.
Oh,
that's
we're
what I
giving
thought.
away rodeo tickets or something, y'all.
That's what you normally say when we're about to do tickets.
First off, don't put me in a box. I don't have a routine. Okay,
Nobody puts Ron in a box.
I may say, okay, yeah, because he can't fit. There are boxes big enough for me to
I
fit.
didn't say that. You added all that.
I just wanted to
I was just warning Tyler.
Yeah, nobody puts me in the box. But someone text in on this, because if you've been listening to the show a bit, and I think there is for good reason for this. Some of you completely disagree, which I don't know how you get there. But Tyler, is it fair to say Clint is very, very, very concerned with the defensive tackle group, the interior?
Yeah, just a bit.
Like the thought process.
Well, I'm concerned, and then I'm also like blown away with the lack of I'm on an island by myself.
You're not on an island by yourself. I'm with you on that.
But I feel like I'm on the panic and the concern is like. I feel like the majority of people are still talking about like the rebuilding Texans.
Here we go. You ready for this one? This is from Jay Booker. What up, Jay Booker? We appreciate you listening on YouTube and Twitch. He was hating the wide receiver group last year. Not sure how he sounds any different this year about the defensive tackles.
Well, hating. I hate the word hating. That's so.
Just giving your assessment of.
Yeah, but it's just like no, it wasn't nothing hating. First of all, nobody saw what was coming from Nico Collins, especially when you mix in how Nico Collins did what he did. He was a 180 from what everybody, including the coaches that had coached him, said he was going to be and how he impacts the game. He was literally a 180 from that. Secondly, I said from jump, Tank Dell's the best receiver that you got. So, I don't know how I was hating on anybody. Now, as a group, they ended up being significantly better than I thought they would be. I thought Tank Dell would put up good numbers. I thought we knew who Nico was, and I thought there ain't no way in hell that C.J. Stroud was going to come out and distribute the football the way he did immediately.
But
from
you're
out of Ohio
having
State.
a hard time seeing Kurt Hinish, Khalil Davis, Foley, and Tim Settle currently.
Absolutely. Just like
doing the equivalent at D tackle of what they did.
Exactly. Just like I had a hard time. Which, by the way, really Nico Collins is the only one that wasn't that I missed on last year.
Noah Brown did more than I thought he would.
Hell, now we're getting to the fourth and fifth best receiver on the team. Yeah, you are correct. Yeah, him going for $150 sparing that was surprising. But like I told you from jump, Robert Woods wasn't going to be an impact on this team, and he wasn't. But nonetheless, to the point of the texters, because I do believe there's at least something there, is if the Texans end up, which I don't believe they will, I agree with you, Ron. I don't think they're through. If they go into a season with this group right now, as it is, as their defensive line, and that defensive line plays well, and that defensive line week in, week out versus a much better schedule gives you a chance to stop the run and rush the passer. With these interior defensive tackles, you bet your ass it'll be very Nico Collins-like. I am shocked that Nico Collins turned out to be who he was. And in the way in which he did it, I am blown away. I would have lost a freaking 10 house notes on that deal. If somebody walked to me right now and said, Clint, Nico Collins, 1,200-plus yards, 8 touchdowns, I said, I'll bet my house on it. Ain't no way in hell. And it happened. If this defensive line is a defensive line that gives the Texans defense a chance to compete in 2024, I will be more shocked than I was when Nico Collins started putting games together and went upwards of 1,300 yards or whatever the hell it was. Yes, I will be that shocked. Call it hate if you want to. I feel like I'm in high school or something. But yeah, call it whatever you want. That's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah, I just cannot believe fellas, that D'Amico Ryans would waltz up to that podium after the season and have such emphasis on the front seven defensively, how we have to be more physical. Like, you could tell he was ate up with what happened to his run defense with the Ravens. I mean, he came up there, and there ain't no way in hell that he waltzed up there, Clint, with the thought of Tim Settle and Khalil Davis, which is currently on the starters on their depth chart. Now, the one place that I can't get with people who are is the Danico Autry and the potential of him playing inside, like as a permanent position, not as a back and forth, but inside as that's going to be his permanent spot. He's going to be the starter at D tackle. He's played inside some, but I think his strength is being able to move him around. He's primarily played on the outside. He is not primarily routinely in the run game going up against center guards. But that's not routinely what he has had to do. So I think he is a defensive end that can slide down, especially in pass rushing downs. So I do think it is a concern. I just, Clint, cannot believe that they are going to run with this. Because we clearly know the plan was to get Eric Armstead. Like, they wanted to get a serious player there. Like, that was the plan. And I got to believe maybe they're not going to get Eric Armstead, but they're going to do better than this. Right? Like, I don't know how they're going to add it. Now, that is the part. I mean, that is the part that is a little concerning of who maybe they're – and I've seen people talk about Jonathan Allen. There are other people who signed a big deal with Washington. We'll see. But we've kind of gotten to a point where it's kind of hard to see who they may add. But I just can't believe that man walked up there and said, we got to improve this front seven, and Tim Settle and Khalil Davis would be his starters.
And
can't believe it.
And the improvement are guys that the general manager talks about how many games they've started in 2 years and how many snaps they played last year. Not hey, man, this dude right here is hell against the run. We feel like this guy right here is going to command double teams. We feel like this guy right here is going to hold the line of scrimmage. We feel like this guy right here is going to keep offensive linemen off of the linebacker we just signed, I think $10 million a year, that we think is a football playing Jesse. This Foley kid, he is – I'm going to tell you, man, I know the numbers don't tell you, the stats don't tell you that, but this kid is a monster in the middle. No. Well, he started 36 games the last 2 years for the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right. Tim Settle, man, this kid can get it. He can shoot gaps, man. He plays lighter than he is. I mean, this guy's. I mean, he's really. I mean, we feel like we found a diamond in the rough. This guy can do X, Y, and Z, and I'm telling you, just wait. No, he played 400 snaps last year. That's who I'm. That's who this guy's talking about me being a hater for, because I'm not. I'm supposed to be sitting here with my pom-poms in my hands, cheering about the Texans going from 10 wins to 12 wins, going from a division title to playing the AFC Championship and possibly a Super Bowl, by signing a guy that the very first thing you say when you're asked about him was how many snaps he played last year and how many games he started the last 2 years. Come on, man. I mean, that's – and it ain't no big deal. Oh, well, pieces will come. It's all right, man. We'll work this thing out, man. It's a fluid situation. No. You ain't got a starting defensive tackle on this team, partner. It's going to be rough.
Nick Caserio, he was on with Payne and Pendergast earlier, and this is kind of a conversation he had concerning your concern that interior defensive lineman.
Yeah, I think what we try to do is just create some front flexibility. So we have some guys that can play in the end of the line of scrimmage. We have some guys that are specifically interior players. We have some players that maybe have some outside-inside flexibility. So I'd say we have a lot of players that have a lot of experience, that have played a lot of football. I mean, even on the inside. I mean, Fadakasi has started 33 games over the last 2 years for Jacksonville. I mean, Settle played 400 snaps last year. Khalil gave us some, 200 or 300 snaps last year. And then we have some guys that could kind of float inside, that play on the perimeter as well. As a matter of fact, we're kind of working through free agency. Let's say there might be a player or two that pops up where we can add them to the group. So we're going to play 8 or 9 defensive linemen. D'Amico has said this. It starts with the front. So we're just trying to create as much flexibility and optionality in front as possible.
All right, seems like they got it.
I like what he's saying. And if you're going to play 8 of them, you got your bottom 6. If you're going to roll 8 through there, you got your bottom 6.
So they missing a couple.
You're missing a couple. Obvious passing situation. Quarterback's going. He's in gun. 3 wideouts, 11 personnel. Now. Hey, he's going to catch that snap. He's going to stand tall in the pocket, and your edge rushers are going. They're going to rush upfield, speed rush. They're both going to win. And because you didn't get no push up the middle, they just going to ease on back up in it, like every quarterback's taught to do, like every tackle in this league is taught to anticipate. Just let that quarterback slide right up in that pocket. Then 2 edge rushers go right by the quarterback. Quarterback stands tall because there's no push in the middle of the defensive line, and he just delivers the football right over the middle of the field. Right? I mean, we see it time and time again. When you get to a point where you're talking about the Texans conversations, for me, I'm talking about the Texans conversations in relative to being a top 3 AFC team, relative to being a top 5, 6, 7 NFL team, not a team that's rebuilding and building a foundation and rotating 8 defensive linemen through. I'm not. I mean,
Clint is blown away by many people about how people believe you're making a huge deal out of this. Do you think Clint is going over the top?
People should be sickened by the fact that we're talking about this team where it's at right now, and we talk about defensive line, and you talk about Settle and Fudasaki, or what is it? I got to get that right. That's disrespectful. I apologize, Foley. I'm gonna get this right.
I probably won't ever. All right,
Fudasaki. I got it. Won't mess it up again.
I don't know if that's it.
That's it. Right. I'm looking at it. Foley Fudasaki.
All right, Foley in the building. All right, you think Clint is over the top? You think Clint is making too much of a big deal of the defensive tackle situation right now? We'll discuss that. And one thing, well, not just one thing, but many things. A thing that I think you should be extremely excited and happy about if you're a Texans fan. We'll discuss that.
Well, before we do that, I got to tell you about Ability Tree Experts, man. My man Lewis Flory up there, they stay at it now. They're the best in the tree care business. And the reality is spring is here. This is the time of year when you want your curb appeal to be money. You want your lawn.
the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Social media done got me, boys.
Oh, did they?
I think there's a thick red stripe on the side of them britches.
Yeah, I saw it.
Them new unis. I think there's a red and a white one, if I'm being honest.
The reflection.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's good detective work.
I think
Let's just make sure let's let it play out first. Maybe it's not.
Y'all wouldn't like that?
I would prefer not. No,
I'd prefer if it was just straight blue pants.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
And white.
I have seen some that I like. I prefer the all blue. I'm not going to poo-poo it right now. But as wide as that red line looks like in that reflection with the white, that's a lot. The simplicity of that uniform is does it for me now. You add a thick red line and a small white line. You're flirting with disaster there for me, man.
Yeah. We'll see. If you missed it, the jerseys were leaked, so Cal McNair said, "To hell with it. We'll leak them bad boys." But more to come in August, and I think we'll see more of it. We'll be able to see everything and get different angles from that thing. But we were just talking about this, Tyler. You think Clint is being a little too concerned with the defensive line issue? Because I feel like the bulk of people are, like he said, he is blown away that people aren't.
I mean, to be honest, like my knee-jerk reaction to that question is, yes, I do think he is, but at the same time, in the same breath, like I know Clint Stoerner watches a hell of a lot more tape, knows a lot more X's and O's than I ever have about a football field, so I got to kind of trust him at least to a degree. But
yeah, I mean, I just go back to this. Clearly, there was a plan. And this clearly was not it. The Malik Collins thing, like, that's what I'm saying. When people, because I would urge people to be honest with themselves. Last week, when, as Tyler called it, the Donnell Hunter, it's going to happen before the show ends. And it ended. Your excitement, I would assume, because I looked at it, I said, boy, this D-line's got a chance now. And you know they're probably going to add something else there. But, boy, when you're talking about you could do a lot with Hunter, Collins, Will Anderson, Autry, whatever, like that group, and not to mention, and I don't mean Autry being but I'm just saying the four, you got those four guys across the D-line where you could do a whole lot with Autry in and out. Like that was the thought. I'm sure people were, well, they traded Collins. Wonder what the next move is. And then bam, you see, oh, okay, all right. Armstead, okay, I can see that. Now you're flirting with maybe the best D-line in football. Like, no, that fell through. Then it was like, well, Rankins. Couldn't get that to happen because it goes to Cincy. I know when you were thinking that, you weren't thinking Settle and Khalil Davis and Foley and Heine.
That's where you're at.
So
sprinkling a little Danico and you
Yeah, I don't think it's like, especially when you think about it. Like, think about the other teams around the AFC that you're trying to get with. Ed Oliver in Buffalo, Justin Madubuike, they re-signed in Baltimore. Chris Jones in Kansas City. I mean, there are guys there, and I'm not saying you got to have guys that good, but I think it is a fair thought, Glenn. As you said, they ain't got a starter. They got rotation, fellas, that they're going to ask to play a lot of minutes, a lot of snaps in there right now. That's why I just can't believe this is where they end.
Well, look, I mean,
I just can't believe it.
Here's where I'm at with it. Look, I am clearly, as I was with the receivers last year, like I am concerned. I want to know where you're going to get the production from. Period. If there's folks out there that want to go, hey man, you're overreacting. They'll get it done. The pieces will come together. Don't worry. That's fine. You can be, but nobody in their right mind can look at this and go, you're going from Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, and whoever else was in there last year.
But those were the two starters, right? Those were the two starters in the league, I would say.
Fudukasi and Settle. Hell yeah, let's ride. That's it right there. That's what we're talking about. We're good. These guys going to be good. No, man. You can not be as concerned to me as I am. You can say, hey, they're not done yet. Everything's going to come together. They're going to draft some guys. They're going to upgrade. They're going to do some different things. Okay, cool. There is no way. We're going to end the conversation, order another round of beers, and we'll change the topic. That there's no way you can sit here and go, yep, that's the upgrade we needed to make this thing happen, to make this next move.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, and the draft part of it either, like that also comes, like especially now that currently at this point he is out of the first round. Like to think a D tackle is going to come in and be that guy immediately. That's why I think it's got to happen in free agency or trade. I've said that coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Stay tuned for that, as well as, oh, by the way, Will Anderson Jr., he's going to be on Texans All Access tonight, so stay tuned at 6. Mark Vandermeer, I saw him tweet that out earlier. Yes! Yeah, the Terminator, he'll be on with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, so stay tuned right after us, and then obviously the boys, the fellas, with Area 45, Sean Bajani and Patrick Creighton will follow them. I still stick by, like someone said in D'Amico, you don't trust D'Amico. I trust D'Amico. Yeah, I'm just telling you right now, D'Amico did not come to the table. D'Amico.
I trust D'Amico.
We don't like that.
We trust him. He didn't come to the table with this.
I'm going to sit up here in these club seats, and I'm just going to have fun, and I'm not ever going to have an opinion about what Nick does or what D'Amico does, because I trust those guys. I mean, come on, man.
I love that voice.
I mean, what are we doing, man? I mean, that's.
I'm just. But look at what. You
got $60 million to spend, man. You got $60 million to spend in free agency. You somehow lucked into a running back, and you've got a good linebacker and a good pass rusher, who both are going to be heavily impacted by the fact that you don't have a starting defensive tackle. It's $60 million to spend, and your ass is going to sit up in the club. Oh, relax. No, it's no big deal. Just it's come on, man.
That's why it just can't. It can't be. I'm going to do some. That's what we need to do. I'll do some research.
You used the term earlier, Ron.
I'll do some research.
I like to push the ball into somebody else's court, right?
Okay, good.
You used this term right here earlier. Disruptive. Give me one name in this defensive front. One name. You can throw the linebackers in there if you want to. Give me one name of someone not named Will Anderson that is going to be disruptive in terms of stopping the run. That right now you go, boom, that guy's going to be a handful. That guy right there is going to be a problem. And I'm not talking about the guy that started because he played 300 snaps last year. I'm talking about the guy that versus the run against the Colts when Jonathan Taylor, for all the marbles, is gashing your ass. Who is going to be disruptive? When you're on the field in the playoffs against Baltimore, and it's the second half, you kept it close in the first half, it's the second half, you need a big stop, and they're just gashing you at one time after. Who is going to be the guy, or you really need guys, not named Will Anderson, that's going to step up and stop that?
Someone texting Khalil Davis with the
come on, man. He was playing XFL a year ago.
Listen, I love Khalil. He went to Blue Springs.
He's a Blue Springs hen.
When me and him went to the same high school.
What were y'all? What was y'all's?
Wildcat.
No, boy, if I'd have hit the hen, I was. No, that's New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Blue hens.
Delaware.
Blue hens. There's Delaware. It's the Blue Hens got me. You said Blue Springs.
Yeah, Blue Springs. Damn. No, but I think the linebackers. I think both the linebackers can be disruptive in the run game. I think the guys in front of them do matter a lot to them.
Both of your linebackers will get swallowed in the run game if you don't have defensive you don't have a defensive line to keep them off of them. Swallowed.
I think the linebackers, but I think those two can be disruptive in the run game. But I do agree with you. It does help up front, guys in front of him. guys in front of him. That is.
It don't help, Ron. It allows. I mean, it's like you just simply.
It would help it easy. It would help the.
Trust me. I watched Dre Greenlaw at Arkansas consistently try to play linebacker with defensive linemen in his lap, and it was awful to the point it was like, I mean.
So he got to San Francisco, and then he
gets to San Francisco, and he's playing behind all these guys, and he's in a scheme that allows him to play downhill, and he's lights out. All of a sudden, you're like, well, hell yeah, I can see where the guy played safety before. I can see how the quickness works because he's playing free. You can see it. I mean, that's I don't know, hell.
As I said.